When Ant got up and walked out of the house, the wind and sand covered the sky, just like the moment when he heard the bad news. Ant's home is located in Sand Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. Ant's father, Haryu, and mother, Mei, are both ninjas in the village. They belong to the puppet masters of Sand Village's special forces. His father is good at making puppets, and his mother is a master of making poisons. Since Ant was born, his parents have reduced their missions outside for a few years. Ant spent a carefree childhood. He and his parents have traveled all over Sand Village. Ant, who was just over 4 years old, pestered his father to learn how to refine chakra and some simple ninja tool throwing skills. Ant often pestered his parents to tell him stories about ninjas. From his parents' words, Ant felt his parents' feelings for the kingdom of Wind and Sand Village. Ant remembers what his father said most often. Although Sand Village has no fertile land, green mountains, and clear waters, but only a piece of yellow sand, it is where my roots are. In order to strengthen Sand Village, I will do everything. Every time Ant hears his father say this, he thinks he is great. Ant always believes that his father can achieve his goals, because he is the greatest in Ant's heart. With the company of his parents, Ant lives happily every day. Until that day, the war began. When the village troops needed support, Ant's parents, as members of Sand Village's unique puppet troops, left Ant and went to the battlefield, although reluctantly. When they parted, Ant naively said to his parents who were ready to go, "Mom and Dad, come on," and beat more bad guys. How could the young Ant know the cruelty of war? Ant's parents nodded in response, with a smile on their faces. Father Chinyu smiled and said, "Your 5th birthday is coming soon, Ant. I have prepared a gift for you." "What gift, Dad?" "I'll give it to you when I come back, haha. Take good care of the house. We'll be back soon." After that, Ant's parents came over to hug Ant, and then turned and left home. Ant had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. The moment Ant's parents turned their heads, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly and turned into worries. War is not a joke, and no one can guarantee that they can come back alive. But as a member of the ninja in the village, there is no possibility of staying out of it. I hope to come back alive. Ant's parents looked at each other. For the village. For the future. They walked to the battlefield with firm steps. Since his parents left home, Ant has to run to the village entrance several times a day to see if there is any news about his parents. He was also absent-minded when playing with friends. During this time, he heard the sad news that many villagers' relatives died in the war. Ant couldn't help but worry about his parents, and at the same time, he understood the horror of war. That day, Ant played with his friends until the evening. When they went home, Ant also went home. The sun slowly set, and the road ahead gradually became dark. Ant felt that the road was longer than ever before. Ant walked faster and faster, and finally even ran. He felt that something bad had happened, and he wanted to go home as soon as possible to confirm that it was not the thing he was most worried about. Finally, he got home, and there was no one at the door. Ant couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no bad news. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, and Ant turned his head sharply. It turned out to be the senior ninja, Sha Lu, who lived next door to Ant's house. But Ant remembered that he went to the battlefield with his parents at that time, so he came back from the battlefield. Ant's heart was clenched, and he looked at Sha Lu. Could it be? Ant, your parents were behind the troops in the previous battle and did not catch up. Ant felt them all over and almost fainted. Fortunately, Sha Lu, as a senior ninja, reacted quickly and reached out to support Ant. After he stood firm, Sha Lu reached out and took out a scroll from his bosom. This was given to me by Chunyu when he was leaving to cover the retreat. I'm going to inform the next family. Stay strong, He didn't remember how he got in or how he slept. He only remembered that night. The wind and sand covered the sky, and there were soft wailing sounds everywhere in the village. Chapter 2. A gold grains of sand struck Ant's face, pulling him from his reverie, as he experienced a sensation of pain he had never felt before. Wandering aimlessly through the village, every corner was imbued with memories of his parents, and the happiness that once filled his heart had transformed into profound sorrow. The scenery remained, yet his parents were gone forever, and tears began to stream down Ant's cheeks. As he walked with his head bowed, he suddenly sensed a shadow before him. Looking up, he found his neighbor, Sha Lu. Sha Lu had also noticed Ant. "Let us walk together, Ant," he suggested. Sha Lu was the closest friend of Ant's parents and had a good relationship with him. Ant decided to accompany him, curious to hear what he had to say. In this recent war, our sand-hidden village has suffered tremendous losses. Just last night, I visited 10 households to deliver the tragic news of their loved ones' deaths. Witnessing the shattering of 10 families and the disappearance of their happiness, Sha Lu lamented. "Brother Sha Lu, why must war be so cruel?" And questioned. Our land of wind is vast, yet much of it is desolate desert. The inhabitants live amidst relentless sandstorms, to bring forth verdant mountains and flowing waters. To ensure a better life for the people of our nation, we are compelled to fight. But the war has taken my parents from me. I do not desire beautiful landscapes. I only wish for my parents, and cried out in despair. And the world of ninjas is such. War is unavoidable. The sacrifices we endure are merely the consequences of insufficient strength. If you wish to protect what you hold dear, the only path forward is to empower yourself, Shalu advised. Brother Shalu, I do not fully comprehend your words. My parents sacrificed everything for the village. Whether right or wrong, I intend to inherit their will to become a ninja, to grow stronger, and to contribute to the village, ensuring that no further sacrifices are made. I want to help the village attain those verdant mountains and flowing waters. You must consider this carefully, young ant. Being a ninja is a perilous profession, Shalu cautioned. Brother Shalu, you are my only hope in this village. I want to grow stronger. Will you teach me? I aspire to be a powerful puppet master like my parents. Seeing the determination in Ant's eyes, Shalu realized that regardless of his guidance, Ant was resolute in his pursuit of strength. Very well, I too am a puppet master. Otherwise, I would be at a loss to assist you. Follow me. Ant followed Shalu to his home and descended into the basement, a space likely dedicated to the adjustment and creation of puppets. In the center stood a large table, upon which lay an object wrapped in bandages, presumably Shailu's customary puppet, although it appeared much flatter compared to those used by Ant's parents. On the wall directly opposite stood an array of peculiar puppets and components, while shelves on either side overflowed with scrolls and jars. Shalu retrieved a small scroll and a small ball from the lowest shelf. This is a beginner's scroll for puppet techniques. Take it and study it. And here, he said, tossing the small ball, which Shailu's chakra threads soon transformed into several components that enveloped Ant's left hand. Ant flexed his fingers, feeling a slight strain. This is called a gauntlet. It is designed to strengthen your finger muscles. As a puppet master, finger strength is essential. Additionally, you must condition your body. Although puppets are not overly heavy, they must remain close during missions or battles. If your stamina is lacking, you may find yourself exhausted before the fight even begins. What should I do to train? Brother Shalu? Ant inquired. Running is the simplest exercise. Starting tomorrow, run 5 laps around the village each day. As a ninja, you must also understand codes and traps. It would be wise to attend school for systematic learning. The Ninja Academy will commence next month. I will enroll you. Remember, persistence is key. Those who cannot uphold their convictions will find it impossible to become strong. Upon hearing Shailu's words, Ant turned to begin his training. Wait, take this potion. Every night before bed, mix a drop of this potion in a basin of water and soak your hands for half an hour. It will help relax your fingers. Complementing the gauntlet, Shalu instructed. Ant, eager to start, placed the scroll and potion at home and immediately ventured to the outskirts of the village to begin his solitary run. He was determined to grow stronger. Chapter 3. Birthday Gift. As Ant began to run, he initially felt little sensation. However, after a lap, sweat poured down like rain. Upon completing a single lap, he felt an overwhelming desire to exchange his lungs for new ones. By the end of 2 laps, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering him unable to take another step. Yet, reflecting on the sorrow of losing his parents, Ant was resolute in his determination not to lose any further happiness. Step by step, he persevered, and by the time he finished 5 laps, the sun was nearing its descent. As the sun set, the relentless winds of the desert softened, painting the sky with hues of crimson. Under the golden glow of the sunset, Ant made his way home, unaware of the shadowy figure of a ninja observing him from behind, a figure that was none other than Shalu. It turned out that Shalu had been trailing Ant since he began his run, concerned about his eagerness to succeed and the potential for misfortune, while also gauging whether Ant could maintain his persistence without supervision. This world is populated by many strong individuals, many of whom are deemed geniuses, regardless of their innate talent. These formidable individuals share a common thread of discipline and unwavering commitment to their goals. Although 5 laps certainly exceeded Ant's limits, overcoming such minor challenges was essential. Otherwise, how could he hope to withstand the greater trials that lay ahead? Fortunately, Ant triumphed over his difficulties, surpassing his own boundaries. Shalu watched Ant's unsteady silhouette, convinced that he would not succumb to the adversities of the future, just as he had conquered the struggles of the day. Ant, with faltering steps, returned home, hastily prepared his dinner, and retreated to his room. There, he retrieved the scroll Shalu had entrusted to him, alongside the birthday gift his father had urged him to bring back. Ant had envisioned countless possibilities regarding his birthday gift, often losing sleep in anticipation. Yet, as the gift lay before him, the initial excitement had dissipated, overshadowed by the weighty news that accompanied it. Nevertheless, Ant had now clarified his own aspirations. He was determined to forge ahead. Upon unwrapping the birthday gift, a sudden pop revealed it to be a scroll that triggered an unsealing mechanism upon opening. Before him appeared a puppet strikingly similar in size and shape to Ant himself. Yet, lacking the knowledge of puppet mastery, he lamented that had his parents been alive, they would have surely taught him the art. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he cradled the puppet, examining it closely, pondering whether his parents had feared he would feel too lonely. "Very well, you shall be named Shadow, and together we shall grow stronger," he murmured, perhaps treating this puppet as a vessel for his feelings of familial affection. The puppet bore no mechanisms, indicating that he would need to learn puppet mastery before adding his own enhancements. This was fortuitous, as each individual possesses unique habits, and customizing it would allow for a more intuitive experience. Next, Ant unrolled the scroll gifted by Sha Lu. This scroll was not an unsealing scroll, but rather contained simple instructions for creating puppet mechanisms, including the crafting method for the gauntlet Sha Lu had given him, as well as techniques for controlling chakra threads to manipulate puppets. This was a timely blessing, for he had been troubled by his inability to control puppets, only to receive guidance on how to do so. The first step was to condense his chakra threads, and thankfully, Ant had already refined his chakra. Following the scroll's instructions, he concentrated the chakra in his fingertips and compressed it into threads. An hour passed, and Ant found 10 1-meter-long chakra strings extending from the tips of his fingers, only slightly thinner than his fingers themselves. As Ant felt the chakra threads on his fingers, he couldn't help but chuckle at the disparity between these threads and those used by his parents. Would they be functional? He wondered as he connected the chakra threads to the gauntlet on his hand. This mechanism was relatively straightforward, transforming from a gauntlet to a small sphere. Fortunately, despite the difference in appearance, it was still operational. Suddenly, Ant realized that he had 2 hands, but Sha Lu had only provided him with a single gauntlet. Glancing at the scroll that detailed the gauntlet's creation, he discerned that this was a subtle test left by his elder brother, Sha Lu. Ant retrieved the final vial that Sha Lu had given him. Indeed, whether for hands or feet, without proper relaxation after exertion, they would become rigid. A puppet master with stiff hands would inevitably face limited achievements. Following the instructions, Ant filled a basin with clear water, added a drop of the potion, and soaked his hands for half an hour. As he submerged his hands, he immediately felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his palms. Ant relaxed, the weariness of the day weighing heavily upon him. He rested his head on the table and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 4: The eve of school. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ant's face, rousing him from slumber at the first touch of brightness. Indeed, sleeping on the desk was far less comfortable than resting in bed. He felt a distinct strain in his neck. After a brief stretch and a refreshing wash, he donned the puppet his parents had gifted him, setting off towards the village entrance. Ever since acquiring the shadowy figure, Ant had resolved to carry it with him for the rest of his life. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the village, Ant commenced his daily regimen of 5 laps. Today, he aimed to surpass yesterday's speed. However, the burden of the puppet rendered his efforts more arduous and time-consuming than before. For the next few weeks, Ant persisted in his running, dedicating additional time to practicing simple shuriken throws at a secluded training ground in the village. The remainder of his hours was devoted to crafting another gauntlet, for Ant desired his hands to remain coordinated, rather than favoring just one. After a week of relentless training, Ant had acclimated to the rhythm of his regimen. He resolved to begin constructing the gauntlet that very night. After soaking the gauntlet in a special solution, he meticulously disassembled it, marking each component and measuring their dimensions with precision. Another day passed, and Ant, armed with his saved pocket money, ventured into the village to procure materials for his creation. Upon returning home that evening, he utilized a kunai to carve the materials to the dimensions of the gauntlet's components, refining the details with a file, and finally smoothing them down with sandpaper. He then immersed them in a solution derived from ironwood to enhance their hardness and durability. Each piece was crafted in duplicate, ensuring he would have replacements should any part fail. Once the components had dried, Ant assembled one set, grateful for the reference piece, which eased the process. After several nights of adjustments, a brand new gauntlet finally graced Ant's desk. He extended his chakra threads to manipulate it, slipping it onto his hand and sensing the familiar resistance. At last, it was complete. Thereafter, Ant's life adopted a more structured routine, morning runs followed by practice with the puppet. During his inaugural attempt at controlling the shadow, he accidentally shattered 2 vases on the table. In the evenings, he focused on refining his chakra threads, making them thinner and longer, understanding that as a puppet master, he must remain concealed. Compared to the puppets, the puppet master was inherently fragile. Thus, finer, less detectable chakra lines would allow him to maintain distance from the fray, enhancing his safety. One day, as Ant hurried home from the training ground, he spotted a familiar figure at his doorstep, Sha Lu. Observing Ant approaching with the puppet on his back, Sha Lu noted the transformation. In just half a month, Ant's complexion had darkened considerably, his clothes clinging tightly to a visibly stronger physique. Notably, he wore a gauntlet on each hand. Ant, you have crafted a gauntlet yourself. It appears your hands are not only dexterous, but your mind is equally sharp. You anticipated my challenge and have succeeded, Sha Lu remarked. Brother Sha Lu, it has been too long. Look, it resembles exactly like the one you gave me, Ant replied, presenting his hands for inspection. Indeed, well done. Yours is even more refined than my first attempt. I have come to inform you that the Ninja Academy commences tomorrow. I've already enrolled you. Do not be late at 8 in the morning. In the following days, Ant sought Shalu's counsel on puppet control techniques and chakra line manipulation. Having a mentor significantly boosted his training efficiency. After an enlightening discussion, Ant gleaned much. Particularly the importance of mastering chakra control to manipulate the lines freely in length and thickness. Shalu proposed several methods to enhance control. First, practicing medical ninjutsu, which heavily relied on chakra precision. Second, climbing trees or walking on water. However, with the surrounding desert of the sand village, the only water source was for drinking. Ant resolved to practice by scaling the walls encircling the village, believing it would yield similar benefits to climbing trees. Shalu prepared Ant's favorite dish, stir-fried noodles. And after a pleasant conversation, returned to his home. Following his daily training, Ant prepared for a restful night, eager to rejuvenate for the morrow. As he did not wish to appear inept before his future classmates, especially since he had heard that the Wind Shadow would also be present. Chapter 5. Entering the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy, an esteemed institution, was originally established by the Hidden Leaf Village, which has since produced a multitude of formidable ninjas, including the legendary Sannin who gained renown during the war that claimed the lives of Ant's parents. The strength of the Hidden Leaf has illuminated the invaluable role of such institutions to other villages, prompting them to emulate this model. As dawn broke, Ant awoke and promptly completed his daily training regimen. With the sun now high in the sky, he set off towards the Ninja Academy, carrying his puppet, Black Shadow. Unlike the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf, which welcomes individuals of all backgrounds, the Sand Village's Ninja Academy exclusively admits the descendants of its ninjas, predominantly from established families. Upon reaching the school gates, Ant noticed a throng of students and their parents waiting to enter. Among them were his friends, Little Bug and Rockfire, who were accompanied by their families and wore expressions of pure joy. Ant felt somewhat out of place in this atmosphere of camaraderie and chose to remain in the shadows, leaning against a wall with his eyes closed, seeking solace in silence. Before long, a commotion stirred within the crowd, prompting Ant to open his eyes. He beheld a man clad in a blue ceremonial robe, adorned with deep blue hair and a hat emblazoned with the kanji for wind. This distinguished figure was none other than the third Kazekage, the only individual within the entire Sand Village capable of donning such attire. As the Kazekage appeared at the entrance, the previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed reverence. The school's teachers stepped forward to gather the students before the gates, and Ant moved closer to witness the spectacle. The aura of the third Kazekage, recognized as the strongest in history, radiated a compelling presence as he ascended the platform. Without unnecessary preamble, he addressed the assembly. Ninjas of the Sand. We may not be the mightiest nor the wealthiest, yet we embody resilience beyond compare. The fierce sandstorms can obliterate all, but only we, the sand, can withstand their wrath. As long as we possess unwavering determination, nothing can impede our march forward. I am called the strongest Kazekage. Yet my greatest desire is for the sand to emerge as the mightiest ninja village. This is not a solitary endeavor. You are the future of the sand. The village leader is not merely the pinnacle of strength but also embodies the spirit of the community. The aspiring ninjas, poised to enter the academy and fight for the sand, gazed upon the Kazekage with fervor. Ant, too, recognized a kinship between his aspirations and the Kazekage's convictions, feeling a sense of validation for his ideals, which only deepened his resolve. As the Kazekage concluded his address, he cast a profound gaze upon the eager youth, their eyes alight with determination. Since assuming the mantle of Kazekage, he had diligently led his village through countless battles. Yet the last confrontation had ended in defeat for the sand. The Hidden Leaf had unveiled a plethora of renowned warriors, such as White Fang, the formidable Kato Dan, and the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, alongside his former comrade, Danzo Shimura. Even the Hokage's 3 disciples had emerged as formidable forces, earning the title of the legendary 3 ninjas after their clash with the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Meanwhile, the sand could only rely on himself and a few elders like Chio and Ice. He harbored hopes that some of these children would rise as champions, feeling the weight of expectation upon his shoulders. As the Kazekage departed, the fervent atmosphere gradually subsided. The parents escorting their children dispersed, while the teachers guided the students into the academy. At that moment, Little Bug and Rockfire finally spotted Ant. You made it. We haven't seen you around lately. Little Bug exclaimed, his lively spirit evident. Things have been a bit complicated at home recently. I've been focusing on honing my abilities, Ant replied, choosing not to divulge the loss of his parents. Rockfire, a man of few words, remained silent as the group followed their teacher into the school, settling into the last row of the classroom together. What is that you're carrying on your back? And what is that on your wrist? It looks so rigid. Little Bug inquired, glancing at Ant's attire as they sat down. Just as Ant was about to explain, an elderly ninja clad in a Chunin vest ascended the podium. It seemed he would be their instructor. Thus commenced their journey into the life of the academy. Chapter 6, Classmates and New Friends. Cough. Dear students, please settle down. I am your homeroom teacher during your time at the Ninja Academy, and my name is Chiesha. Over the next year, or perhaps even several years, I shall impart to you the entirety of my combat experience and the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life. First, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves. The CHNIN at the podium announced, stepping down to beckon the students to the stage for their self-introductions. The first to rise from the front row was a chubby boy. His face flushing crimson as he realized he would have to introduce himself in front of so many people, feeling a twinge of nervousness. However, he had no choice but to step up, being seated in the foremost position. My name is Mizuhara-tan. My dream is to see Sunagakure flourish with more greenery and water sources, enhancing its strength. Although he appeared somewhat portly, his movements belied a surprising agility. My name is Sarayu. I aspire to become a medical ninja and contribute to the strength of Sunagakure. One by one, the students introduced themselves. Whether they wished to become medical ninjas, powerful jutsu practitioners, scouts, or puppeteers, they all shared a common goal, to strengthen Sunagakure. In that moment, there was a palpable sense of unity, and I too felt compelled to strive for the prosperity of our village. Before long, only 3 students remained who had yet to introduce themselves. At the podium stood a slender boy. I am Reefing, and I dream of becoming a powerful figure akin to the Kazekage. His introduction was brief. As soon as Reefing finished, a boy named Xiaochong dashed up to the podium, eager to begin his introduction. My name is Xiaochong. My favorite food is the fragrant melons from the eastern desert, as well as the sand snake eggs from the western region, and from the northern desert, the southern desert. My favorite pastime is playing soccer with friends and practicing ninjutsu. I dislike, and I hope to make friends with everyone and become a strong ninja who roams far and wide. The entire class stared at Xiaochong in disbelief. His introduction was longer than all the previous ones combined. Next, Shihua took the stage. The others had noted that I, Xiaochong, and Shihua often chatted and laughed together, fearing another loquacious introduction like Xiaochong's would delay the class. Thankfully, the situation did not unfold as they had imagined. Shihua stepped up and simply stated, I am Shihua, before promptly descending from the podium. It was concise and devoid of any superfluous words. I squinted in astonishment. That was extraordinarily swift. I was still pondering what to say when I approached the podium. I am he. Just as I was about to continue, a knocking sound echoed from the door, instantly redirecting everyone's gaze toward the entrance. I too glanced over to see who had interrupted my introduction. At the door stood an elderly lady, someone I had previously encountered with my parents. She was one of the most formidable puppeteers in Sunagakure, greatly admired by my family. As I contemplated her unexpected arrival, I suddenly noticed a young boy with striking red hair peeking out from behind her, appearing to be about my age. Chiyo-sama, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Shinsha, as my teacher, recognized the elder and quickly approached her, for in any realm, the powerful are eternally deserving of respect. Ah, Shinsha, this is my grandson Xie. I wish for him to join the academy and learn from you, if that is permissible. She replied, of course. It just so happens that the students have not yet completed their introductions. I believe your grandson is undoubtedly a prodigy. However, I must admit, my teaching abilities pale in comparison to yours. This child is rather solitary. I hope to encourage him to make more friends, Chiyo said with a gentle smile. In the previous conflict, Xie, much like me, had lost his parents. Yet, Chiyo, fearing the emotional toll this loss would impose on him, chose to keep it concealed. In an effort to redirect his focus, she had guided him in the art of puppetry, but she soon discovered that this only deepened his isolation. As if he had uncovered the truth. With her extensive experience as a ninja, Chiyo understood the dangers of Xie's situation and sought to prevent him from straying down a dark path, hoping that interacting with peers would provide him some solace. Thus, after my introduction, another student stepped forward. As Xie approached the podium, our eyes met. I recognized that look in his gaze. It was reminiscent of my own when I had just learned of my parents' passing, overwhelmed by sorrow. Perhaps it was destined for Xie and me to become friends, for he too sensed a kinship in our shared grief. Chapter 7. The first encounter with Scorpion after a brief self-introduction. Scorpion settled into the corner of the last row of the classroom, precisely in the seat beside Ant. What is your name? I arrived late and missed your introduction. Ant heard a faint voice emanate from beside him as he listened to the teacher at the podium discussing the school's circumstances. Ant recognized that the voice belonged to the boy named Scorpion, the last to join the class. Turning to face Scorpion, Ant earnestly declared, I am called Ant. My aspiration is to become a formidable puppet master, to carry on the legacy of my deceased parents, and to make the hidden sand village prosperous, flourishing with its own verdant landscapes. Ant conveyed the self-introduction he had not completed earlier with a tone that was both solemn and resolute. Upon hearing Ant's words, Scorpion's eyes widened, not out of disbelief in Ant's ambition, nor from perceiving him as overly idealistic, but rather due to the mention of inheriting his parents' legacy. Scorpion felt a kinship with Ant, for they both shared the same plight and were destined to be puppet masters. Although Chiyo had believed she concealed it well, Scorpion had already gleaned the truth about the death of Ant's parents through the nuances of life. When he first learned of this devastating news, it felt as though his entire world had shattered, and he yearned to piece together the fragments of that broken reality. Perhaps it was the innate human instinct to seek solace in companionship. Scorpion felt an urge to draw closer to Ant. My name is Scorpion. My wish is for my parents to return soon, so that we may be together forever, he reflected, before reintroducing himself to Ant after much contemplation. Although he had already presented himself at the podium, He felt compelled to elaborate further in response to Ant's introduction. "Ah, the one who brought you here was Elder Chio, wasn't it?" Ant inquired. "Indeed, she is my grandmother," Scorpion replied. "Oh, she is one of the strongest puppet masters in the Hidden Sand Village. It seems your puppet skills are quite impressive, Scorpion. I hope we can progress together in the future," Ant remarked, extending his hand in friendship. Seeing Ant's gesture, Scorpion promptly reached out to grasp Ant's hand. Thus began the bond between the two prodigious puppet masters of the Hidden Sand Village. They felt an immediate sense of camaraderie, engaging in conversation that ranged from their dreams to what they had for breakfast, albeit in hushed tones due to the ongoing class. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the teacher, Yamashita, announced, "Students, you have 15 minutes for recess. Our next class will be held at the training ground, so please do not be late." With the teacher's departure, the first to speak was the most distinctive student from the self-introduction session, Little Bug. "Ant, shall we go play?" Little Bug suggested. "Little Bug, Shirhua, these are my newly acquainted friends, Scorpion. Scorpion, meet my two good friends, Shirhua and Little Bug, and introduce them to one another." "Since when did you become such good friends, Ant?" Little Bug exclaimed, while Shirhua nodded in greeting to Scorpion. "We hit it off during class just now," Ant replied. After a brief exchange, they made their way to the training ground, where only a few classmates had gathered. "Hey, Shirhua, what do you think we will learn in the next class?" Little Bug asked the usually quiet Shirhua. Shirhua surveyed the surroundings and replied, "From what I see, there is a running track, so we might be tested on our speed and endurance. Over there are targets, which suggests we may also have a throwing test with ninja tools. What do you think, Ant?" "Indeed, Shirhua, your powers of observation are commendable. I believe that is precisely the case. They want to assess our abilities. Performing well could attract the attention of our teachers and the village, smoothing our path to becoming stronger in the future," Ant responded. As they conversed, more classmates arrived at the training ground, gathering in groups. Chapter 8. The teacher's test. As the class time approached, the teacher, Qiansha, arrived punctually. "Dear students, today I shall assess your physical stamina and proficiency in shuriken throwing. I implore each of you to give your utmost effort. Oh, and by the way, your performance in this test will directly influence my evaluation of you, which in turn will affect your graduation timeline," Qiansha announced to the assembly. At the Hidden Sand Academy, students typically must complete 6 years of ninja training to graduate. However, those wishing to graduate early must demonstrate to the teacher that they possess the skills of a lower ninja, necessitating a performance evaluation. The teacher's recognition is paramount in this process. "Do you think what the teacher said is true? He seems so serious," whispered Xiaochong to Yi. "Most of us are just starting school and are quite young. How much difference could there be? Our future growth is what truly matters. Nevertheless, even if the teacher's words are mere exaggeration, I shall strive to see where I stand among my peers. I refuse to be outdone by anyone," Yi replied resolutely. Although Yi's voice was soft, it resonated among the surrounding students, and none are born to embrace defeat. A spirit of determination ignited within them all. Without further delay, Qiansha led the students to the starting line of the track. "Students, the first test will be a running race. Upon my signal, you will all run 10 laps around the field, with a time limit of 15 minutes, Qiansha instructed. Upon hearing this, a few students gasped in disbelief. The track measured 500 meters per lap, totaling 5,000 meters, with a time constraint that demanded not only endurance, but also speed. It is worth noting that these students were merely 5 years old. "Ready, 3, 2, 1, go." Without regard for the murmurs of the students below, Qiansha issued the command to commence. The students, abandoning their discussions, surged forward. Some immediately unleashed their maximum speed, and Xiaochong was among them. He had been training rigorously for the past fortnight and had grasped the technique of maintaining pace through controlled breathing, understanding that sudden acceleration could disrupt his rhythm. Thus, he positioned himself in the middle of the pack, keenly observing his classmates. Many had pushed themselves to the forefront, displaying the benefit of their upbringing as children of ninjas. In the mid-pack alongside Yi were Shihua and Shui Yuan, the latter having introduced himself first. Shui Yuan indeed exhibited commendable speed. At the rear, a few girls, including Yi's newly acquainted friend, Xia, appeared to lack physical conditioning. As the students completed the first and second laps, the majority of the leading group began to slow down, merging with the second tier, while the third tier lagged further behind. By the fifth lap, Yi and his companions had caught up with the frontrunners, who were now visibly fatigued. Meanwhile, Qiansha stood to the side, diligently recording observations. Lai Feng, Xiaochong, impulsive yet physically capable. Yi, Shui Yuan, Shihua, possessing good stamina and a composed demeanor. Shaili and Wei Chen, impulsive with average endurance. These assessments pertained to the students who had fallen behind in the leading group. However, the test was not yet concluded. These notes reflected only the observations made thus far. As Yi and his peers matched the pace of the leading group, it became evident that the earlier surge had taken a toll on their stamina. By the sixth and seventh laps, the initial frontrunners were gasping for breath, sweat streaming down their foreheads, while Yi and his companions maintained steady breathing, suggesting they had cultivated a habit of regular exercise. By the ninth lap, He and his friends began to feel their legs growing weary. Xiaochong and his companions had started to lag behind, and he could hear their labored breathing. Just ahead, he spotted Xie and a few others who were running at a slower pace. When he crossed the finish line, he noticed Xiyuan's face flushed red, clearly from exertion. Yet not a single bead of sweat adorned his brow. This struck Yi as peculiar, for the others were drenched in perspiration. He quickly glanced at the timer. Less than a minute remained until the 15-minute mark. With a collective sigh of relief, they concluded that they had successfully passed this rigorous test. Chapter 9. The teacher's test. Before long, several of the young insects had finished their run and immediately sought refuge in the shade, collapsing on the ground while gasping for breath. At this point, only a few individuals who had initially led the pack but had fallen behind, along with those struggling at the back, remained on the field. Scorpion felt as though his lungs were no longer functioning. A burning sensation engulfed his chest. He considered stopping, but recalling the words spoken by Ant before the start, he summoned the last bit of energy and pressed on. A sharp whistle pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Time was up. Teacher Qiansha held the whistle and announced, "Everyone, stand up. We will now proceed to the test of throwing ninja tools." The students, momentarily bewildered, were left contemplating their next course of action. Those who had not yet finished pondered whether to continue running or to participate in the upcoming test, while those who had just completed the run were fatigued and anxious about their ability to perform without rest. Among the crowd of those still running, Scorpion felt a sense of confusion. However, remembering his earlier resolve to persevere, he disregarded what others were doing, whether to continue running or to join the throwing test, and continued onward. Yes, he was merely walking now. His energy had been depleted to its limit, and after that brief pause, he could no longer muster any speed, only the will to move forward. Seeing someone lead the way, others begrudgingly followed suit, albeit at a greatly reduced pace. Ant and his companions trailed the teacher to a corner of the field where targets were set up. They soon noticed that others had resumed running, some expressionless while others wore mocking smiles. Ant felt a twinge of doubt. The time had clearly elapsed, so why had the teacher not given a definitive instruction? Then he recalled the words of Wind Shadow before school began. The essence of the sand village is resilience. Whether faced with scorching sun or sandstorms, they do not retreat, but strive to overcome. With this thought in mind, Ant glanced towards teacher Qiansha, who was observing the field with a subtle smile. As if sensing Ant's gaze, Qiansha concealed his barely perceptible smile and exchanged a brief nod with Ant before shifting his attention elsewhere. When I call your name, step forward to throw kunai at the target 10 meters away. Each of you will throw 10 kunai, and I will record your scores, Qiansha declared. Unfazed by the students' fatigue, Little Insect, noticing that many were still running, including their new friend Scorpion, was about to inquire about their plans. However, Stonefire halted him. Having understood the teacher's intent and having witnessed the silent exchange between Ant and Qiansha, he quietly explained to Little Insect, who then refrained from further questioning. Shueyuan Tun, you go first. As expected, Shueyuan Tun, seated at the front, was called upon first. His complexion had regained some color as he approached the designated spot. With steady composure, he released his kunai one after another, demonstrating a lack of flamboyant movements or techniques, ultimately hitting the bullseye 9 times. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. For most, hitting even half the targets during practice was commendable, let alone after completing a grueling 5,000 meters when their energy was drained. Ant was equally surprised, realizing Shueyuan Tun must have undergone extensive training in kunai throwing at home. One by one, students stepped forward to throw, and indeed, their concerns were not unfounded. Most could manage only around 3 hits, with some failing to hit the target even once. The lack of strength rendered their kunai unable to reach the target. Faces turned pale with distress, and the subsequent participants were filled with trepidation, which only compounded their struggles. Next was Lai Wind. Qiansha stated impassively, and observed Lai Wind, who had also been among the first to finish alongside Little Insect. He was curious to see Lai Wind's expression. Lai Wind approached with an air of calm, a confident smile gracing his face. Oh, it seems Lai Wind is not to be underestimated, Ant mused. Chapter 10. The Teacher's Test, Part 2. At this moment, the remaining students who had not completed their run in time gradually arrived at the throwing test venue. Fierce Wind stepped forward to receive 10 shurikens from the teacher. With a swift motion, he deftly balanced all 10 shurikens between his fingers, prompting the onlookers to anticipate his intentions. Suddenly, he swung his hands, casting the shurikens towards the target with remarkable speed, creating a fleeting shimmer in the air. A rapid succession of sounds echoed. 10 distinct clinks resonated as the shurikens struck the target, capturing everyone's attention. To their astonishment, all 10 shurikens found their mark, each landing squarely in the bullseye. The precision and skill displayed by Fierce Wind left his peers in awe. Ant, observing this extraordinary display, recognized that surpassing Fierce Wind would require a clever strategy. Subsequently, Xiaochong and Shihua took their turns. Although both managed to hit 9 targets, their performance paled in comparison to that of Fierce Wind, failing to elicit gasps of admiration from their classmates. Xiaochong felt overshadowed by Fierce Wind, his expression betraying his displeasure. Noticing this, Ant resolved to reclaim the spotlight. Approaching the target, Ant seized a handful of shurikens and tossed them into the air. As they descended, he deftly waved his hand, sending each shuriken flying towards the target. Xiao Chong perked up, eager to witness Ant's performance, but soon realized it lacked the flair of fierce wind and Appo's display, leaving him somewhat disheartened. A solitary sound echoed. A single shuriken struck the target. What? Only one hit? This can end Appo's. TB right, Xiao Chong mused, glancing up at the target. To his astonishment, all 10 shurikens were embedded above the bullseye. Their tips clustered tightly together in a remarkable formation. A few students nearby also noted this astonishing sight. It was clear that such close proximity was improbable without some form of collision occurring upon impact. Xiao Chong rushed forward, inquiring of Ant how he achieved such a feat. Ant simply wiggled his index finger, discreetly indicating the object wrapped in bandages behind him. Xiao Chong recalled Ant's previous mention of studying puppet techniques and understood that Ant had employed such methods. He refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, most spectators remained oblivious to what had transpired, except for a select few. Among them, Qiansha, standing at the forefront with a notebook, had a glimmer of realization. Despite being merely a chunin, his extensive experience and longevity among ninjas lent him insight into the recent events. He noted in his notebook, reflecting on the earlier scene where Ant had drawn the attention of the crowd. As the shurikens reached a certain height, Ant utilized his chakra threads to connect them, releasing them one by one. Once airborne, he bound their tips together with chakra threads, ensuring their remarkable precision. Ah, such competitiveness and cunning, he mused, appreciating Ant's ability to conceal his hand movements from view. Without knowledge of puppet techniques or sensitivity to chakra, one might easily question their own perception. Fierce Wind, feeling disgruntled, realized his moment of glory was eclipsed by Ant's prowess. Among the crowd, a few latecomers had just completed their run, and one of them, Scorpion, had discerned Ant's secret. Having previously studied puppet techniques at home, Scorpion was highly attuned to chakra and had sensed its presence during Ant and Appo's display. With Ant and Appo's ambition to become a puppeteer in mind, Scorpion grasped the situation. With only a few students left to test, their exhaustion was evident after struggling to complete the 5,000-meter run. Qiansha treated them all equally, allowing each to step forward for their turn. Unfortunately, many who had previously performed better were now too fatigued to throw effectively, resulting in a series of misses. A few who had previously hit 1 or 2 targets seemed to regain their confidence. Finally, the last student to test was Scorpion, who also felt utterly drained. With his legs barely supporting him, he feared he might not hit a single target. However, inspired by Ant and Appo's earlier actions, he resolved to employ a similar strategy. As the final tester, all eyes were upon him, with many expecting him to falter like the others, and some even prepared to mock his efforts. Scorpion grasped a shuriken, unable to muster the strength to throw all 10 simultaneously. Instead, he launched them one at a time. His hands appeared weak, and the shurikens flew slowly, seemingly on the verge of falling. Yet, against expectations, each found its mark, all 10 striking the target flawlessly. Despite the earlier brilliance of Fierce Wind and Ant, the crowd was astonished by Scorpion's unexpected success. Ant, standing nearby, couldn't sense the chakra threads, but he recognized Scorpion's method mirrored his own. This too did not escape Qiansha's keen observation, as he jotted down notes in his notebook with renewed vigor. As the class bell rang, signaling the end of the session, students began to disperse in groups, their conversations dominated by the day's testing, with the names Fierce Wind, Ant, and Scorpion echoing most frequently among them. Chapter 11. The commencement of ninja school life. As the students dispersed in groups, Qiansha made his way to the office, clutching his notebook to document the observations he had made during the class. His initial words were not entirely fabricated, having served as a teacher for several years. He diligently recorded the various competencies of each student, assessing who met the criteria to advance to the rank of a lower ninja. This evaluation encompassed not only physical strength and combat prowess, but also the determination and speed of progression. He would only endorse a graduation application when he deemed a student worthy. He felt a profound responsibility for each student poised to enter the battlefield. Once a ninja stepped beyond the village, they were ever at risk of conflict, where sacrifice was a looming possibility. Qiansha hoped fervently that his students would survive and thrive. As he jotted down notes, Qiansha reflected on the day's assessments. This cohort of students was remarkably talented, though some lacked sufficient physical training. None opted to forego the testing challenges. Even in the face of inevitable failure, as demonstrated with the throwing of kunai, they chose to participate, undeterred by potential ridicule. Among them, Lai Wind and Ant displayed commendable stamina and throwing skills, while Shihua and Xiaochong also performed admirably. The clever young Scorpion, still new to the school, represented the promising future of Shine. After completing his notes, Qiansha poured himself a cup of tea and gazed out the window, observing the children at play in the shade, hoping this moment of tranquility would endure. Meanwhile, Ant, Scorpion, Xiaochong, and Shihua shared a meal together. Xiaochong quickly finished his portion and launched into an animated monologue about how swiftly he had run earlier, how Ant had outshone Lai Wind, and even mentioned Shirhua's flushed face after completing his run. As the group conversed after their meal, Xiaochong inquired about a peculiar object Ant had been carrying on his back. Ant, revealing the puppet he had been transporting, unwrapped the bandages to unveil its true form, a puppet strikingly resembling him in stature and features. Xiaochong, intrigued, compared the puppet to Ant, noting the uncanny resemblance. This was a gift from my parents for my 5th birthday, and spoke somberly, unaware of the weight behind Ant and Appo's words. Xiaochong continued, it looks wonderful. So, you had been using puppet techniques all along. By the way, did your parents come to see you this morning? It has been ages since I last saw your uncle and aunt. Upon noticing the silence that followed his remarks, Xiaochong shifted his gaze from the puppet shadow to see tears glistening in Ant's eyes. They had lost loved ones in the fierce battles fought for the village. Oh, I'm sorry, Ant. I didn't know. Xiaochong quickly apologized. There's no need for apologies. The past is behind us. I can't afford to dwell in sorrow. What I must do now is to carry my parents' dreams forward, Ant replied resolutely. As he spoke, Ant utilized chakra threads to animate the puppet, its movements awkward and stiff, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps. This comical sight lightened the atmosphere among the group. This puppet is exquisitely crafted. The one who made it truly cared for you, Ant, Scorpion remarked as he observed the puppet closely. Indeed, with this companion, I do not feel alone. I will grow stronger alongside it, Ant affirmed, returning to his practice of controlling the puppet. Watching Ant with focused determination, Scorpion found himself yearning for a puppet of his own. In the afternoon, the students of the class embarked on what would be their inaugural lesson. This session was dedicated to chakra, the very essence that distinguished ninjas from others. Chapter 12. The conclusion of ninja school life. The experience of attending ninja school has been both fulfilling and tranquil. In the blink of an eye, Ant has spent a year at the academy, and his birthday has once again arrived. The instructor, Qiansha, is a dedicated teacher who provides thoughtful guidance on various challenges faced by the students, generously imparting his wealth of knowledge and experiences from his own ninja career. He shares invaluable insights into the fundamental principles of ninjutsu, intriguing tales from the ninja world, legends of renowned ninjas from various villages, essential precautions for missions, rudimentary trap setting, tracking, and counter-tracking, among other topics. From the moment Ant began learning the art of puppetry, he clearly defined his ambitions. His dedication to learning is remarkable. He meticulously records everything Qiansha teaches and reviews his notes daily, having now mastered most of the material. He diligently adheres to his training regimen, which includes running before school and practicing chakra control techniques by scaling the village's outer walls after classes, as instructed by Shalu. This method proves particularly challenging, as the rocky walls of Shine are weathered by sandstorms, leaving a fine layer of sand on the surface. Consequently, when attempting to adhere to the sandy portions with chakra, the sand often detaches, undermining the effectiveness of his grip. Despite a year of relentless practice, he still struggles to move as if on level ground. Nevertheless, his efforts have significantly enhanced his chakra control, resulting in greater agility and finesse. The strings of his puppets have finally reached the standard of normalcy, no longer resembling mere ropes. His control over the puppets has become increasingly refined, and his dexterity has improved remarkably. While Ant studies at school, he dedicates his evenings to learning the foundational aspects of puppetry and mechanisms from the scrolls provided by Shalu. Fortunately, as the village has recently emerged from war, Shalu is not often dispatched on missions and spends most of his time in the village. Ant frequently visits Shalu's home to seek guidance on puppet-making techniques and to discuss the challenges he encounters. This fortunate arrangement allows Ant to step into the realm of puppetry, during which he also begins to modify his shadow puppet. During this period, his classmates have made rapid advancements, successfully refining their chakra and commencing the study of their family's ninjutsu. Over the course of the year, their abilities have seen explosive growth. Among them, Lifeng stands out as the fastest, wielding wind release with remarkable precision, while Shueyuan Tun boasts exceptional strength and endurance, seemingly impervious to perspiration. Shihua and Xiaochong, though not as swift as Lifeng or as resilient as Shueyuan Tun, have developed a more balanced skill set. As for Xie, he and Ant have not only become good friends over the year, but also formidable rivals. Perhaps it is because they are the only two puppeteers in the class that their rivalry fosters mutual growth. When Ant enhances the binding capabilities of his shadow puppet, Xie draws inspiration from this to create a more effective puppet, the Black Ant. Similarly, when Xie constructs an offensive puppet, the Crow, Ant incorporates various attack mechanisms into his shadow puppet. The two often engage in friendly sparring, with Ant's combined use of binding and offensive capabilities allowing him to defeat any of Xie's puppets. However, Xie soon demonstrates the ability to control two puppets simultaneously. In the ninja world, the number of puppets a puppeteer can command is often used to evaluate their prowess. After Ant learns to manipulate two puppets at once, his subsequent battles with Xie see him winning less frequently. Seeking to improve, Ant consults Xie for techniques to control even more puppets as the most skilled puppeteer in Shine. Xie's grandmother Chio has achieved the remarkable feat of controlling one puppet with a single finger. Therefore, Xie's insights should be the most accurate. Ant learns that the key to mastering this skill lies in multitasking, though Xia has only managed to control 2 puppets thus far. It must be noted that Ant possesses a certain innate talent for puppetry. After a period of practice, he too masters the ability to control 2 puppets. However, Ant remains uncertain about the whereabouts of his parents' inheritance. The village's relief funds, after covering his basic needs, leave him with a meager sum following the modifications to his shadow puppet, insufficient for crafting a new puppet. Ant believes that the quality of a puppet should outweigh quantity. He aspires to create his next puppet himself, akin to Xie, yet he has yet to decide on its design. With his dwindling funds, he enhances his gauntlets, augmenting their strength and enabling them to perform various tricks under his command. At this juncture, Ant feels he has grasped the essentials taught at school. And to further his development, he recognizes 2 paths: to acquire more funds for crafting a new puppet or to undertake missions that would provide genuine combat experience. Honing his skills in real battles, as the school's competitions feel merely like child's play. As his birthday arrives, Ant has no inclination to celebrate. The previous birthday was a significant blow to him. That day, after school, he chats with a few friends as usual. Xia excitedly informs Ant that he has created 2 special puppets and invites him to his home to see them in a couple of days. Ant, preoccupied with his own thoughts, does not respond. Yet Xia, brimming with enthusiasm, continues to chatter on. Perhaps these 2 puppets hold special significance. As several classmates depart for home, Ant chooses to linger at school, making his way alone to Qinsha's office. Chapter 13. Application for early graduation. At this moment, Qinsha was in his office, diligently recording something. The children had matured rapidly, and most had already attained the strength of a genin. It seemed that soon, some would be departing from the school. Young eagles must learn to soar on their own to truly grow, and this batch of students possessed remarkable talent. I hope they can truly become capable individuals, supporting the future of the Sand Village. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, Qinsha responded. The door opened to reveal a small boy with dark eyes and hair, his student, the young boy named Ant. Since the first test, he had consistently ranked at the top, demonstrating the potential to compete with Chiyo's grandson in the art of puppetry, fostering mutual growth. Qinsha longed to characterize him as a genius. Yet he understood the value of Ant's hard work. It was his duty to know each student, and he had observed Ant's unwavering practice throughout the year. The formidable perseverance had forged his current strength. To deem him a genius would undermine his efforts. Qinsha believed that such tenacity was far more significant than mere talent. Oh, it's you, Ant. I can't believe it's already been a year since I began teaching you. Is there anything you need assistance with? Please, speak freely, Qinsha inquired. Teacher, I wish to apply for graduation, Ant replied respectfully. Throughout the year, Qinsha had imparted all his knowledge to Ant without reservation, including his methods for sensing chakra. Ant felt immense gratitude towards him. Ant, why do you wish to graduate so soon? You are still young. It is always beneficial to learn more. After graduation, you will be tasked with missions outside the village. I understand your desire to grow stronger, but only by living can your strength hold meaning. Teacher, I have made my decision. I have learned nearly everything I can at school. I possess my dreams and convictions. To achieve them, I must seize the time to refine myself. Please believe that I am capable of becoming a genin, Ant declared resolutely. Qinsha lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the child before him. In Ant's dark pupils shone a determination that indicated he had thoroughly contemplated his choice. Very well, Ant. I recognize your strong will. I will report your situation to the village and assist you in applying for the graduation test. Thank you, teacher. I will be practicing at the training grounds on the west side of the village until 8 o'clock tonight. I appreciate your guidance over this past year. With that, Ant bowed deeply to Qinsha. The credit lies with your diligence. You may go now. I will seek you out once I have news, Qinsha replied. Ant exited Qinsha's office and took a stroll around the school, contemplating his imminent departure. Upon reaching the school gate, he glanced back one last time before resolutely striding forward. This was not the end of his journey. After Ant's departure, Qinsha picked up a document from his desk that detailed Ant's performance over the past year and his evaluations of the boy. He left the office, heading towards the heart of the Sand Village, the political center and the abode of its strongest ninja. Qinsha was scrutinized by several guards along the way before arriving at the door of the Kazakage's office. Inside, the third Kazakage was diligently reviewing various village affairs. Since taking on the role, he had worked tirelessly, upholding the will of his predecessors to strengthen the Sand Village, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. The Kazakage meticulously examined every detail, acutely aware of the immense pressure stemming from the previous Ninja World War. Other villages, particularly the younger generation of Konoha, were brimming with talent. In contrast, the Sand Village relied solely on himself and a few old-timers for support. The implications of his untimely demise were dire. He had previously identified a promising young talent from the Sabaka family, hoping the village would see the emergence of more individuals like him, alleviating concerns for the future of the Sand Village. Just then, Qinsha arrived at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, the third Kazakage said, momentarily setting aside his work to look towards the entrance. Chapter 14. The attention of the Wind Shadow. Lord Wind Shadow, Qinsha said, stepping forward with utmost respect. Oh, Qinsha, what news do you bring from the school? Nothing significant, Lord Wind Shadow. A student has applied for graduation, and I have come to report this to you. I recall that the student you mentored has been enrolled for less than a year. Who is it that seeks to graduate so swiftly? What is your assessment of him? The Wind Shadow inquired. His name is Ant, and I have documented information regarding him during his time at school. As Qiansha spoke, he produced the prepared documents and placed them on the Wind Shadow's desk. The third Wind Shadow perused the several pages of information. Ant, aged 6, possesses remarkable physical strength and excels in puppet techniques. His father, Spring Rain, and mother, Bud, were both members of the former Puppet Master Corps, having sacrificed their lives during the last Great War to protect their comrades. Throughout the past year at school, he has demonstrated diligence and a thirst for knowledge. In conclusion, he is resolute, studious, and possesses extraordinary perseverance. He has already attained the prowess to become a genin. As his homeroom teacher, Qiansha has requested permission for him to undertake the graduation examination. The documentation was extensive, with Qiansha meticulously recording Ant's performance during his studies. As was the case with other students, the Wind Shadow read everything attentively, knowing that Qiansha was the most diligent and meticulous teacher among the current staff. Since Qiansha endorsed Ant's capabilities, there could be no doubt regarding his potential. Ant is indeed a talent worthy of cultivation, with both parents being elite ninjas of the village, making him a figure of trust. Furthermore, Qiansha's remarks on Ant's resolute will and extraordinary perseverance resonated deeply with the Wind Shadow. As the strongest in Sunagakure, he understood that in the pursuit of strength, willpower and perseverance often outweigh innate talent. I grant your request. The examination will take place tomorrow. I shall arrange for 2 genin to test him, and I will be present as well. Qiansha was somewhat taken aback, for typically, graduation applications require only a match against a single genin. A satisfactory performance would suffice for graduation. The Wind Shadow's decision to have Ant contend with 2 opponents was a considerable challenge, and the mere physical exertion would be daunting for someone of Ant's level. Moreover, the fact that the Wind Shadow himself would attend was surprising. Since the conclusion of the last war, he had seldom left his office, focusing instead on the swift recovery of Sunagakure from its previous setbacks. His intent to observe Ant's graduation test suggested a particular admiration for the young boy. Yes, understood. Lord Wind Shadow. The test will proceed as scheduled tomorrow at 9 in the underground arena of the school, where we typically practice combat. After confirming with the Wind Shadow, Qiansha departed the office and headed straight towards the training grounds mentioned by Ant. In truth, Qiansha had overthought the situation. The third Wind Shadow was merely fatigued and felt a stirring desire to nurture a few promising young ninjas. Upon receiving Qiansha's report about Ant, he resolved to observe the boy's potential firsthand. It was simply a matter of fortuitous timing. Upon reaching the training ground described by Ant, Qiansha found him skillfully maneuvering his puppets, executing various actions while launching hidden weapons, shuriken, kunai, and senbon, toward the target. Noticing his teacher's arrival, Ant paused his practice. Teacher Qiansha, when does my test begin? Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the underground arena. However, this test differs from the usual format. Instead of facing a single genin, you will engage in a wheel battle against 2 genin. Lord Wind Shadow will also be present to observe your performance. Give it your all tomorrow. You may be considered a key candidate for further cultivation by the Wind Shadow, Qiansha replied with palpable excitement. He held high hopes for Ant, as recognition from the Wind Shadow could lead to more capable guidance from elite ninjas, enhancing his chances of survival and growth. I understand, Teacher Qiansha. I will do my best, Ant responded calmly. After hearing Qiansha's words, he removed the weapons from the target, refilled the puppets with the necessary tools, and resumed his training. Qiansha was taken aback by Ant's composure. It seemed that none of this affected him in the slightest. Unfazed by praise or criticism, he would surely achieve great things. After watching Ant practice for a while longer, Qiansha departed. In truth, Ant was somewhat surprised by the change in the examination format. Facing 2 opponents posed a challenge. Although he was a puppet master who fought through his creations, his adversaries would not be stationary targets. The unique methods of Sunagakure's puppet masters were well understood by their ninjas, who were adept at exploiting the weaknesses of puppet techniques. Enduring fatigue would be a significant concern, and he would need to devise a strategy accordingly. As for the Wind Shadow's impending presence, it held little significance for Ant. He was still at the level of a genin, far removed from the Wind Shadow's stature. He resolved to focus on performing to the best of his abilities. Chapter 15. The test begins. Ant had completed his daily training, collecting his ninja tools, and returning home with his puppet. Upon entering his father's workshop, he carefully placed the puppet on the table, diligently adjusting and replacing its components as needed. After finishing these tasks, the night had already deepened. Ant dressed the puppet in a black hoodie and lay down to sleep on the small bed nearby. Since he had embarked on his journey in puppet manipulation and began modifying his own puppets, he had not returned to his original room for rest. Sleeping here allowed him to dedicate more time to his puppets, and their presence brought him a sense of comfort. The following morning, Ant first completed his daily running routine. He returned home, freshened up, and donned a black hoodie identical to the one he had put on the puppet the previous night. He wore black trousers, secured with leg wraps, and donned a pair of boots. Ant then fitted the black gloves onto the puppet's hands before sitting in front of the mirror, where he took out the face paint he had prepared earlier and began applying it to his face. Disguising the puppet as himself to lure enemies was a common tactic among puppet masters. However, not everyone could create a puppet that perfectly resembled themselves. Therefore, it was customary to paint one's face, usually accentuating the facial features to divert attention from other details, using exaggerated designs to deceive opponents. Ant chose a vibrant purple, as its brightness would facilitate his objective. Once he had finished painting both himself and the puppet, Ant compared their appearances in the mirror. The puppet's features were already modeled after Ant's own design, and with the face paint, it bore a striking resemblance to him. Wrapping the puppet in bandages, Ant set off for school. By this time, most villagers were already busy with their daily activities, some selling goods, while others prepared to embark on missions. Both ninjas and ordinary citizens contributed to the prosperity of the sand-hidden village. After today, Ant would also contribute his efforts. He had never entertained the thought of failing the test. By the time Ant arrived at the testing venue, it was already 8:30. His classmates had gathered. As they were informed by their teacher that instead of the usual classes, they would observe the graduation tests closely. After all, they would eventually have to undergo the same experience. Upon his arrival, familiar faces such as Shihua, Xiaochong, Xia, and Shueyuan Tan approached him. Due to their shared experiences during the initial strength test at the beginning of the school year, Ant had forged a bond with Shueyuan Tan over the past year. As for Xia, their friendship was born from rivalry, having faced off in numerous matches, often with Ant emerging victorious, though Xia remained disgruntled upon discovering Ant's use of puppet techniques. Nonetheless, their camaraderie developed through competition. Ant, what is that on your face? Did you paint it yourself? It looks so cool. Is that a puppet face paint? Xiaochong inquired, bombarding him with questions. Yes, it's the puppet face paint you mentioned, Ant replied. I heard today's test is different from the others. Do you know anything about it? Shueyuan Tan asked, his family having a notable presence in the sand-hidden village, and thus having caught wind of some information. Yes, this time I'll be battling 2 lower-ranked ninjas, and the 3rd Kazekage will be present today. Ant disclosed what he knew. Oh wow, the Kazekage is coming. I haven't seen him since the beginning of the school year. I'm so excited. Xia exclaimed, a fan of the Kazekage. Facing 2 lower-ranked ninjas in a rotation battle, do you have confidence, Ant? Shihua asked, genuinely concerned about Ant's ability to pass the test. I'll only know once I begin fighting, Ant replied. They continued to exchange various topics until the clock struck 9. Suddenly, Ant felt a peculiar gust of wind, which puzzled him since they were underground. He looked up to see 4 or 5 individuals appearing on a high platform beside the arena, with the 3rd Kazekage standing prominently in the center. He's quite punctual, Ant thought. At that moment, Qianxia stepped into the center of the arena to announce the impending start of the test. Ant approached the center of the arena, finally laying eyes on his opponents, 2 boys around 13 years of age. One was heavily bandaged on his arms and legs, with thick fingers and a robust physique, clearly skilled in physical techniques. The other's specialties were less discernible. However, Qianxia, acting as the referee, soon clarified Ant's doubts. This match is Ant's graduation test. His opponents are the physically adept Liahu and the wind-style user Fingma. Ant will need to face both lower-ranked ninjas consecutively, and the decision on whether he passes the test will be made by the Kazekage present today. Which of you will step up first? Qianxia asked, outlining the opponent's strengths and the match rules, providing Ant with invaluable information that deepened his gratitude toward Qianxia. In the world of ninjas, intelligence regarding combat was of utmost importance. Chapter 16. The first opponent. The name suggests a fiery temperament, and he addressed with an air of familiarity, asserting that he would teach the young one a lesson. Do not falter in the depths of defeat. It's fortunate you arrived first. Now I can gauge this boy's abilities, he said. Remain composed. Unperturbed by the fact that his opponent was merely a recent graduate, recognizing the challenge he presented was far from trivial, as observed the established order. He positioned himself in the arena, flanked by and his adversary. The 2 parties formed their respective stances, signaling the commencement of the match, and exchanged stances, and, with a mocking tone, taunted, my dear little brother, I suggest you practice for a few more years before attempting the graduation test. The path of it is not as simple as you might think. Be wary, lest I shatter your puppet toys. When that moment arrives, do not shed tears. Ha ha ha. Believed that the infusion of spirit was paramount in battle. Through his taunts, he sought to intimidate his opponent, instilling fear that would cause hesitation. His brawling style, characterized by bold and sweeping movements, was designed to exploit any opening. However, to his surprise, did not react as he had anticipated. Instead, he merely extended his palm and provocatively curled his fingers, inviting confrontation. In a fit of rage, feeling his tactics had failed and provoked by an Oppo's insolence, growled, bring out your puppet, I shall destroy it. The words escaped his lips as though forced through clenched teeth, merely shook his right index finger in response. With no desire to engage in further banter, charged forward, delivering a swift straight punch, crossed his arms to absorb the blow, retreating 2 steps. As he lifted his gaze, launched an uppercut, which narrowly evaded by stepping back. Seizing the moment as fist rose, countered with a knee strike. True to his reputation for physical prowess, swiftly raised his knee, resulting in a collision that left them both momentarily stunned. Felt a tingling in his knee. Was not a puppet master? How could his knee be nearly as formidable as his own? Yet, there was no time for contemplation as surged forward once more, and they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks. Onlookers, primarily his classmates, were taken aback. They had never witnessed his physical skills to be so commendable, capable of matching the prowess of a renowned for their martial arts. Among the spectators, 4 elders accompanied atop a platform, engaged in idle conversation. One elder, aged and wise, remarked, "This is impressive. His physical techniques rival those of a skilled. Clearly, he has dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet, I thought he was a puppet master." This divided focus is concerning. He praised physical abilities, but subsequently cautioned against his lack of singular dedication, a perilous trait for a ninja. The elder acknowledged that distraction was indeed a flaw, yet pointed out that was employing his puppet techniques in the match. Just as he prepared to counsel to concentrate on one discipline, he was interrupted by the voice of, had it been anyone else, would have expressed skepticism, but the eminent figure in the art of puppetry commanded respect. He turned his gaze to the arena as the other elders listened intently to the exchange. They too recognized the unfolding reality of the battle, scanned the crowd for the reactions of those watching, but the onlookers merely marveled, seemingly oblivious to any underlying issues. In truth, merely wished to ascertain whether her grandson had grasped the situation. She glanced at, only to find him lost in thought, seemingly preoccupied with some deep concern. Chapter 17. The first opponent, defeated at this moment, a notable change finally occurred in the arena. The fierce battles had left the fierce tiger somewhat fatigued, however. He did not perceive any alteration in the breathing of his adversary. Could it be that his opponent was not human? Did he not experience exhaustion? Meanwhile, Ant made a distinct move. Upon noticing the pause of his opponent, he removed the object bound to his back. Was he finally going to deploy his puppet? The fierce tiger immediately focused his attention on Ant's actions, only to be taken aback as Ant did not place the object in front of him, but rather flung it behind him. The fierce tiger and Appo's eyes blazed with indignation. How dare he look down upon me, thinking he could easily defeat me? He felt a deep sense of humiliation. With a thunderous roar, he summoned all his strength for one final strike. He moved, his speed surpassing that of his initial assault, his fist reaching Ant in the blink of an eye. Yet, to his astonishment, he found Ant's hand poised to strike him, a dagger extending from his palm. How could this be? His arm could not possibly be that long. The fierce tiger's mind screamed, yet he hesitated, slowing his speed. In an unexpected turn, Ant closed in. And the fierce tiger never anticipated that his opponent would err at such a critical moment. One hand deflected Ant and Appo's arm while the other aimed a blow at his head. Just as it seemed destined to connect, Ant swiftly turned his head to the left, his neck bending at a right angle. In the eyes of the astonished fierce tiger, Ant had evaded the strike and was now in close proximity. Sensing something amiss, the fierce tiger contemplated using a substitution technique to escape, but it was too late. From Ant's sides, several rib bones emerged, ensnaring the fierce tiger from head to toe, while Ant and Appo's neck elongated and his mouth widened, revealing 1,000 projectiles aimed directly at the fierce tiger's head. The arm that had been deflected earlier now pressed against the fierce tiger's back, with a sharp blade extending from its center. In an instant, the two combatants reached a decisive conclusion. The fierce tiger finally comprehended that the entity he had been battling was not Ant and Appo's physical form, but rather his puppet. No wonder Ant had always engaged him head-on, never exposing his back. His true self lay concealed behind. At that moment, the bandages enveloping the object not far away fell away, revealing Ant within. The referee, Hidden Sand, announced Ant's victory, and both fighters moved to the center to exchange tokens of reconciliation. I did not expect to be outsmarted by you. You are quite impressive, young one. But Wind Demon will not grant you another opportunity to employ the same trick, the fierce tiger remarked. Senior fierce tiger, you are formidable as well. Had it not been for the ruse that concealed my true self, your final strike would undoubtedly have thwarted my puppet before it could shield me. I am not as resilient as my puppet, Ant responded. Ultimately, they shared a village's emblem of reconciliation, leaving no animosity between them. Ant proved to be quite cunning, staying behind his puppet during the first match to exhaust his opponent's stamina, only to deliver a surprise blow at the end. Not only did he conserve his energy, but he also kept his own information concealed. It seemed he had only recently learned of 2 opponents, which was no small feat, one of the elders commented. However, in the upcoming battle, his puppet had been revealed. Such puppet tricks could not be employed a second time. Henceforth, it would be direct confrontation. Allowing one to assess his puppetry skills, Elder Hidden Sand stated. Indeed, puppet mastery transcends mere manipulation of puppets. The most perilous aspect lies within the mechanisms they conceal. The first match was undeniably thrilling. Several elders, initially merely accompanying the 3rd generation to discuss village matters, found themselves intrigued after the first bout. The 3rd Wind Shadow listened intently, saying nothing, yet his gaze remained fixed on the arena. Meanwhile, Elder Chio, somewhat preoccupied, noticed the unusual behavior of Scorpion. During his time at school, Scorpion had finally broken through the previous gloom, gradually becoming more cheerful. Most frequently mentioned in his household was the child named Ant. Today marked Ant's graduation test. Why did he seem so dispirited? Was something amiss? Since learning of the death of his son and daughter-in-law, Elder Chio's heart had been solely focused on this, his only grandson. Observing this oddity, his thoughts strayed far from the competition. At that moment, Ant's second opponent, Wind Demon, had already entered the arena. Chapter 18. The second opponent is before. The match commenced with the formation of a standoff seal. Fingma, having observed Liahu's initial bout, discerned that verbal assaults bore little effect on Yi. Thus, he refrained from uttering a word. The instant the referee declared the start, both combatants swiftly retreated. However, while Yi withdrew, his puppet advanced towards Fengma. From his mouth, he unleashed 3 shurikens directed at Fengma. Unperturbed by the incoming projectiles, Fengma deftly evaded while simultaneously forming hand seals. As the shurikens neared, his ninjutsu was already complete. Wind release, empty sphere. He exhaled a sphere of air that obliterated all 3 shurikens and continued its trajectory towards Yi's puppet. Yi, skillfully maneuvering the puppet, caused it to slide along the ground, evading the air sphere's interference, maintaining its speed towards Fengma. Following the execution of his previous ninjutsu, Fengma did not remain idle. He promptly unleashed another empty sphere. He commanded his shadowy puppet to leap upward, but the sphere struck the ground beneath the puppet. In an instant, as the sphere made contact, it transformed into a whirlwind, ensnaring the leaping puppet and propelling it into the air, rendering it uncontrollable. He hastily attempted to regain command of the puppet, striving to restore control. Fengma seized this opportunity. Recognizing that he was now without the protection of his puppet, he retrieved 5 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and, without hesitation, launched them towards Yi. With no choice but to halt his manipulation of the puppet, he produced a shuriken of his own and hurled it into the air. To his astonishment, the shuriken danced erratically rather than following a linear path, deftly deflecting Fengma's 5 shurikens. Those familiar with puppet masters recognized the situation. He was skillfully controlling the shuriken with puppet strings, reminiscent of his earlier testing throws. At that moment, Fengma unleashed yet another ninjutsu. He, intensely focused on Fengma's movements, sought to discern his next attack. The prior empty sphere had caused Yi significant trouble, and although it had not struck the puppet, it had deprived Yi of control, leaving him akin to a snail without its shell. He needed to evade every attack with utmost caution. Fengma's use of shurikens forced Yi to defend himself, leaving no opportunity to counterattack with his puppet. Seizing the moment, Fengma completed his ninjutsu, Wind Release, Wind Blade Barrage. Upon concluding the hand seals, 3 wind blades formed in front of him, aligned and launched towards Yi. Observing the situation, he surmised that Fengma had made an error. If the 3 wind blades had approached from different angles, it would have been nearly impossible for Yi to maneuver the shuriken to intercept them all. However, with the wind blades in a straight line, he saw a glimmer of hope, albeit one he believed to be unfounded. Controlling the shuriken, he directed it towards the incoming wind blades. Upon collision, the shuriken and wind blades emitted a metallic clang. To Yi's utter astonishment, the first 2 wind blades altered their trajectories, while the third severed the shuriken. Now perilously close to Yi, with no time to draw another shuriken or evade, he raised his right hand, which controlled the shuriken, to shield himself from the impending wind blade. The onlookers gasped, witnessing the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield. From the whirlwind created by Fengma's empty sphere that had sent the shadowy puppet flying, to the wind blade that severed the shuriken. Yi's desperate attempt to block the blade seemed to stretch time itself, though all these events transpired within a mere 10 seconds. In this brief span, Yi's classmates expressed their astonishment, shocked by Fengma's innovative use of the empty sphere, the wind blade's ability to sever the shuriken, and Yi's audacious choice to block the wind blade with his hand. Was he mad, believing his hand stronger than the shuriken? What was he thinking? Is it just me, or is this madness? One wondered aloud. As the murmurs continued, the wind blade collided with Yi's hand. There was no sound of flesh tearing, no blood staining the ground. Instead, a sound akin to the clash of the wind blade and shuriken resonated. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a dark object on Yi's hand, his gauntlet, which he had donned before to conceal the differences between the puppet's hand and his own. After the first match concluded, he had re-equipped it. At that moment, the gauntlet seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, as the connecting part snapped and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, he regained control of his puppet, the shadowy figure. Chapter 19. A fierce battle. Having regained control over the shadow, Ant swiftly commanded it to unleash a relentless barrage of ninja tools upon the wind demon. Shuriken, kunai, and sunbon poured forth from the puppet's mouth, compelling the wind demon to ceaselessly evade, leaving him no opportunity to cast his jutsu. At this moment, the wind demon felt a tinge of frustration. Had he been afforded just one more chance to unleash a technique, he could have vanquished this adversary. He had not anticipated that the puppet would stabilize so quickly under the influence of the whirlwind. Furthermore, he mused on the sheer volume of ninja tools housed within the puppet, From the initial skirmish, it was evident that the puppet possessed close-range control capabilities, necessitating that he avoid close quarters. As the puppet attacked him, preventing him from executing his jutsu, he resolved to confront the puppet master directly and defeat him in hand-to-hand combat, while the puppet remained unable to close in. With years of experience as a genin, he was confident in his physical prowess against Ant. With this determination, the Wind Demon brandished a kunai and charged towards Ant, sensing his intent. Ant, as a puppet master, knew that engaging in close combat was a last resort. He directed the shadow to unleash a multitude of Senbon in the path of the Wind Demon, while the puppet itself advanced, retreating to maintain distance. True to his experience as a seasoned genin, the Wind Demon faced a deluge of ninja tools hurtling toward him but did not falter in his advance. He deftly wielded his kunai, deflecting most of the incoming projectiles. While the frequency of the puppet and Appo's mechanisms may have contributed to some attacks slipping through, the Wind Demon's skill was undeniable. He selectively allowed minor grazes to land, revealing the crucial role of poison as a potent weapon for the puppet master. Unfortunately, Ant lacked such toxins and would not resort to using poison against a comrade from the same village. Though the Wind Demon excelled in wind techniques, his speed was formidable as he rapidly approached Ant's position. Ant recognized that the ranged mechanisms on his puppet would prove ineffective against the Wind Demon, but could at least slow him down. He skillfully maneuvered the puppet to continue distracting the Wind Demon while drawing closer himself. Ant unleashed his utmost speed, grateful for his daily running routine over the past year, even while burdened by the weight of the puppet, which had grown heavier due to his modifications. At this moment, however, his speed lagged just slightly behind that of the Wind Demon, who was steadily closing in. Suddenly, Ant realized that all the ninja tools within his puppet had been exhausted. With the loss of this distraction, the Wind Demon surged forward, entering Ant's attack range. He lunged with his kunai aimed at Ant, who swiftly drew a kunai from his weapon pouch to parry the strike. Undeterred by the failed attempt, the Wind Demon launched a rapid series of attacks. Ant, using one hand to fend off the blows with his kunai while maneuvering the puppet with the other, found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he had mastered the ability to control two puppets simultaneously. Otherwise, he would have been unable to defend and attack concurrently. Nonetheless, the Wind Demon's martial prowess was impressive, and Ant bore several new wounds. In a sudden turn, the Wind Demon halted his assault and retreated swiftly. From the very spot he had occupied, several steel wires sliced through the air, emanating from Ant's puppet, the shadow. Positioned behind Ant, the puppet had launched an unexpected counterattack. Disappointment washed over Ant. Despite his efforts to divert the Wind Demon's focus and endure several blows, his cunning plan had been thwarted. The Wind Demon, too, found himself drenched in sweat, having failed to notice the puppet's approach. Thankfully, he relied on more than just his vision. Had the puppet ensnared him, he would have forfeited the match. The Wind Demon and the Fierce Tiger were tasked with administering Ant's graduation test, which would be recorded as a B-rank mission, complete with the corresponding rewards. Fresh graduates passing the test would be recognized as ninjas, and these fledgling novices were typically easy prey. This was undoubtedly one of the simplest B-rank missions. The Wind Demon and Fierce Tiger had anticipated a straightforward encounter, but were now confronted with unexpected challenges. As the test progressed, Ant had demonstrated his capability to contend with a genin, yet the Wind Demon sensed ulterior motives behind this assessment, particularly with the third Wind Shadow and several elders present. The Wind Demon was keen to avoid becoming a mere stepping stone for others in this setting. He aspired to make a lasting impression, hoping to be favored for further training. Resolutely, he prepared to unveil his final strategies. Chapter 20. The second opponent, defeated at this juncture. The match had progressed for several minutes. During this time, Kazemaru began to unleash a series of ninjutsu techniques. Subsequently, he evaded a barrage of shuriken for several minutes. Before engaging in close combat with Ant, there was not a moment's respite. Now, as the two faced each other, Kazemaru observed Ant regaining control over his puppet, pondering the strategies for the ensuing battle. He still had enough chakra to execute one more jutsu. He needed to neutralize the puppet and deliver a decisive blow. Ant, although he had successfully utilized a diversion with his puppet to shield himself from the fierce assault of the Fire Tiger in the first round, was now drenched in sweat from this brief skirmish. At just 6 years of age, he exhibited exceptional stamina among his peers, yet facing the relentless onslaught of a seasoned genin demanded all his strength. At present, his advantage lay in the puppet returning to his command, effectively making it a 2-on-1 scenario. Although the puppet had lost its ranged capabilities, it could still absorb Kazemaru and Appo's attacks. Moreover, should they engage in close quarters, Kazemaru would find himself confronting foes from two directions, and Ant had retained a few tricks up his sleeve that could ensure his victory. In this momentary standoff, Ant directed the puppet to charge at Kazemaru, following closely behind. The students gathered to witness the match were fully engrossed. This battle promised to be even more thrilling than the last, with ninjutsu and weapons flying in every direction, accompanied by an intense display of physical combat. Both opponents were employing their wits and skills, eager to discover who would emerge victorious. On the elevated platform, the elders engaged in spirited discussions. Whom do you think will win? Elder Shinsha inquired of the group. On the surface, it seems that this boy named Ant has a slight edge, remarked one younger elder. However, Kazamaru has been a genin for over a year. He must possess additional tactics. This young lad, Ant, demonstrates commendable skill in puppet manipulation, capable of controlling one puppet with one hand. Yet, why did he not bring a second puppet? Had he employed two puppets against his foe, the earlier predicament might have been avoided. Furthermore, his weaponry appears quite worn. Otherwise, it would not have been interrupted, commented another elder. Oh, Ant and Appo's parents perished in the last Shinobi World War. He now survives on relief funds. He did not bring a second puppet because he simply does not possess one. I recall that his parents served alongside Elder Chio's son and daughter-in-law, and they all ultimately fell in battle. One elder spoke, glancing towards Elder Chio. Elder Chio remained silent, and the discussion ceased as they returned their attention to the match below. As Ant charged forward with his puppet, Kazamaru retrieved two items from his ninja tool pouch, swiftly tossing one to the ground before retreating. Ant noticed Kazamaru and Appo's action and realized he had thrown a smoke bomb. Thus, he did not slow his advance. Although traps might lie in wait beyond the smoke, the puppet shielded him, and thanks to the sensory chakra technique learned from his teacher, Shinsha, he detected no significant chakra presence beyond the smoke. He was convinced of his safety. The shadow surged through the smoke, and Ant heard a loud bang, akin to something being activated. As Ant dashed past the smoke, the shadow reached Kazamaru, who had backed to the edge of the arena. The shadow extended several bony protrusions, encircling Kazamaru. Could victory be at hand? Ant felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to seize Kazamaru. However, he suddenly found that he could not control the shadow. Kazamaru swiftly maneuvered to the side of the shadow and began forming hand seals, determined to conclude the match with this jutsu. His hands moved with remarkable speed as he resolved to unleash a wide-scale wind release, leaving Ant with no avenue of escape. Yet, Ant and Appo's hand controlling the puppet did not falter. He hurled a kunai towards Kazamaru. Kazamaru and Appo's heart leapt with joy. Knowing his opponent was a puppet master, he had prepared his secret weapon. A puppet and Appo's combat efficacy largely hinges on the puppet itself, and should its joints or mechanisms become obstructed, control would be lost. The device he had deployed was engineered to spray iron sand forward, and it effectively neutralized Ant and Appo's puppet. Ant hastily commanded the puppet to shake off the iron sand, but this required precious time. Kazamaru noticed the approaching kunai, yet he believed his jutsu would be completed before the kunai reached him. He continued to form the final hand seal, determined to claim victory. But just then, several objects flew towards him from behind, instantly ensnaring one of his hands, rendering his fingers immobile. He was so close to completing the last seal, yet he could not do so. Meanwhile, Ant and Appo's kunai had reached Kazamaru, poised perilously at his throat, controlled by the strings of the puppet. Chapter 21. Becoming a djinn in the arena was abuzz with excitement, as the spectators were still savoring the events that had just transpired. Questions lingered in the air. Why had the puppets of Ant suddenly become immobile? What had caused the failure of Wind Demon's jutsu? There was much they yearned to uncover. At that moment, Shinsha stepped forward to announce the conclusion of the match, declaring Ant the victor. If it weren't and Appo's for my oversight. Your little tricks Wooden and Appo's have bested me. Wind Demon remarked to Ant. Luck is also a part of strength. You are formidable. Your jutsu was executed with precision, and your taijutsu surpassed mine by far. Yet, I emerged victorious, Ant replied. After a moment of contemplation, Wind Demon continued. It's not solely luck. Your prowess is commendable. Otherwise, you Wooden and Appo's have made it to the end. You have won this time, but I assure you, I shall not be defeated by you again in the future. Also, do remove your little gadget from my possession. It is quite uncomfortable to wear. In the aftermath of the match, Wind Demon found it difficult to come to terms with the outcome. Upon reflecting on the entire contest, he was compelled to concede that Ant had indeed proven to be quite impressive. He was not one to easily accept defeat. Ant approached Wind Demon, assisting him in removing the small device and adorning it on his own hand. Indeed, the little gadget he had referred to was the gauntlet he had donned after the first match. In truth, the earlier wind blade had not been sufficient to shatter the gauntlet. He had deliberately discarded it, hoping it would serve an unexpected purpose at a critical moment. To his astonishment, it had ultimately contributed to his victory, a stroke of luck indeed. Do you wear this constantly? Doesn't it feel heavy? Wind Demon inquired, astonished as he witnessed Ant place the gauntlet upon his hand. Having worn it for only a brief moment, he found his hands aching. He could hardly fathom the sensation of wearing it for an extended period. This is part of my training. Its intensity can be adjusted. What I just used on you was the maximum strength. By the way, what have you done to my puppet? It still cannot move smoothly, Ant queried, not disclosing that he too had employed the maximum strength while wearing it. He had used sand iron. At that moment, a voice interjected, providing an answer to Ant's question. The two turned to see a cloaked figure wearing a conical hat, upon which was inscribed a single character, Wind. This individual was the third Kazekage. Other elders followed closely behind him. Ant and Wind Demon hurriedly bowed before the third Kazekage. Lord Kazekage. The Kazekage extended his hand toward the shadow, and without any visible motion, a multitude of fine particles surged forth from its crevices, coalescing in his palm. Act with deliberation. And you both have performed admirably in this regard. The match was exhilarating. Here, take this, the third Kazekage said, forming the symbol of Sunagakure with the iron sand he had gathered and presenting it to Wind Demon. Lord Kazekage, my name is Wind Demon, Wind Demon replied eagerly, accepting the token with palpable excitement. You fought splendidly. Wind Demon, I shall remember your name. Ant, your performance was commendable. I recognize your potential as a genin. Take this. He continued, handing Ant a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Sunagakure. Ant solemnly accepted the protector and donned it upon his brow. You are the future of Sunagakure. Strive onward. With that, the Kazekage departed alongside the other elders, leaving the examination arena. For the elders, this contest was merely a trivial diversion in the tapestry of their lives. Though captivating, it was simply a childish play among genin. Wind Demon and Ant exchanged a bond of friendship, vowing to compete together again when the opportunity arose. Both felt a surge of exhilaration. Wind Demon had received the Kazekage's praise, while Ant had successfully passed the assessment. Wind Demon sought out, showcasing the emblem of Sunagakure bestowed upon him by the Kazekage. They greeted Ant before departing to the mission reception area to submit their tasks. Meanwhile, Ant's classmates and friends gathered around him. Congratulations, Ant. You are now a genin. Qiansha exclaimed, approaching Ant's side. Chapter 22. The Path of the Ninja begins. Thank you, Master Qiansha, for your guidance over this past year. Without it, I could not have swiftly risen to the rank of genin. This achievement is a testament to your own diligence. After you register at the Wind Shadow and Amp, Appo's office tomorrow, you will officially become a genin, and I will arrange for your teammates. From that moment onward, you must undertake missions. Remember, once you leave the village, remain vigilant. Anyone, or any creature you encounter, could potentially be your adversary. This is my final lesson for you. I will hold it close to my heart, Master. Well then, I have said all that I needed to convey. The remaining time is yours to cherish with your companions. With that, Qiansha departed from the testing grounds. As the teacher left, the surrounding students gathered around, bombarding Ant with questions, which he answered one by one. After some playful banter, the classmates gradually dispersed, leaving only Ant, Little Insect, Stonefire, and Scorpion, their steadfast friends. Ant sensed that Scorpion had something weighing on his mind, appearing as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Ant, you were incredible today, defeating 2 genin. That forehead protector is so cool, and your face paint is just too handsome. You must paint one for me tomorrow, exclaimed Little Insect loudly. This is the mark of a puppet master. You are not a puppet master, so what would you want with it? Ant retorted. Does that mean once Scorpion becomes a ninja, he too must paint this on his face? He despises dirt, so how could he bear to have this on his face? Little Insect remarked, turning to look at Scorpion, who walked at the rear of the group. All eyes turned to Scorpion, who seemed to snap out of his reverie. What are you all talking about? Hey, we and Appos, we've been chatting for ages. What are you daydreaming about, Scorpion? We were discussing whether you would also paint this thing on your face like Ant, Little Insect reiterated, helplessly. That looks hideous. I will never paint that on my face. Scorpion replied without a moment, and Appos, as thought. Haha, I knew it. Little Insect exclaimed joyfully, finding agreement in Scorpion and Appos' response. Although it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it holds great utility for puppet masters, Ant interjected, wishing to offer some counsel. As a ninja, beauty and ugliness are not the standards by which we judge things. What is useful is what is good, Scorpion stated. If I can't create a puppet that can convincingly mimic reality, then this mark will be unnecessary, he continued. That is quite a challenge. The most lifelike puppet I have seen was the shadow my parents left me, yet it still had noticeable differences, Ant remarked. Just because no one has achieved it before does not mean I cannot, Scorpion replied enigmatically. As the friends lingered, the sun climbed high in the sky. All right. Enough of this. I must head home for dinner. Ant, congratulations on your graduation. You can now undertake missions outside the village, and I will soon follow suit. I have longed to explore beyond the village, Little Insect declared, glancing up at the sun. I too must return home. Be cautious while undertaking missions, Ant, Stonefire added, finally breaking his silence to bid farewell. Now, only Ant and Scorpion remained. Scorpion, is there something you wish to tell me? You seem off today, Ant inquired, noting Scorpion's unusual demeanor. Come to my home. I will show you something, and then we can talk, Scorpion replied. All right, what could it be, so mysterious? Ant murmured. With that, the two set off from the school toward Scorpion's home. Upon reaching the school gate, Ant glanced back one last time before continuing onward. Thus, the path of the ninja commences here. Chapter 23. The ambition of Scorpion. Throughout the year, Ant had visited Scorpion's home numerous times, which bore a striking resemblance to his own abode. It was difficult to discern that this was the residence of Chio, one of the most powerful elders in the village. Well, we have arrived at your home. What is it that you wish to discuss? Speak swiftly, Ant urged upon entering Scorpion's dwelling. "Follow me," Scorpion replied, leading the way. As they approached the threshold of a room, Ant recognized it as Scorpion's personal quarters. Upon entering, Ant surveyed the surroundings, noting little change since his last visit. The only place that seemed to conceal anything was behind the curtains. Scorpion moved towards that direction, and with a swift motion, Ant drew back the curtain, revealing two objects shrouded in black cloth. What could they be? Ant pondered, yet Scorpion soon satisfied his curiosity. With a flourish, Scorpion unveiled the concealed items. Before Ant stood two puppets, and his astonishment was not merely due to Scorpion possessing them, but rather the remarkable likeness they bore to the two middle-aged figures in the framed photo on Scorpion's bedside. Aside from some visible seams where the components joined, they were indistinguishable from Scorpion's parents in the photograph. "Well, what do you think?" Scorpion asked, observing Ant's shocked expression. "I told you I could create puppets that resemble real people. They are far more intricate than your shadow. You crafted these yourself? Truly a stroke of genius." Akin to a masterpiece, and exclaimed, filled with admiration. "Impressive, isn't it? These are my father and mother. Just as your father left you a shadow for companionship. These two shall become my parents," Scorpion declared, radiating joy, even bordering on fervor. "These puppets are magnificent. You are indeed a genius, Scorpion," Ant praised. "This is just the beginning. In the future, I intend to create puppets capable of utilizing ninjutsu, even those possessing bloodline limits," Scorpion stated with a smile. "Oh, what an intriguing notion. Should you succeed in crafting such puppets, it would revolutionize our understanding of them. Achieving this would etch your name in history. Akin to the legendary puppet master, Monzaman," Ant mused, recognizing the potential to enhance the strength of puppeteers. Bloodline limits symbolize immense power, and ninjutsu remains a representation of strength in the shinobi world. If realized, Sunagakure would grow stronger, facilitating the pursuit of their dreams. "Ant, it has been a year since we met. I regard you not only as a friend but also as a rival and a family member. Our parents perished in the same conflict. From our very first encounter, I felt a profound connection with you. Over the past year, I have witnessed your strength and intellect. I now wish to invite you to join me. My friend, my brother," Scorpion spoke with earnestness. "While my talents may not match yours, I am willing to join." Ant replied, deeply moved by Scorpion's sentiments, mirroring his own feelings towards Scorpion. He was prepared to invest his efforts. "With your addition, we shall surely succeed. We can bring the puppets to life," Scorpion proclaimed, his voice tinged with an unusual fervor. Ant, caught up in the excitement, failed to notice the intensity of Scorpion's emotions. Given that Ant had recently become a genin and would be occupied with various missions, it was understood that they could not remain together at all times. Thus, they agreed to pursue their research individually and reconvene periodically to exchange ideas, allowing them to explore the subject from diverse perspectives, thereby increasing their chances of success. This was an extraordinary conversation. Though young, the two harbored ambitions to transform the traditional practices of puppetry. The most challenging aspect of any endeavor is often the initiation, particularly when it comes to altering the status quo. Many individuals merely tread the paths of their predecessors, chasing the legends of the past, recounting how former heroes attained their strength, and subsequently imitating them. Yet, few ever reach such heights. True legends are born from the courage to innovate. The two resolved to meet during the grandest festival of Sunagakure, the Puppetry Festival, where they would share their insights and ideas. As Ant departed from Scorpion's home, he realized that what Scorpion had unveiled today was not merely puppets and ideas, but rather a powerful vision and inventive thoughts aimed at transforming reality. Truly, Scorpion was a genius. Ant could not help but reflect on this. Chapter 24. The heart of the Scorpion Ant had departed from Scorpion's abode, and at that moment, Scorpion was in his chamber, toying with two puppets representing his parents. The scene appeared somewhat eerie. The puppets and Scorpion resembled a small family, engaging in gestures that suggested a semblance of communication. If they were indeed three living beings, the tableau would have been heartwarming. However, the reality consisted of two puppets and a solitary human. "Father, mother, Ant has promised me he will join us. He is my dearest friend," Scorpion exclaimed with a radiant smile. Today, he had mentioned his desire for Ant to become part of his plans, yet he had not fully divulged his intentions. After losing his parents, Scorpion had been engulfed by an overwhelming sense of loneliness, enviously observing other children in the village with their families. Under the tutelage of Granny Chio, his study of puppetry had indeed provided him with a sense of fulfillment, distracting him from thoughts of his parents. Upon meeting Ant at school, the two had exchanged ideas and learned from one another throughout the year, their burgeoning friendship filling the void within Scorpion's heart. He found solace in their companionship until one fateful day when he stumbled upon the only photograph of himself with his parents. In the image, he was merely an infant, while his parents wore expressions of unbridled joy. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Scorpion crafted puppets of his father and mother, channeling all his energy into refining and perfecting them, striving to make these creations resemble living beings. Once the puppets were completed, Scorpion found himself unable to detach them from the role of his parents. Though he was aware of their artificiality, He relished the feeling of parental love they provided, becoming ensnared in this illusion. From that moment forth, he manipulated the puppets daily, sharing his life with them. During this time, he reflected on Ant's parents and his own, acutely aware of the fragility of life. Realizing that all he cherished could vanish in an instant, how could he ensure that his loved ones remained by his side forever? Gazing upon the two puppets, he came to a profound realization. He yearned to create puppets indistinguishable from living beings, to transform those he cherished into puppets, ensuring they would never part from him again. Ant, however, believed that Scorpion was merely seeking to enhance the combat capabilities of his puppets, aware that such a notion might not be readily accepted. Scorpion held faith that Ant would ultimately understand, for they shared similar experiences, and he trusted his instincts. As Scorpion orchestrated an embrace between the puppets, a look of rapture adorned his face. He reveled in this sensation. Granny Chio, having departed from the competition venue, was preoccupied with thoughts of her grandson. Since the tragic death of her son and daughter-in-law at the hands of the nefarious Konoha White Fang, she had been unable to disclose the truth to Scorpion, concealing it from him. Witnessing Scorpion's envy as he observed other children with their families only deepened her hatred for Konoha and White Fang. Simultaneously, she grew concerned for Scorpion. What would happen if he learned the truth? He was still so young. Thus, she resolved to provide him with distractions and introduced him to puppetry, hoping to stave off his loneliness and encourage friendships at the Ninja Academy, with the aspiration of restoring joy to his face. Indeed, after just one day at school, Chio noticed a change in Scorpion. A new emotion, one of delight, had surfaced upon his countenance. Throughout the year, Chio often heard Scorpion speak of a child named Ant. She recognized Ant as the child of a pair of renowned puppeteers who had been close friends with her son and daughter-in-law, both of whom had also perished in that dreadful war. It seemed that Scorpion had not been entirely oblivious. He must have learned of his parents' demise. Over the course of the year, Scorpion's skills had advanced rapidly, enabling him to manipulate two puppets simultaneously. Chio felt that everything was falling into place. Recently, she had been quite busy, but today she heard that the Kazekage would be attending a graduation event for a student named Ant, and she decided to observe the proceedings. Ant proved to be a formidable peer, capable of rivaling Scorpion in puppetry. The competition was indeed captivating. However, Chio soon discerned something amiss with Scorpion. Given his profound understanding of puppetry, he should have easily detected the tricks employed by Ant in the first round. Yet, as she observed him, it became apparent that he was preoccupied with thoughts more significant than his best friend's graduation test. Chio yearned to uncover the truth behind Scorpion's demeanor. Once the Kazekage departed and the meeting concluded, she hurried home, arriving at Scorpion's room only to find the door slightly ajar. Peering through the crack, she beheld a scene that left her in turmoil. Since the Warring States period, puppeteers have existed, their numbers swelling into the hundreds over the centuries. Among them are those of exceptional talent, who, in their fervent pursuit of mastery, sometimes blur the lines between humans and puppets, leading to tragic outcomes. Witnessing the state of Scorpion's room and the blissful expression upon his face, Chio found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to intervene or to allow him to remain in this delusion. Chapter 25. Joining the team after departing from the Scorpion's abode. Ant diligently completed his daily training tasks before returning home. He settled at his desk in the studio, placing the shadow on the surface, disassembling it for maintenance, and replacing the damaged components. As he engaged in this task, he reflected on the day's competition. The final match had been exceedingly tense. He pondered how to prevent his puppet from being affected by the iron sand, like it had been today. Currently, no effective method seemed available. The technology for puppet making often had flaws, and the puppet master was a formidable force within the sand-hidden village. The Wind Shadow never feared losing control over this power, as his greatest strength lay in mastering the magnetic manipulation of iron sand. Just as he could extract the iron sand from the shadow, he could silently reinsert it. No puppet master could triumph over the Wind Shadow. To alter this situation, one would either need to possess power akin to that of the Wind Shadow, or create a puppet that had no gaps with the external world, both of which were immensely challenging. Upon further contemplation, Ant realized he need not worry, as he would likely never find himself at odds with the Wind Shadow. Besides the Wind Shadow, no one else possessed such a bloodline. If others wielded tools similar to those of the Wind Shadow, evasion would be the only option. This particular ability was only effective once. Had it not been for the smoke bomb today, he would not have been caught off guard. After finishing the adjustments on his puppet, Ant noticed the night sky was adorned with countless stars. Following a brief wash, he lay down on the adjacent small bed. Not only had he maintained his usual training routine, but he had also engaged in 2 high-intensity confrontations. Exhaustion swiftly enveloped him as he drifted into a dreamless slumber. At 6 in the morning, Ant awoke punctually, donning the same attire as the previous day. He wrapped the shadow in cloth and set off towards the village center. Upon arriving at the Wind Shadow Tower, Ant located the registration area for ninjas, following the instructions to capture a photograph and register his personal information. Now, he could truly consider himself a ninja of the sand-hidden village. After completing his registration, Ant stood outside the Wind Shadow's office. Over the years, Ninjas had developed into combat units consisting of 3 lower ninjas and 1 upper or middle ninja. The teammates and captain assigned to him by the Wind Shadow were right here. Ant opened the door to find not only the Wind Shadow, but also 3 others, 2 lower ninjas and 1 upper ninja clad in a vest and armed with a blade. These 3 were likely to be his teammates. It appeared that the Wind Shadow regarded Ant's performance favorably. Not every graduating ninja had the privilege of being led by an upper ninja. Having an upper ninja as a leader naturally ensured greater safety and an abundance of knowledge to impart, which would benefit the growth of the lower ninjas. Of course, missions led by upper ninjas were also significantly more challenging. At that moment, the individuals in the room noticed Ant standing at the door. Liuhua, this is the Ant who will be joining your team, the Wind Shadow introduced. Ant, this is Liuhua, the upper ninja. You will be his subordinate from now on. Well then, the rest is up to you. All right, follow me. Ant, the upper ninja, Liuhua, said to Ant as he stepped forward. Ant followed Liuhua out of the Wind Shadow Tower, feeling somewhat bewildered. The Wind Shadow had been surprisingly straightforward, isn't it? I didn't expect the Wind Shadow to be so decisive. Every moment he dedicates to the growth of the Sand-Hidden Village means that he treats other matters with the same urgency. Now, keep up with me, Liuhua remarked, sensing Ant and Appos as confusion. Without delay, he suddenly accelerated, moving ahead. The 2 lower ninjas, whose names Ant did not yet know, quickly followed suit. And Ant hastily activated his chakra to keep pace. Fortunately, Liuhua did not increase his speed further, allowing Ant to barely keep up. Liuhua's intention to accelerate was to test Ant's stamina and speed. Although Ant was assigned to Liuhua's team by the Wind Shadow, the upper ninja had the right to refuse him if he did not meet his expectations. Liuhua continued running until he reached the village's outer high walls, pausing to look back and see that Ant had not lagged far behind his original teammates. As expected of a lower ninja recognized by the 3rd Wind Shadow, he thought. The 3 others soon arrived at the high wall. Ant was slightly out of breath as he observed the other 2, who appeared unaffected by the exertion. Ant, from now on, I am your captain. My name is Liuhua. For the next few years, you will accompany me on missions. You may address me as Appos, teacher, and Appos. These 2 are Shemu and Longsha. From now on, you shall be teammates. Chapter 26. Before the mission with Liuhua and Appos, words. Ant had officially passed his test and joined the team. My name is Shemu, skilled in reconnaissance and earth release. One of the lower ninjas, who appeared somewhat dull-witted, introduced himself. I am Longsha, adept in wind release sword techniques and reconnaissance. The other ninja followed suit, sharing his name and expertise. Both wore gray clothing, headbands, and wrapped their heads in cloth, concealing their hair. Their proficiency in reconnaissance was particularly relevant, given the arid environment of the Wind Country, where scouting techniques were crucial amidst the vast desert. Ant felt compelled to enhance his own reconnaissance abilities in the future. My name is Ant, a puppet master. I look forward to working with you. With the introductions complete, we will take today to rest. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will gather in the mission hall for our next task. Prepare 3 days' worth of water and provisions, and ensure your ninja tools and food pills are ready. As soon as Liuhua finished speaking, Shemu, Longsha, and their captains swiftly dispersed. Ant was left standing alone, contemplating the situation. It seemed that his commanding upper ninja had fully embraced the 3rd's efficient style. Ant made his way home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed that the neighbor's door was ajar. Oh, Brother Shalu is home today. Ant approached Shalu's door and knocked a few times. Ant, long time no see. What brings you here this morning? Don't you have classes? Shalu appeared at the door, dressed in pajamas and looking quite drowsy. It has been a while. The last time we met was over a month ago. Your understanding of my situation is already outdated. Look at this, Ant said, pulling back his hood to reveal his headband. Ant, when did you become a ninja? Shalu exclaimed, his surprise evident. You really should pay more attention to village news. The Wind Shadow was present during my graduation exam. Ant beamed with pride. He personally handed me this headband after I defeated 2 lower ninjas. Impressive, right? Shalu, who had been a significant support to Ant after the loss of his parents, had taught him many things. Ant wished to share the joy of becoming a lower ninja with him. Impressive. You're far more remarkable than I was. The Wind Shadow himself was astonished by your performance. Shalu praised. Despite their limited meetings over the past year, he had heard numerous accounts of Ant's diligence and growth from villagers and teachers alike. My commanding ninja is named Liuhua. He's an upper ninja. Do you know him, Brother Shalu? Liuhua? Indeed. He is among the strongest upper ninjas in the Sand-Hidden Village. It seems the Wind Shadow holds you in high regard. But why is his team short-staffed? A strong captain is a good thing. My chances of survival are higher. True. But be warned, he is a formidable individual and a task enthusiast. You might find yourself quite busy in the coming years. Nonetheless, it is indeed beneficial to engage in numerous tasks, as they significantly enhance one's skills and experience. However, when venturing outside, one must remain vigilant regarding safety. Do you understand? I comprehend, Brother Shalu. My dreams remain unfulfilled, yet I shall take care of myself. The 2 continued their conversation until Ant returned home. As fortune would have it, the monthly stipend had arrived. Ant gathered all the money from his household and set out to the village's ninja tools shop. This time, he was embarking on a mission beyond the village, facing real adversaries. Even the slightest miscalculation could cost him his life. It was imperative not to utilize his worn-out training tools any longer. Ant procured new ninja equipment, and after replenishing his supplies, he found that his funds had dwindled significantly. He then proceeded to the local apothecary to acquire an item he had long desired, a vial of poison. This was a lethal toxin specifically designed for ninjas. Although it was merely of the most basic grade, it nonetheless required a ninja's credentials for purchase and was rather costly. How he wished he possessed a scroll for crafting toxins, like his mother did. With all preparations complete, he now awaited the arrival of tomorrow. Chapter 26. The village mission the following day, Ant arose at dawn, meticulously inspecting the ninja tools within his puppet. He replaced the tools and packed them into his tool pouch, donned his attire, and filled his largest water jug with approximately 5 liters of water. He then retrieved his provisions, sealing them along with the water into the sealing scroll his father had given him for his puppet. With preparations complete, he set out towards the mission hall. To become a ninja necessitates undertaking missions, as they represent a primary source of income for the village. Missions not only yield monetary rewards, but also bolster a ninja's strength. The mission hall serves as a hub where all tasks received by the Sand Village are categorized. Ant pondered the nature of the mission he would receive, based on his captain's previous hints regarding the necessary items. It appeared he would be leaving the village for an extended duration. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mission hall, Ant found it bustling with activity, filled with ninjas exchanging tasks and individuals from various places seeking to delegate missions. Observing the diverse attire of the crowd, Ant was reminded of the vastness of the world beyond the Sand Village. The thought of departing today to explore this larger world filled him with excitement. "Hey, Ant, you're here quite early," a voice called out, breaking Ant's reverie. It was his teammates, Ryusha and Shamo. "Hey, seniors, what mission are we undertaking this time? Do you have any updates?" Ant greeted them in return. "Well, we've previously completed numerous B-rank missions, occasionally tackling A-rank ones. However, this time, considering you are a newly graduated genin, it's likely we'll only receive a C-rank mission, perhaps transporting supplies or protecting a merchant caravan," Ryusha explained. Ant felt a pang of guilt, as if he were a burden to his teammates. "By the way, what happened to your previous teammate? Our squad consists of 3, and I'm curious about my former comrade. His name is Rasha. You'll have the chance to meet him later." "The details about the others are classified and cannot be disclosed," Ryusha replied. As they conversed, a commanding voice called out, and Ant recognized it as their captain. Glancing at the clock by the mission hall's entrance, he noted it was exactly 8 o'clock. Punctuality, much like the wind shadow, was paramount. Ant, Ryusha, and Shemu followed their captain into the hall. They entered a small room where a chunin was engrossed in paperwork. "Good morning," Captain Liuhua greeted, displaying familiarity with the individual. "Ah, Liuhua, these are the latest C-rank missions. And this must be your squad's new member. So young and already a genin. He seems to be a prodigy on par with Rasha," she remarked, glancing up briefly. He produced several scrolls and continued. "You know I require missions of B-rank or higher. My squad has undertaken C-rank missions in quite some time. Senior, your squad has a newly graduated genin. According to regulations, he must complete at least 5 C-rank missions before qualifying for B-rank tasks, and this is due to your status as captain. It's a directive from Lord Windshadow," she stated, aware of Liuhua's admiration for the third Windshadow. Upon hearing this, Liuhua ceased his protests and began to peruse the scrolls before him. "Oh, transporting supplies to the eastern, northern, and southern fortresses. This is a routine resupply every 6 months. And this task to exterminate sand bandits has a certain appeal. I've made my decision. This will be the mission." Liuhua presented the chosen task to she for registration. "Liuhua, please don't put me in a difficult position. This isn't compliant with regulations," she responded, glancing at the scrolls Liuhua had handed him, realizing there were 2. "I've checked the location. The bandit extermination mission is conveniently along the route to the eastern outpost, so it won't hinder our objectives. Let us wrap up the registration swiftly. We must depart soon." "Very well, but this is a one-time exception," she conceded, swallowing his initial objections upon noticing Liuhua's stern expression. After completing the registration, he handed the exit permit to Liuhua. "Farewell, Liuhua accepted the permit and led the group out of the mission hall and towards the village outskirts. "You all heard that we will simultaneously undertake 2 missions, one for transporting supplies and another for exterminating bandits. I expect you to adhere to my instructions during the mission and return safely." "Understood, my 3 young ones." "Understood, Captain." The trio responded in unison. They first visited the village's logistics department to collect the supplies required for transport, a sizable sealing scroll that Liuhua strapped to his back. Subsequently, they arrived at the village entrance where they completed their registration. As Ant stepped out of the village alongside his teammates, he gazed at the vast expanse of swirling yellow sand before him. With resolve, he strode forward. This marked the inaugural step of his journey as a ninja. Chapter 27. The mission in progress. The nights in the desert are frigid, a stark contrast to the searing heat of the day. The moonlight is not particularly bright, and the relentless winds and sands render the landscape shrouded in a haze. However, upon closer inspection, one realizes that the desert is far more lively at night than during the day. As darkness descends and temperatures drop, the desert truly awakens, with various creatures emerging from their burrows to engage in the primal dance of survival. A rattlesnake stealthily approaches its prey when suddenly, a shuriken pierces its head. The shuriken then autonomously returns to its origin. At a distance of 15 meters, a voice calls out, and the shuriken swiftly darts towards the indicated direction, striking a scorpion with precision. Gradually, the winds settle, and the desert's features become clearer. On this night, for unexpected guests have arrived in the desert. The shuriken is drawn back to its master, a youth clad in a black hoodie, black trousers, and boots, his face obscured beneath the hood, revealing only the forehead guard of the sand-hidden village. Senior Longsha, your perceptive abilities are remarkable. You can sense anything that moves within 50 meters, can't you? The young man remarks, glancing at his companion. With the winds completely stilled, the faint moonlight illuminates a group of individuals who had departed from the sand-hidden village on a mission. I merely detected some small objects nearby. The true key is Shemu. He can see several kilometers away and anticipate formidable creatures or harsh weather, allowing us to avoid danger. Without the captain taking action, it would be quite challenging for us to cope. Longsha responds, all right, that will be all for today. The temperature is about to drop. We shall rest here and reach the mission site by tomorrow. Make sure to rest well, the captain, Liuhua, announces, the only adult among the four. Upon hearing Liuhua's words, the three others spring into action. Shemu and Longsha simultaneously face the sand dune ahead, commencing their hand seals. Wind release, sand attraction. Earth release, sand solidification. Their ninjutsu activates in unison. Longsha uses wind release to draw the sand to either side of the group, while Shemu places his palm on the ground, causing the sand to recede and leaving a hollow, allowing the surrounding sand to coalesce and support the influx of gravel from above. Simultaneously, a massive fireball is launched into the mix, its intense heat transforming the sand wall into a glass-like substance. This fireball is Liuhua's ninjutsu, and cannot help but recall the plan with Scorpion. Ninjutsu is indeed a convenient tool, not merely for combat but also for focusing on puppet techniques. Now, without even knowing his own chakra nature, he feels the urgency to create a puppet capable of ninjutsu, as currently, he can only observe without taking action. Subsequently, the group disperses to set up 3 traps as a precautionary measure within a 100-meter radius, before returning to the recently excavated hole. The temperature inside is cooled significantly, and the 4 of them enter in succession, with Liuhua being the last to enter, covering the entrance with a cloth before standing guard. Ant and the other 3 lie down within. Ant reclines on the ground, resting against the shadows, reflecting on the past 2 days. After leaving the village for the desert, he has witnessed the true visage of the land of wind, scorching sun, sandstorms, and the plethora of venomous creatures that emerge at night. Navigating this treacherous terrain requires utmost caution. Liuhua and his companions have been immensely helpful, aiding Ant in gradually acclimating to the desert. They follow a well-structured routine, typically traveling in the mornings and early nights, preparing rest spots before the temperatures drop and rise again. Throughout these 2 days, Ant has also witnessed the prowess and strategies of his teammates. Shemu serves as the eyes of the group, honing his family's secret techniques to enhance his vision, allowing him to see several kilometers away. Longsha, on the other hand, seems to possess an uncanny ability to detect even the slightest disturbances within a 10-meter radius. The insurmountable dangers are detectable from afar by Shemu, while Longsha identifies potential threats lurking nearby, neutralizing them before they can strike. Initially, Ant struggled to integrate with their coordinated efforts, but after several days of collaboration, he has finally synchronized with their rhythm, using chakra threads to manipulate the shuriken alongside his companions to eliminate nearby threats. Their teamwork has become remarkably seamless. Yet, Ant still feels inadequate, unable to contribute significantly to preparing the resting area, intensifying his desire for a puppet capable of wielding ninjutsu. Tomorrow, we must engage in battle. I hope I do not become a liability, he muses as he drifts into slumber amidst his wandering thoughts. Chapter 28. Before the battle, Ant opened his eyes. Greeted by a yellow, glass-like substance above him, he realized he was no longer at home. Rising to his feet, Ant made his way outside, where he found Shemu standing guard at the entrance. You're awake, Ant. It's not yet time. You can rest a little longer, Shemu remarked upon noticing Ant's approach. I am already full of energy, Shemu-senpai. You should take a rest, Ant replied softly. No need. We will be departing again shortly. Let us have a chat, Shemu insisted. Very well, Shemu-senpai. I haven't seen you use your puppet technique in the past few days, but your physical prowess and shuriken throwing are commendable. I believe your puppet skills are equally impressive, especially considering your young age. You will surely achieve great things in the future. I still have much to learn compared to you. In our team, I feel like a dispensable member. Your skills in reconnaissance are truly remarkable. Is that a form of ocular technique? One could say that, but I wouldn't call it exceptional. The strongest ocular technique for reconnaissance is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. It not only allows one to see far, but also grants the ability to perceive objects and chakra flow, rendering ninjas defenseless before it. The Byakugan is that powerful? Indeed, it is one of the three great ocular techniques, a powerful bloodline limit. How could it not be strong? Furthermore, another one of the three, the Sharingan, also belongs to Konoha. The heavens seem to favor Konoha immensely. Compared to these two, my eyes are hardly noteworthy. Konoha. Though I have never visited nor encountered anyone from there, I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards that village, for my parents perished at the hands of its ninjas. Scorpion feels the same, as do many others in the village. I shall one day reclaim their bloodlines and repay them in kind. As time passed, Longsha and Yohua, the captain, also awoke. The group gathered to have a simple breakfast, consisting of rations and some meat from snakes and scorpions, all spoils of their previous battles. They quickly finished their meal, sitting together at the entrance. We will soon arrive at our mission site. A new member has joined our team, making this our first mission together. I hope we can execute it flawlessly. Ant, have you ever taken a life? Liohua initiated the pre-battle briefing. Never, but I am prepared. Ant responded. Preparation is key. While I dislike it, as ninjas, it is unavoidable. Our enemies this time are not ninjas, but ordinary bandits. I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. You are all capable of handling this. Stay vigilant, for this world is rife with unforeseen events. Take care of yourselves. Let us move, Liohua concluded, leading the way out of their hiding place. The group departed from their refuge as dawn broke, swiftly dismantling the traps and warnings they had set before embarking on their journey. The desert was unusually quiet at this hour, as creatures that roamed the night returned to their burrows to escape the daytime heat. As they progressed, the sun gradually rose from behind the sand dunes, climbing higher and intensifying the surrounding heat. When the sun reached its zenith, they paused, having arrived at their target location. They crouched at the top of a dune, gazing ahead at a modest encampment surrounded by a wall of piled rocks, with 8 watchtowers manned by 2 bandits each, vigilantly surveying the perimeter. A robust defense, indeed. For ordinary folk, the encampment ahead is our objective, housing over 50 bandits. There are no ninjas among them, but their 3 leaders possess strength close to that of a lower-ranked ninja. I reiterate, do not underestimate them. They have been entrenched here for over a year, preying on passers-by and merchant caravans. Our mission is total annihilation. We will rest until the sun sets at its darkest hour before we commence our operation. Understood? Liohua instructed the group. Understood, Sensei, they replied in unison. Subsequently, they sought a shaded spot to recuperate. Shemu and Longsha began checking their ninja tools, while Ant unfastened the puppet on his back to inspect its mechanisms, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As time elapsed, the sun descended into the western desert, and Ant and his companions initiated their operation. In the darkness, they approached one of the watchtowers beneath the encampment. Longsha was the first to strike, launching kunai at the patrolling bandit atop the tower, while Ant's puppet, Shadow, surged forward towards the watchtower. The carnage was about to commence. Chapter 29. Night of Slaughter. The bandit atop the arrow tower felt a sharp pain in his neck, and soon, all strength drained from his body. His companion, sensing something amiss, turned to investigate, only to be enveloped by a shadow. Thereafter, he too was rendered senseless. Upon reaching the arrow tower, Ant beheld the bandit whose ribs had been shattered by the shadow, his face contorted in terror, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Was this the visage of death? From his expression, Ant gleaned a sense of his unwillingness to accept fate. Many speak of a world where one either kills or is killed. Is this the fate of the weak? I must grow ever stronger to safeguard my own life and that of my friends. There is no time for contemplation. Adversaries abound. The 3 swiftly dispatched the sentinels stationed on several arrow towers along the walls. From their daytime observations, they knew that the guards at this encampment changed every half hour. During their previous strategic meeting, they had resolved to exploit this knowledge, initiating their assault shortly after a shift change, aiming for a stealthy strike to inflict maximum casualties before being discovered. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed. Moreover, the enemy possessed 3 lower-ranking ninjas. Should they be besieged, it would likely require their captain's intervention to escape unscathed. Each of the 3 desired to accomplish the mission independently. Together, they charged toward the encampment, where some bandits had already succumbed to slumber, never to open their eyes again, while others were engaged in revelry. Under the onslaught of the trio, these brigands stood no chance of defense. 3, 5, 10 more foes fell, and the scent of blood thickened in the air. The Raken family, once a noble samurai lineage of the Land of Wind, had fallen into decline with the rise of ninjas, leaving the samurai families in ruin. In all lands outside the Iron Country, the samurai had become relics of the past. The Raken family was no exception. His parents and elders had perished in the chaos wrought by ninjas, leaving him as the last samurai of his clan. Before his demise, his father had urged him to restore their family's honor, and he had devoted his energy to mastering swordsmanship, neglecting all else, which rendered him incapable of survival. Years prior, he had joined forces with Wankai and Shoju to gather a band of outlaws, resorting to robbery to make a living, thus abandoning the dignity and honor of a samurai. Now nearing 30, he was merely a low-ranking ninja in terms of strength. Each time he pondered this, despair washed over him. He feared he might never fulfill his father's expectations. As the night wore on, he found himself restless. The oppressive heat of the land of wind exacerbating his turmoil. He retrieved the last possession left to him by his father, a blade named Duanpu, said to possess the power to cleave waterfalls with each strike. It had been long since he wielded it. Believing that to slay an ordinary person would be an affront to its legacy, he took a piece of silk and began to polish the blade, and in its gleam, he felt a fleeting connection to the glory of his ancestors, the bloodshed they had once wrought. No, there was indeed the scent of blood. With the blade in hand, Raken stepped outside. Meanwhile, Ant and the others continued their slaughter, now approaching the final area. How weak these men are. They fall without even a struggle, Longshaw remarked lightly. They are merely robust commoners. We are ninjas. It would be strange if they could withstand us, replied Shamo. But do not let your guard down. The next adversaries will be formidable, he cautioned. We are elite lower-ranking ninjas. How could anyone oppose us? Longshaw said. Suddenly, he exclaimed, watch out, dodge. Ant and Shamu swiftly retreated from their previous position as the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, and dozens of arrows rained down where they had just stood. I thought it was someone bold. Turns out it's just 3 little brats, came a voice from the direction of the arrows. A gaunt middle-aged man stood there, wielding a peculiar crossbow, its bolts stacked together, with a scroll placed in the launching mechanism. Humph, come out, you 2 remaining ones. With me here, you cannot remain hidden. At this moment, Longshaw suddenly spoke, with Ant and Shamu flanking him in a triangular formation. From the shadows near the gaunt man emerged 2 figures, a brawny man brandishing a spiked club, and another holding a glistening katana, its blade shimmering as if rivulets of water flowed upon it. Clearly, a weapon of great significance. These were the 3 leaders of the bandits, all possessing the strength of lower-ranking ninjas. Despite his outward disdain for the enemy, Longshaw's senses remained acutely attuned. Indeed, I detest ninjas the most. Their tricks are endless. What have you done with the others? The swordsman inquired as he stepped closer to Ant and his companions. Our mission is total annihilation, Longshaw replied. Upon hearing this, the 3 bandit leaders froze, their expressions betraying a mix of anger and fear. Though they had never regarded their subordinates as family, years of shared struggle had forged some bonds. They never anticipated that, in a single night, they would lose them all. Wankai, Shioju, give it your all, otherwise we shall perish today, the swordsman urged the other 2. Chapter 30. Each their own battle. Ant, Shamo, and Longshaw faced 3 opponents, each choosing one to engage in combat. Let us see who can resolve their fight first. Hand me the knife. I have a keen interest in it, Longshaw declared to Ant and Shamo. Then I shall choose the big fellow, Shamo responded, and I'll leave the one armed with the crossbow to you. Ant, show some respect, little brat. We are not mere cabbages for you to pick and choose, protested a burly man named Wanjia, incensed by their disregard. A hand halted him. Do not act rashly. Ninjas operate in squads. They wish to face us individually, and we shall separate them accordingly. You 2, buy me some time while I rush over. Scatter, commanded the knife-wielding man, after which they dispersed in 3 directions. Ant, Shamo, and Longshaw pursued their respective foes. Ant's opponent was not particularly swift, allowing Ant to closely follow him until they reached an open area. Shioju halted in the center. You are just a child, foolishly trailing after your enemy. Allow me to teach you a lesson, he sneered at Ant. At your age, still boasting despite your speed, had I wished to strike, I could have intercepted you long ago. So frail and slow, it seems you neglect your training. I dare say you are the weakest among the 3. Let us see what ripples you can create. Ant mocked Shioju, recalling lessons learned from battling the ferocious tiger. Provoking the opponent could lead to their mistakes, and mistakes presented opportunities. Shioju was not one to remain composed, and Ant's words struck a nerve. When he, Wanjia, and Lei Jin formed their gang, their strengths were comparable. However, after acquiring this exquisite crossbow crafted by a master of the land of tools, his prowess surged. Since then, he had not trained. And now both the talented Lei Jin and the dim-witted Wanjia surpassed him in strength. Ant and Appo's taunts pierced his heart, igniting a blend of resentment and fury toward Ant. You little brat, I shall slay you, Shioju exclaimed, drawing his crossbow and unleashing a volley of arrows. Ant observed in astonishment as the crossbow launched 5 arrows simultaneously, firing 30 projectiles in mere seconds. Though the number was staggering, the lack of variation allowed Ant to evade them with ease. Shioju, however, did not expect to succeed with a single strike. Another barrage of arrows soared toward Ant. Ant could not remain on the defensive forever. As he dodged the arrows, he surged toward Shioju, closing the distance to within 5 meters. In that instant, Shioju and Appo's face lit up with manic glee as he activated a mechanism on his crossbow. Suddenly, 100 arrows erupted forth, encircling Ant, leaving him seemingly cornered. Meanwhile, Shamo and Longshaw had begun their own skirmish. Longshaw targeted his opponent and Appo's sword, confident in his own swordsmanship, leading to a lively clash of blades. On Shamo and Appo's side, he utilized earth techniques to conjure a shield and hammer from rock, engaging in a raw display of strength against his adversary, who wielded a heavy mace. Their confrontation radiated power, and no clear victor emerged in the short term. Returning to Ant, faced with the onslaught of arrows, he appeared unfazed, or perhaps resigned to his fate, as dozens of arrows embedded themselves into him. Huh, you mocked me for my boasting. This is the price of underestimating me, Xiaozhu jeered, approaching the fallen Ant, ready to deliver a few kicks. He failed to notice that Ant, riddled with arrows, did not bleed. At the moment Xiaozhu raised his foot to strike, Ant lifted his head and opened his mouth, launching several shurikens at Xiaozhu. The figure on the ground was merely Ant's puppet, a shadowy decoy. As Xiaozhu and Appo's foot descended, he was startled to see Ant rise, causing him to falter and retreat, narrowly avoiding the shurikens. But he was already too close to the shadow. Before he could recover, he found himself ensnared by steel wires, which cut into his flesh. From the shadows, Ant emerged. Spare me, oh great ninja. Xiaozhu, battered and unable to retaliate, pleaded desperately. With a mere flick of his finger, the wires tightened, and blood seeped from Xiaozhu's wounds until he ceased to breathe. I've said it before. The mission is complete annihilation. Truly, he is as his name suggests, rotten wood, uncarvable, Ant remarked as he approached, retrieving the fallen arrows and recalling his puppet. Heading toward the sources of commotion without casting another glance at Xiaozhu and Appo's lifeless body. Chapter 31. The death of a warrior. Ant scurried up to the rooftop, surveying the surroundings. Two areas exhibited signs of conflict. One glimmered with cold light, while the other was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Ant promptly made his way toward the dust-laden location. Over the past few days, through observation and conversation, he had come to understand the combat styles of his two teammates. The glimmering light must belong to Longsha, skilled in swordsmanship, engaged in battle with the man wielding a blade, who was the leader among them. Thus, Ant decided to assist Shemu in overcoming the relatively weaker Wangi first. Upon reaching the vicinity of Shemu's battle, Ant concealed himself and peered down. The ground below was riddled with craters, and the surrounding walls lay in ruins. The intensity of the skirmish was palpable. It seemed Wangi was not as inept as the rotting bamboo. Looking into the fray, Ant observed the burly Wangi, drenched in sweat, his grip on the spiked club trembling. Nevertheless, he raised his weapon to strike at Shemu. Shemu deftly raised his shield, deflecting the incoming club with a swift motion, then aimed his hammer at Wangi and Appo's head. In a desperate attempt, Wangi crossed his arms to ward off the blow. However, his strength had waned considerably since the fight began, and he staggered under the impact, losing his grip on the weapon, which clanged to the ground. Yet, Wangi did not relent. He rolled away from his fallen position, narrowly evading Shemu and Appo's lethal strike. As a large crater formed where he had just been, truly resilient, he had managed to withstand for so long despite his disadvantage. Surely, he did not believe that the other two could come to his aid. Regardless of whether they could arrive, even a glimmer of hope compelled him to cling to life. He had sacrificed much and refused to succumb. Rising once more, he struggled but fell back to the ground halfway up. You are indeed tenacious, a commendable adversary. Yet your life shall end today, Shemu declared, raising his hammer. Ant, witnessing the unfolding scene, recognized that the battle here had concluded, and his assistance was no longer required. Ant, have you dispatched your foe so swiftly? Shemu called out from his hiding place. Ant emerged, replying, you have also triumphed, have you not? Let us proceed to Longsha's side. That swordsman appears formidable. Rest assured, Longsha is quite powerful. The battle there will surely be exhilarating. Let us go and witness it. Shemu responded, and the two hastened towards the final battleground. At that moment, aside from Ant and Shemu, the camp was alive with commotion, its intensity remarkable. Indeed. A fine blade, Longsha remarked, examining the chipped edge of the sword in his hand, addressing Lei Jin. Just as Lei Jin prepared to speak, Longsha continued, alas. It is unfortunate to be in the hands of an inept master, but from here on, it shall be mine. How infuriating, you wretched ninja. This sword rightfully belongs to a warrior, and I shall never relinquish it to you. Lei Jin retorted. Regrettably, your words hold no weight. The age of warriors has long since passed. The current world belongs to ninjas. Beyond the land of iron, no realm retains the strength of the samurai. Even in the land of iron, the warriors have begun to employ chakra. They can scarcely be considered warriors any longer. Defeat me first, and then we shall see. Let me witness if your strength can match your boastful tongue, Lei Jin declared resolutely. Your swordsmanship surpasses mine. However, I shall now employ ninja techniques to demonstrate why ninjas surpass warriors. The two fell silent, and suddenly, a chilling light erupted from Longsha's sword. This was the manifestation of the wind attribute chakra he wielded, enhancing his weapon through nature transformation. He did not halt there. With a single hand, he formed a seal, causing a current of air to swirl around, lifting the surrounding dust. Longsha charged at Lei Jin. What of your ninja techniques? Is it not akin to your previous tactics? Let us see what tricks you possess, Lei Jin taunted. The two clashed again, and an observer would note the stark contrast in their swordplay. Lei Jin's style was a harmonious blend of offense and defense, seamlessly transitioning between the two, while Longsha's approach was purely aggressive, striking from various angles. Yet Lei Jin deftly parried each attack. It appears ninja swordsmanship is lacking, Lei Jin mocked. However, his expression shifted to one of surprise as he suddenly felt his body and sword growing heavier. I speak of the ninja's combat method, not merely their swordsmanship. A ninja, in pursuit of victory, is unconcerned with the means employed. At that moment, sand began to envelop Lei Jin, accumulating around him as if to entomb him. He felt an ever-increasing weight, his sword threatening to slip from his grasp. This sword is now mine, Longsha declared to Lei Jin. Is this where my ambitions and dreams meet their end? I have forsaken the dignity of a warrior, abandoned the justice in my heart, and now, must I relinquish this blade, a symbol of my ancestors' glory? I shall not allow this contemptible individual to possess it. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lei Jin trembled, shaking off the suffocating sand, yet wounds erupted across his body, signaling his diminishing power. With one last effort, he reached into his robe, retrieving a dagger, and with his last reserves, he struck at the blade. Longsha, witnessing Lei Jin draw a seemingly extraordinary short knife, initially believed he might acquire 2 fine blades today. However, as he saw Lei Jin's intent, he hurriedly formed a seal, attempting to thwart the impending action. Yet, Lei Jin's strike harnessed the entirety of his remaining vigor. In a fleeting moment, the 2 blades collided, producing a resounding clang as both swords shattered, and their wielders fell silent forever. Chapter 32. A humble death gazing at the 2 shattered blades and the lifeless form of the exhausted ribbon, Longsha found himself at a loss, unsure whether to berate him or admire his unwavering spirit. This resolute defiance in the face of death was indeed commendable, yet it had ultimately led to the ruin of his hard-won spoils. Those 2 over there. Had they intervened sooner, these blades would not have met such a fate. As he picked up the broken sword from the ground, he addressed a corner nearby. Well, it seems you could have easily dealt with the opponent. But it was all too sudden to react. Longsha-senpai, what technique did you employ? It didn't resemble an ordinary wind release? Ant inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Recalling the ninjutsu Longsha had just executed, Ant was reminded of one of the formidable secret arts within their village. You've discerned it. What I employed just now was indeed the ancestral sand manipulation technique. Specifically, the wind release sand manipulation, Longsha replied calmly. Are there other sand manipulation techniques? Ant asked, intrigued by Longsha's revelation. Ant, that knowledge belongs to certain families within the village. It is best if you refrain from inquiring further, Longsha began to respond, but was interrupted by a voice from the side. The 3 of them immediately gathered, facing the source of the voice. Their captain, Liuhua, stood before them. Your vigilance is commendable, he remarked. Liuhua-sensei, they chorused. Overall, your performance in this mission was satisfactory. You dealt with your adversaries effectively. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. They were not true ninjas, and aside from Ribbon, who was slightly stronger, the others were merely ordinary genin. I expect you to approach every battle with utmost seriousness, Liuhua stated firmly. Ant felt a twinge of unease, recalling the dismal performance of Shioju earlier. He had harbored the notion that he was superior to most genin. If he maintained such a mindset in future encounters, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It seemed that Captain Liuhua had observed all of this, and the words he spoke were directed specifically at him, as the other 2 had undertaken numerous missions already. Now, this is the bandit's lair. There should be supplies and water. With the enemies eliminated, I want you to scavenge any remaining resources and replenish your rations and water. We shall depart again in 1 hour, Liuhua commanded. The 3 dispersed, commencing their search from this focal point. The so-called resources largely comprised money and items of value. As they were in the den of thieves, and now that the brigands had perished, their assets would be claimed by a few. Ant methodically searched through room after room. Gathering coins, he was in dire need of these. Almost every chamber contained a body, some scarcely showing signs of injury, while others had drenched the entire room in blood. Until now, Ant had been in a heightened state of tension during the battles, primarily relying on his puppets to eliminate foes, leaving him largely unaffected. However, now that he had relaxed, the pervasive stench of blood became unbearable. Observing the grotesque forms of the deceased, he pondered deeply. There are countless ways to extinguish a life, and human existence is indeed humble and fragile. Whether it was Shioju, who possessed no remarkable traits, or Wangi, who struggled fiercely, or Ribbon, who had his own dreams and convictions, they all ultimately succumbed. Their ambitions and dreams would dissipate, just as Brother Shalu had noted. This was the consequence of weakness. What of himself? How would he meet his end? No, I shall not perish before my dreams are realized. I must endure and grow stronger than my enemies. Initially, the sight of the gruesome corpses had unsettled him. Yet upon reflection, Ant no longer resisted the act of killing or the sight of the deceased. Perhaps it was his fear of death that had dulled his sensitivity to the deaths of others, at least until he achieved his aspirations. With this resolve, Ant ceased his overthinking. Regardless of the severed limbs or other macabre sights before him, they no longer affected him. He merely accelerated his efforts to gather what he could. Chapter 33. Distribution of spoils. The encampment was modest, and within half an hour, the group returned to the vicinity of the central leader's quarters. They gathered the money and jewels they had looted, which amounted to a mere few tens of thousands of taels. After all, they were petty thieves from the periphery, with little wealth to their name. The captain produced some cash, barely reaching a few tens of thousands of taels, evidently exchanged by the leaders for other possessions. Additionally, there were some other items, a small booklet and 5 scrolls, similar to the one previously affixed to the crossbow bolts. As for the small booklet, its purpose remained unclear. The scroll was akin to the storage scroll on the emaciated bandit-esque crossbow, capable of holding approximately 100 arrows. The booklet, hidden in the room of the leader, recorded a family lineage of sword techniques. It was said that his family once held great prominence, and the swordsmanship was commendable. Unfortunately, the path of a warrior demands extensive time for growth, compounded by his mediocre talent and lack of a distinguished mentor. You can divide these spoils among yourselves. After all, they belong to you, he said. Haha, and brother, just give me this booklet on sword techniques, since I am the only one who uses a blade, Longsha stated. Although the techniques of the leader were not entirely suitable for a ninja's combat style, they would nonetheless enrich Longsha and Appo's arsenal of swordsmanship. Take it. Then you can have these scrolls, and brother, I've seen you eyeing them for quite a while. I'll gladly accept the remaining money, Shamu replied. Thank you, brother Shamu, but this money is rather scant. I'll take the crossbow bolts and the scrolls. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. I'll also offer you my bounty from this mission, and expressed, genuinely grateful for the care shown by both Longsha and Shamu throughout their journey, battles. And now in the distribution of spoils. The crossbow bolts are your rightful spoils. They are not related to me. However, the value of these scrolls exceeds that of the few tens of thousands of taels, Ant continued. Ant brother, do not say such things. We are comrades in arms, and our time together is still lengthy. If I require something in the future, I shall not hesitate to ask, Shamu reassured him. Alas, what a pity for these 2 fine blades, Longsha lamented, picking up 2 broken swords with a mournful expression. Do not mourn, their brokenness is fortuitous. These blades are not entirely suited for you, and can be reforged to better fit your needs, much like my own blade, Liuhua remarked, unsheathing his weapon. This was Ant and Appo's first glimpse of Liuhua and Appo's weapon. It resembled his name, the blade's body appearing as if crafted from crimson glass, raising the ambient temperature upon being drawn from its sheath. It was a stunning weapon, exuding a fierce aura, shrouded in mystery. Teacher, do you know any masters of sword forging? Please introduce me to one, Longsha implored eagerly. He was aware of Liuhua's weapon, rumored to have been custom-made, and had long desired a fine sword for himself. In the realm of ninja tools, only the forging village could rival Shine. Though the weapons forged in the land of iron were commendable, they were ill-suited for ninja use. Upon returning to the village, I shall take you to seek out Zongdao, the finest smith of ninja blades in our village. My sword was crafted by him, he added. Thank you, Captain, Longsha replied, his face alight with joy. Captain, you mentioned the forging village. It seems this crossbow is indeed a product of theirs, Ant said to Liuhua. Oh, how did you discern that? Liuhua inquired. Firstly, the craftsmanship is exquisite. The mechanisms rival those of the masterpieces I've seen in our village, yet the style is distinct. Since I specialize in puppetry, I have encountered numerous mechanisms in our village, and explained. Your analysis is commendable. Observe here, Liuhua said, pointing to the handle of the crossbow, where a mark indicated it was indeed the emblem of the forging village. The forging village supplied ninja tools to various nations, and while Shine also excelled in tool production, rivalry bred animosity, leading the forging village to frequently provide illicit tools to the Wind Country's wrongdoers. How infuriating. Are you planning to dismantle this crossbow for your puppets? Liuhua queried. Indeed, I am particularly interested in the mechanisms on the crossbow bolts. However, I am even more intrigued by this scroll. It can hold 100 arrows and integrate with the crossbow. If I can comprehend its principles, the potential for my puppets to carry ninja tools will be unimaginable. And articulated his thoughts. To unravel the secrets of the scroll, you may need to delve into sealing techniques, but be warned, they are not easily mastered, Liuhua suggested. The group continued their discourse, and an hour slipped by unnoticed. All right, the rest period is over. Let us resume our journey to the eastern stronghold. Depart, with Liuhua and Appo's command. The 4 swiftly departed the small encampment, heading eastward. Soon, the camp faded from view, leaving behind only a handful of corpses, forsaken and forgotten. As if the deceased had never existed in this world, destined to be remembered by no one. Chapter 34, the Eastern Fortress. As the patterns of their journey remained unchanged, they finally arrived at their destination, the Eastern Fortress of Sand Hidden, one evening a few days later. This fortification is strategically situated at the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. Established to defend against potential incursions from the Land of Fire to the east, specifically from the village hidden in the leaves. Having stood for many years, the fortress is no longer entirely composed of sand. Like most structures in Sand Hidden, it exhibits a dark yellow hue. Though modest in scale, its fortitude is undeniable, exuding an aura of solemnity from a distance. With the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War just a year prior, the nations have signed treaties. Yet these agreements are mere compromises. The specter of war looms ever present, ready to ignite should opportunities arise. During this delicate period, numerous shinobi are stationed at the fortress, patrolling the border and maintaining vigilance, with many infiltrating the Land of Rivers. Similarly, the village hidden in the leaves has dispatched its own shinobi into the Land of Rivers. Though significant conflicts have been avoided, minor skirmishes are frequent, resulting in a swift depletion of ninja tools, which is precisely the mission of Ant Squad, to deliver supplies. Jonin Ryohu has come for this task. Ant and his team hastily made their way to the fortress, and as they approached, the captain signaled for a few to halt and called out loudly, tossing a mission credential towards a specific direction. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, snatching the credential from the air, revealing a Jonin not far ahead, who now held the document in his hand. Moments later, he gestured, and the surroundings echoed with sounds, revealing that several hidden shinobi had emerged, kunai poised in hand. Had the credential been dubious, those kunai would surely have enveloped them in an instant. Ant was taken aback. The concealment of these individuals was remarkable, and he had been completely oblivious. All right, Vulture, make way for us to enter. The others can stay behind. Surely you recognize me. No need to put on airs and frighten my subordinates, the captain, Ryohu, remarked, indicating a familiarity between the two. I am merely conducting official business, Ryohu. You insult me upon our first encounter. I've heard that the young man from the Shabao clan has caught Lord Wine Shadow SI and is receiving his personal instruction. Is that true? Indeed. He is a rare talent, but our new recruits are also commendable. Oh, let me see. With that, the Jonin named Vulture stepped forward to inspect Ant. Having previously met Shemu and Ryosha, as the distance closed, Ant discerned Vulture and Appo's features. His face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that sparkled with intensity. Ah, Puppet Master, you seem quite spirited, though your stature is rather diminutive. Perhaps you should eat more, Vulture remarked, scrutinizing Ant. Ant felt awkward, unsure how to respond. Should he mention that he already consumed plenty? Vulture, you're advising others to eat more while you're so thin yourself. It and Appo's. That's not a lack of food that accounts for his height. He is merely 6 years old, Ryu teased. At just 6 years old to be a genin, why do all the prodigies seem to end up under your command? Vulture and Appo's tone was tinged with envy. Enough of your banter. I must enter the fortress, deliver the supplies promptly, and then take a moment to regroup. You can continue to enjoy the cold breeze here, Ryuhu concluded, leading his group forward. After bowing to Vulture, Ant and his companions hurried to catch up. Once they departed, Vulture vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Before long, the fortress came into full view. Ant observed the stronghold, noting not only the vigilant shinobi, but also the array of powerful crossbows gleaming ominously atop the walls. The ramparts bore the scars of battle, etched with knife marks and stains of blood, a testament to the fortress and Appo's significance to Sandhidden. During the conflicts with the village hidden in the leaves, it often served as a command center and supply depot. Such a critical location naturally became a target for enemy assaults. Despite its modest size, the fortress has thwarted numerous attacks against Sandhidden, and the bloodstains on its walls bear witness to the fierce battles that transpired here, exuding an atmosphere of lethal intent. Upon entering the fortress, the hustle and bustle of shinobi was palpable. Some patrolled, others exchanged missions, while medical personnel tended to the injured, and weapons were meticulously maintained. The scene was one of organized chaos, and as Ant absorbed the atmosphere, he couldn't help but reflect. This is the bastion of Sandhidden's eastern front, the Eastern Fortress. Chapter 35. The Sudden Mission. Senior Liuhua, you have come again. This marks the third time this year, does it not? What is the task this time? Are we heading to the Land of Rivers once more? As a few individuals entered the fortress, one person approached them. This mission involves the transportation of supplies. Where shall we make the handover? Liuhua inquired. Please follow me. It is just over here at the military supply station, the individual responded, leading the way. The group followed closely behind. Have there been any recent developments in the Land of Rivers? Liuhua asked as they walked. The situation remains as it has been. Although there are no large-scale battles, patrols in the Land of Rivers frequently clash with those from Konoha, resulting in casualties. The consumption of ninja tools is staggering. Fortunately, your arrival is timely. Otherwise, we would soon run out of supplies, the person explained. Are there any movements from the ninjas of the Land of Rivers? Liuhua pressed further. The Land of Rivers, specifically the Valley Ninja Village, is merely a small ninja settlement. What can they accomplish between Konoha and our Sandhidden village? They have shown no significant activity, came the reply. Oh, a peculiar calm often conceals ulterior motives, Liuhua mused, recalling his previous observations during reconnaissance missions in the Land of Rivers. Whenever given the chance, the ninjas from that region would create disturbances for either the Sandhidden or Konoha forces, albeit minor ones. He wondered if their current inactivity hinted at a deeper conspiracy. Here we are, Senior Liuhua. I must return to my patrol duties, the individual stated before departing without revealing his name. At the entrance of the building, a sign marked the military supply station, and the group entered. The interior was quite spacious. with a table positioned directly opposite the door and numerous shelves lined against the walls, upon which various ninja tools such as long swords, short daggers, shuriken, and explosive tags were displayed. However, most of the shelves were alarmingly bare, indicating a pressing need for resupply. Are you here to replenish supplies? Feel free to select from what is available on the shelves, the ninja behind the table remarked without looking up from the booklet in his hands. Is this all there is to choose from? Such a lack of courtesy, Longsha commented, noticing the ninja and Appo's rudeness. Only then did the ninja behind the table raise his head. Upon seeing the large scroll on Liu Hua and Appo's back, he exclaimed, "Ah, you have finally arrived, Senior Liu Hua. If you had arrived any later, there may not have been anything left. All right, Qianzu, here is the mission document, and this is the cargo we are transporting," Liu Hua said as he placed the scroll on the table alongside the mission document. "Very well, I shall conduct an inspection," Qianzu replied, first reviewing the mission document before taking up the scroll. He swiftly unrolled it and performed several hand seals, causing it to unfurl partially. Within the scroll, numerous runes formed a circle, inscribed with words such as and Appos, sword and Appos, comma and Appos, dagger and Appos, comma and Appos, shuriken and Appos, and Appos, explosive tag and Appos. After executing a series of rapid hand seals, he pressed his hand on the scroll, and smoke erupted. Once the haze cleared, an array of weapons, swords, shuriken, daggers, and explosive tags materialized on the table. "Come, lend a hand in arranging these on the shelves," Qianzu instructed as he counted the items. The group quickly organized the counted ninja tools onto the empty shelves, and within moments, they were filled to capacity, while the scroll still held many items yet to be unveiled. Qianzu continued to unseal and count, sealing away the excess. As Ant observed, he had spent his free time in recent days studying the sealing arrow scroll he had received earlier, dismantling the crossbow arrows to examine their seals. Yet he found himself utterly baffled. He had inquired with his captain, who admitted to a lack of understanding regarding sealing techniques. He pondered whether Qianzu, who frequently dealt with sealing scrolls, might possess some insight. Just as Ant was about to pose a question, a swarm of ninjas burst into the supply station. "What is happening? Why the rush? Even if you are eager to collect your ninja tools, it should not be this frantic," Qianzu questioned the incoming ninjas. While Ant and his companions looked on in curiosity, one member of the last patrol to the Land of Rivers has returned today, reporting an attack by a group of ninjas, while no news has arrived from the other teams. "It is feared." The speaker trailed off, yet the implication was clear to all present. "Lord Wanren has summoned all available ninjas at the fortress to issue an urgent mission to the Land of Rivers to rescue the surviving ninjas and eliminate the enemies aligned against the Sand-Hidden Village. We are here to resupply our ninja tools, so please expedite your preparations. The assembly time is imminent." Qianzu promptly began distributing ninja tools according to the needs expressed by the arriving ninjas, while Liu Hua and his companions exchanged glances. "Regarding this urgent mission, we may choose to participate or abstain. I have decided to go. Those willing to join me may do so, while those who prefer to stay may remain here." "The choice is yours," Liu Hua declared. "I shall go." The three replied in unison. Chapter 36. This task is problematic. The ninjas of their own village had come under attack, and none of the sand-hidden ninjas could stand idly by. The three could neither refuse nor hesitate. They swiftly replenished their expended ninja tools and hurried to the assembly point, a small clearing at the entrance of the fortress. Upon their arrival, they found the area filled with people. It seemed that every ninja capable of normal movement had gathered here. Despite the throng, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, devoid of any raucous noise. "Ryu, over here." It was the same person who had previously guided them, who quickly approached Ryu upon seeing Ant and his companions. "Longsha, you three wait here and do not cause trouble," Ryu instructed them. "Understood, Teacher Ryu," they replied in unison. Ryu nodded and followed the man into a nearby small building. Inside, approximately 10 individuals stood, all appearing to be upper ninjas, including the previously encountered vulture from Ant's team. It seemed that all the upper ninjas from the eastern fortress had assembled here. In the center of the room lay a table adorned with a map, specifically, a map of the Land of Rivers. "Ryu, you have arrived." A burly man standing directly opposite the entrance called out as Ryu stepped inside. This towering figure was clad in a simple vest that showcased his well-defined muscles. His arms as thick as an average adult and Appo's thighs, and his short purple hair stood erect. He wore long trousers, and his forehead protector was tied around his wrist, which was notably thicker than many people in Appo's arms. However, his hands were not as robust as the rest of him. His fingers were long and dexterous. Behind him stood a similarly featured upper ninja, while the others encircled the table, attentively listening to him. "What is the situation, Wanren?" Ryu immediately cut to the chase without any superfluous words. "Come and take a look." Wanren gestured for Ryu to step closer. The other upper ninjas parted to make way, nodding in acknowledgement of Ryu's presence, indicating his esteemed standing among them. Ryu approached the table and scrutinized the map, familiar with the terrain of the Land of Rivers. The map not only depicted the geography, but also contained numerous annotations, such as the locations of the Valley Ninjas and the areas where the Leaf Ninjas were active. The map illustrated how the land of rivers was segmented by winding rivers, with the prominent flowing Flower River at its center, an area notorious for conflicts between Sand-Hidden and Leaf Ninjas. To the east lay the reconnaissance range of the Leaf, while the west was under the vigilant watch of the Sand. The Valley Ninja Village was positioned to the northwest of the flowing Flower River. 6 red dots marked on the map were situated within the Leaf's operational territory. These red dots indicate the locations of our teams at the time of their last communication with us. Oh, what missions were these teams undertaking? What is the strength of their members? Who returned? Ryu continued his inquiries, sensing something amiss as he observed the positions of the red dots on the map. After a brief pause, Wanren replied, "They were merely conducting routine patrols to prevent any actions from the Leaf. Each team consists of 7 members, totaling 42, led by 6 upper ninjas, with the remainder being middle ninjas. The individual who returned is named Sean." "Oh, is he an upper ninja? I do not recall such a name in our village," Ryu remarked, puzzled. "No, Sean is a middle ninja. The leader of this mission was the upper ninja, Hiwen." Wanren clarified. Ryu felt a jolt within, the peculiar sensation intensifying. The upper ninja named Hiwen ranked among the top 10 in terms of strength within the village and was renowned for his devastating fire and lightning techniques, which had played a crucial role during the Second Great Ninja War. He was not particularly known for reconnaissance. Rather, he excelled in battlefield combat. Why then? Was he leading a reconnaissance team? Ryu's gaze returned to the map, fixating on the locations of the attack teams. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, and his eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze firmly on Wanren. Noticing Ryu's perceptive expression, Wanren quickly signaled discreetly. "All right, everyone, as I mentioned, go and account for the ninjas available for deployment. I need to know their numbers and ranks shortly." Dismissed, Wanren instructed the gathered upper ninjas. Yes, the upper ninjas promptly exited the room. Although Wanren was an upper ninja like them, his strength, prestige, and influence within the village far surpassed theirs. Moreover, most of them were stationed at the Eastern Fortress, while Wanren served as their superior. Adhering to orders was one of the fundamental principles of being a ninja. Chapter 37. The sequence of events after the departure of several Jonin. Luo placed his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword and exclaimed, "What they are undertaking is not a reconnaissance mission, but rather a mission to annihilate the enemy. What is the meaning of this?" His gaze was fixed intensely upon Wanren, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. As a staunch supporter of the third Kazekage, he believed that if such orders had been issued, he would have been informed prior to his journey to the Eastern Fortress. The absence of any communication indicated to Lu Huo that Wanren's actions might be unbeknownst to the third Kazekage, which he perceived as an act of treachery. Had he not been familiar with Wanren and confident in his loyalty to Sunagakure, he would have already launched an all-out assault. "This is a command from the Elder Council," Wanren stated with a calm demeanor initially, though his voice grew increasingly fervent as he continued. He struck the stone table with a forceful punch, creating a dent in the solid surface. "The last war has been at a standstill for a year. Yet tensions between the nations have not entirely ceased. Now is the moment to negotiate a peace treaty with Konohagakure. However, as the victors of the war, they demand that we, Sunagakure, concede to numerous inequitable treaties and provide substantial reparations before they will agree to any pact. Just as Sunagakure is beginning to regain its strength, surrendering these terms would ensure our subjugation under Konohagakure for decades to come, extinguishing any hope of resurgence." Though Lu Huo remained hostile, he relaxed his grip on the sword hilt upon hearing Wanren's words. "A week ago, I received a joint dispatch from 10 elders led by Chen Sha, instructing me to launch an assault on the Kawa no Kuni ninjas to demonstrate that Sunagakure still possesses the capability and resolve to engage in battle. They even assigned the Fire Centipede to assist me. Thus, this operation commenced." "What? 10 elders? What do they intend? How dare they make such a decision without the Kazekage and Appo's consent? This action could potentially ignite the Third Shinobi World War, and Sunagakure is not prepared for another conflict." Lu was seethed with fury. In a village of only 11 elders, it was outrageous that 10 of them would undertake such a consequential operation without notifying the Kazekage. Did they seek to undermine his authority? This revelation incensed Lu Huo. While the Kazekage is indeed the leader of Sunagakure, any decision can be enacted with the support of a simple majority of the elders. Thus, I am compelled to adhere to the 10 elders' decree, despite my reservations about the perilous nature of this mission. However, should we succeed, we could negotiate a peace treaty without jeopardizing Sunagakure's interests, allowing the borders to stabilize. Even though there have been no significant battles at the Kawa no Kuni front this year, the wounded at the Eastern Fortress have never ceased to increase. Sunagakure requires respite. Hence, I executed the command. Wanren's demeanor calmed as he articulated this explanation. "I will inform the third Kazekage of this matter and allow him to address your actions. For now, let us discuss the operational plans of the others and our subsequent objectives." According to Shamaru, in a bid to guard against the Kusa ninjas, the Fire Centipede personally ventured to the Kusa village to issue a warning and reach an accord with them to jointly assault the ninjas of Konohagakure. Their team was preparing to ambush a contingent of Konoha ninjas when they were discovered, and soon after, another squad of ninjas attacked from behind. He narrowly escaped by utilizing Doton to burrow underground and quickly returned to relay the news. And what of the Kusa ninjas? What of the other squads? We have yet to see any sign of the Kusa ninjas. Only Shamaru returned. The fate of the others remains uncertain. Did they get wind of our approach? The attack from behind suggests we cannot place our trust in the Kusa ninjas. Indeed, they are unaware that anyone has returned. This is the opportune moment for a counterattack. However, with the Kusa ninjas potentially being adversaries, I initially planned to investigate their gathering personally. Now that you are here, I shall entrust this matter to you. If the Kusa ninjas are complicit in the assault against Sunagakure, eliminate them. You may take another Jonin and a squad with you. I will lead the remainder in searching for any surviving Sunagakure teams and completing our prior mission. We must mobilize the full strength of the Eastern Fortress to ensure the success of this operation. Indeed, with 10 elders issuing this task, are you also contributing? As I previously stated, Sunagakure requires a peace treaty, one that safeguards our interests. This is the most straightforward and direct approach available to us. I will take full responsibility for any repercussions that may arise. There is no time to waste. We must depart at once. Once the situation concludes with the Kusa ninjas, I will gather my team to join you and fulfill this mission, conveying to Konohagakure that Sunagakure is not so easily trifled with. The two reached a consensus, their fists colliding in solidarity. They then exited the building, where the ninjas were already prepared for the mission ahead, ready to venture into Kawa no Kuni for the sake of Sunagakure. Chapter 38. Entering the land of Chuan Lord Wanren. Aside from the regular defensive ninjas, all the ninjas at the base have gathered. There are 39 Chunin and 57 Genin assembled. Upon seeing Wanren and Liuhua emerge, an elite Jonin approached and spoke. Liuhua, please identify your required personnel first. Wanren nodded in acknowledgement to the newcomer and then addressed Liuhua. Vulture, assemble your squad and follow me. Longsha we shall set forth. Liuhua, without hesitation, pointed to the Jonin named Vulture and promptly led the way outside. Ant and the other two immediately followed, and Vulture, without further ado, selected 3 Chunin from his team to accompany Liuhua beyond the fortress. Sandstorm, Sandwind, Sandmist, Sanddust, Sandgravel, Sandstone. You are to lead your teams along the route taken by the previously attacked squad. Notify me immediately upon encountering any ninjas. I will be leading the main force closely behind you, ready to provide support and eliminate any visible enemies. Move out. Wanren commanded without delay. The named individuals swiftly departed from the main force, heading towards the land of Chuan. Some may perceive Wanren's strategy as a dispersion of military power. Yet this arrangement was crafted to enhance the reconnaissance of survivors. He did not believe that all 6 elite squads had perished. His aim was to rescue as many survivors as possible. The 6 individuals called upon were the most proficient in reconnaissance and speed within the fortress, effectively establishing a line of vigilance and reconnaissance ahead of the main force, achieving multiple objectives. At this moment, the first to set forth, Liuhua and Vulture, had already crossed the border between the land of Wind and the land of Chuan. Upon entering the land of Chuan, the environment underwent a noticeable transformation. The surrounding vegetation flourished, the air became laden with moisture, and the soothing sound of trickling streams could be heard. The stark contrast between the two lands was striking. Ant contemplated the changes before him, pondering when the land of Wind might possess such fertile ground. The ninja of the land of Chuan were not particularly formidable. However, a balance existed among the 5 great nations and other smaller states. For instance, if the Sand-Hidden Village sought to seize this territory, both Konoha of the land of fire and Kirigakure of the land of water would not remain passive. Ant reflected on his aspirations, which seemed distant. Unless the Sand-Hidden Village could stand against both the land of fire and the land of water simultaneously, it would never attain this lush landscape. Nonetheless, the more challenging the goal, the greater the motivation to strive forward. Youth must embody the spirit of youth, undaunted and willing to fight. Realizing this, Ant felt a surge of determination, thinking, let me forge my own future. Liuhua, do we have any specific tasks since we are not moving with the main force? Vulture inquired of Liuhua. Their trajectory leaned southeast, while Wanren's main force headed directly east, prompting Vulture's curiosity about their destination. Our objective is the Valley Ninjas of the land of Chuan, Liuhua replied. What is the mission and Appos, as purpose? Vulture pressed. Reconnaissance or extermination, Liuhua answered succinctly, yet ambiguously. Was it not said that the Fire Centipede reached an agreement with the Valley Ninjas? Vulture questioned, puzzled. Our squad was ambushed, and I sensed the shadow of the Valley Ninjas behind it. Our mission is to uncover the truth. If the Valley Ninjas are involved in this attack, we shall eliminate them. Liuhua articulated their goal and purpose with a tone as flat as if he were merely discussing a mundane shopping errand. A wave of intense confidence surged forth. Ant observed a different side of his teacher, witnessing the embodiment of willpower through strength, the essence of a true warrior. The group advanced swiftly, crossing one river after another, as befitting the land of rivers, where intertwining streams divided the land into countless sections. The settlement of the Valley Ninjas lay nestled within a small area surrounded by several raging rivers, and with their proficiency in water release techniques, they possessed a geographical advantage, rendering it easier to defend than to attack. At this juncture, they had arrived near their destination. Next, capture all the peripheral defensive ninjas of the Valley Ninjas surrounding the area. The task of interrogation is entrusted to you, Vulture, Liuhua commanded. Teacher Liuhua, what shall we do if we discover that the Valley Ninjas indeed participated in this operation alongside Konoha? Ant asked, standing nearby. We eliminate them, came the simple and straightforward reply. The motivations of the Valley Ninjas mattered little. As long as they had engaged in an assault against the sand-hidden village, they warranted annihilation. The harsh realities of the ninja world were laid bare at this moment. Those who are weak possess no voice. Weakness is an original sin. Commence the operation. With the plan set in motion, Liuhua issued the order. Chapter 39. Chronicles of the Valley Ninja. In recent days, Sui Sui has been in remarkably high spirits, claiming that these have been the happiest days of the past few years. He is a member of the Valley Ninja village in the Land of Rivers. He considers himself fortunate to have become a ninja, yet unfortunate for being born in the valley. The Land of Rivers lies between the two great nations, the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. During their wars, this territory often becomes a battlefield, and on occasion, the Land of Water and Appos' hidden mist also intervenes. Not long ago, during the Second Great Ninja War, Sui Sui came to understand the true nature of the powerful ninjas from these great nations. They regard the Valley Ninja with utter disdain, ready to eliminate anyone who stands in their way without a second thought. When they require assistance, they adopt a haughty demeanor that is utterly detestable. However, circumstances are beyond his control, leaving him feeling powerless. Just a few days ago, the village leader issued a command that filled Sui Sui with unexpected joy. It turned out that the Sand Village sought to launch a surprise attack on Konoha and Appos' reconnaissance team located in the Land of Rivers. A man known as the Fire Centipede, brimming with arrogance, barged into the Valley Ninja village to demand assistance from the village leader, Akikami. The Valley Ninja are not the Sand and Appos' lackeys. We are not obligated to heed your commands. Sui Sui and Appos' heart roared with indignation upon hearing this news. He learned that Akikami had acquiesced to the request, and his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Subsequently summoned by the leader, Sui Sui arrived at Akikami and Appos' dwelling, his heart brimming with resentment. Sui Sui, can I trust you? The leader inquired, the first words out of his mouth. I can devote everything to the Valley Ninja, but at this moment, I do not trust you. Sui Sui vehemently expressed his frustrations. Sui Sui, I understand your displeasure regarding the agreement with the Sand, for I share your sentiments. However, they are one of the 5 great ninja villages, far beyond our capacity to confront. Akikami spoke with resignation. The Sand is but a defeated faction from the last war. Sui Sui retorted, his anger unabated. It seems this task is perfectly suited for you, Susukun. Akikami and Appos' tone shifted, no longer drenched in self-pity, but laced with a sinister and bloodthirsty undertone. Sui Sui glanced up at Akikami, whose face had transformed into a mask of malevolence, devoid of the previous warmth. Cursed Sand Village. Damned Fire Centipede. How dare a mere elite ninja dismiss the Valley Ninja? Sui Sui and Appos' thoughts raced. Sui Sui-kun, I have secretly contacted the Konoha ninjas. At the right moment, you will lead our Valley Ninja team to follow the Sand and Appos' assault team. Here is the current position of the Konoha team. When they are a kilometer away from Konoha, open these bottles. Then, we will ambush the Sand together. Moreover, once we don the Konoha headbands, even if things go awry, we can distance ourselves from the consequences. Akikami concluded, letting out a gleeful laugh. Sui Sui was uncertain about the contents of the bottles or whether their plan would succeed, but the prospect of thwarting the Sand brought him a sense of delight amidst his fury. The operation proceeded smoothly. The Sand would never expect that the Valley Ninja would dare to strike back. Upon reaching the designated location and opening the bottles, however, nothing occurred. As Sui Sui stood there in confusion, the sound of clashing metal erupted ahead. Battle had commenced. The Sand lost their advantage of surprise, while Konoha was prepared, having set numerous traps. Consequently, they gained the upper hand, and soon the Valley Ninja joined the fray. Within minutes, the Sand's forces were decimated. The surprise attack failed to achieve its intended effect, and soon the remnants of the Sand were caught off guard by an attacking force from behind. Ultimately, most of the Sand was annihilated, with a small faction captured by Konoha, including the leader, Fire Centipede. Konoha handed the subdued Fire Centipede over to Sui Sui, seemingly part of a deal between Konoha and leader Akikami. Sui Sui returned triumphantly to the Valley Ninja village with Fire Centipede in tow. Akikami took the Fire Centipede to the interrogation room, seeking to extract the secrets of the Sand and Appos' body-enhancing elixirs and the ninja techniques of the Fire Centipede. Witnessing the once haughty Sand Ninja now at the mercy of his own comrades brought Sui Sui an indescribable sense of satisfaction. A day had passed, yet Sui Sui and Appos' spirits remained high at the memory. Today was no different. He led his team in a patrol around the village perimeter, filled with joy. They dispersed to scout the area, regrouping at intervals. However, When the time came to reconvene, none of his team members returned. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Sui proceeded in the direction of the last known location of one of his comrades, only to find someone lying on the ground. As he approached, he discovered it was his teammate, now lifeless. Who did this? Sui gasped, panic rising within him as he prepared to flee. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 40. The rescue plan. The teachers of Ant, Sha, and Longsha, known as Lu Hua, received a clandestine mission. Accompanied by Lu Hua and his ally, the Vulture and Appos squad, they arrived near the Valley Ninja village. Their objective was to either gather intelligence or eliminate the Valley Ninjas. To ascertain the Valley Ninjas and Appos stance, they decided to first locate the patrolling ninjas at the periphery. Employing rather unsparing methods, the Vulture and his team proved invaluable, as each member excelled in reconnaissance, interrogation, and illusion techniques. Given that the Valley Ninja village was merely a small ninja settlement, the number of ninjas was under 100, with only 2 upper ninjas, the village chief, Qiu Lian, and the head of security, Su Wei. There were a dozen or so middle ninjas, while the rest comprised lower ninjas. If they were to partake in the assault on the sand-hidden village, it was likely that these 2 upper ninjas and the majority of the middle ninjas were already aware of the situation. The external sentinels were led by the head of security, Su Wei, along with several middle ninjas. This information had been relayed to Lu Hua from the eastern fortress, Wanrun, and now they had set their sights on the Valley Ninjas. Ant and Appos squad was composed of 2 upper ninjas, 3 middle ninjas, and 3 lower ninjas. Under the leadership of Lu Hua and the Vulture, they effortlessly captured several patrolling middle ninjas. Upon seeing the sand-hidden headbands worn by some of them, a few middle ninjas exhibited clear signs of panic, while others appeared bewildered. Through the Vulture and Appos interrogation, the entire sequence of events unfolded before them. Indeed, the Valley Ninjas had participated in the assault on the sand-hidden village, and the panicking middle ninjas were among the assailants. They also learned that Su Wei, an upper ninja involved in the attack, was currently on patrol, along with their patrol schedule. After eliminating the captured Valley Ninjas, they concealed themselves near the position of the closest middle ninja to Su Wei. Soon enough, Su Wei approached for an inspection and was caught off guard. He was promptly knocked unconscious and taken to a concealed location, where he was securely bound and injected with a paralyzing toxin before being awakened. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Su Wei inquired, displaying the composure befitting the second-in-command of the Valley Ninjas. Despite his involvement in the assault on the sand-hidden village and recognizing the sand-hidden headbands, he showed no signs of distress. "Su Wei, if we had not already gathered intelligence, one might have believed you were truly innocent," Lu Hua remarked coldly. "Innocent? Friends of the sand-hidden. Why did you assault us without provocation?" "I demand an explanation," Su Wei retorted, displaying neither panic nor fear, instead accusing them. "We did not come to reason with you." "Jinjutsu, mirror world," the Vulture declared, casting an illusion on Su Wei. "Vulture-senpai, do you think he will realize this is an illusion?" And asked, "Even if he does, it is of no consequence. He cannot utilize chakra now, rendering him incapable of breaking free. This illusion will ensnare him in a world of his own, akin to a dream, wherein his willpower will be gradually drained. When he is utterly lost, that will be my cue to act," the Vulture elucidated. "How long will this take?" Lu Hua inquired. "Perhaps a few days from his perspective, but for us, merely a few minutes," the Vulture replied, a hint of pride in his tone. They observed Su Wei, whose eyes initially reflected anxiety, but soon grew weary, ultimately becoming utterly numb. "Time us up, Su Wei. I am Daomi. A few days ago, what was the purpose of your mass exodus from the village?" The Vulture interrogated. This Daomi was a member of Su Wei and Appos' team, now deceased, and one of the middle ninjas captured previously. We collaborated with the Leaf Village to assault the sand-hidden village," Su Wei responded, excitement evident in his tone. "Who issued the orders?" The Vulture pressed further. "Chief Qiu Lian commanded us to act, though I personally enjoyed this mission. Both the Leaf and sand-hidden villages have always maintained an air of superiority. They were nothing more than prey for us," Su Wei boasted, a strange smile gracing his face. "Who is the leader of the Leaf Ninja?" The Vulture continued his inquiry. "Humph, a cold man. He swiftly defeated the fire centipede and, like the centipede, looked down upon us. He left after handing the centipede over. I did not catch a glimpse of his face." Su Wei and Appos' expression shifted to one of anger. The group was utterly astonished. The fire centipede was indeed within the Valley Ninja village, presenting an unexpected boon. Upper ninjas were valuable assets in any village. It seemed that while they were set to eliminate the Valley Ninjas, a rescue mission was also in order. However, the leader of the Leaf Ninjas possessed formidable strength. They needed to conclude their affairs swiftly. With the evidence now indisputable, today marked the end for the Valley Ninjas. Yet to rescue the fire centipede, a well-thought-out plan was imperative to ensure his safety. "Let us make use of the waste," Lu Hua suggested, glancing at the incapacitated Su Wei. Chapter 41. The rescue operation at the entrance of the Guni village. Several individuals stood guard when they suddenly spotted 2 figures approaching from outside. The guards quickly assumed a defensive stance. As they recognized the newcomers, their tension eased. It was none other than their village and Appo's security chief, Su Sui, accompanied by his squad member, Daomi. However, their condition appeared dire, as Su Sui was being supported by Daomi. Seemingly injured. Daomi, what has transpired? What has happened to Captain Su Sui? One of the guards inquired. We were ambushed by several from the sand village. Everyone else, aside from the two of us, was killed. Captain Su Sui fought valiantly to repel them, but sustained severe injuries in the process. Moreover, they warned that they would return. Daomi replied anxiously. What? The sand village? Are they aware of that matter? What if they attack our village? One of the gatekeeping chunin uttered, clearly revealing that he was also a member of the attack squad. Heighten your vigilance. I must hasten to inform the chief. Daomi stated as he made his way into the village. Very well, but do hurry, Daomi, they responded, allowing Daomi and Su Sui to enter Guni village. They remained oblivious to the fact that Daomi had not addressed any of them by name throughout the encounter, nor had Su Sui uttered a single word. The disparities between the small and large ninja villages often manifest in such minute details, highlighting the stark difference in ninja standards. Guiding Su Sui into the village, Daomi proceeded toward the residence of Chief Chilian, encountering numerous inquisitive ninjas along the way. He disseminated the alarming news of a possible sand village assault. Before long, he arrived at Chilian's dwelling. Chief Chilian, I am Daomi from the security team, and I bear urgent information. Without knocking, Daomi entered the courtyard and called out loudly. However, there was no response from within. Ignoring this, he charged inside in a frenzy. Is the sky falling? He exclaimed, panic-stricken. A few minutes later, a voice thundered from within. The door was flung open, and a shadow leaped out, swiftly closing the distance to Daomi. Fixated on Daomi, the figure demanded, What is it? Chief, we were attacked by the sand village. Everyone except Su Sui and I was killed. Captain Su Sui managed to fend them off, but soon collapsed. And they mentioned they would return. I rushed here to report. Daomi hastily explained. Humph. Chilian scoffed at this revelation, reaching for the injured Su Sui, who was being supported by Daomi. At that moment, Daomi noticed bloodstains on Chilian's wrist, and his hands bore traces of water, as if freshly washed. He has been poisoned. After a brief examination, Chilian swiftly retrieved an antidote from his ninja gear and administered it to Su Sui. However, it seemed ineffective. Contemplating for a moment, he produced a porcelain vial, poured out a pill, and placed it in Su Sui's mouth, watching as the dark aura around Su Sui began to dissipate. Indeed, it is the poison of the sand village. Daomi, others have perished, and Su Sui, as a jonin, is severely poisoned. How is it that you remain unscathed? Chilian abruptly shifted his questioning gaze to Daomi. Chief, I sensed the commotion of battle and rushed over, only to find Captain Su Sui had already repelled the attackers. At that time, he appeared unharmed. However, as we prepared to return and alert you, he suddenly collapsed, and I had no choice but to bring him back swiftly to report, Daomi explained. Before Chilian could further interrogate him, another genin burst into the room, exclaiming, Chief, the sand village is attacking. Oh, how many are there? Chilian inquired, startled and ceasing his questioning of Daomi. There are 4, one jonin accompanied by 3 lower-ranked ninjas. The jonin is exceedingly formidable. By the time I arrived, we had already suffered considerable losses, the genin reported truthfully. At that moment, an explosion echoed from outside, accompanied by the sounds of chaos and shouts. Stay here and tend to Su Sui. When he regains consciousness, instruct him to flank the sand village ninja and ensure that we eliminate all of them. Knowing there are only 4, I will not be overly concerned. Chilian instructed Daomi before swiftly heading toward the village's exit. Once Chilian had departed, Daomi gazed at the unconscious Su Sui, murmuring to himself, When he awakens, you shall never awaken. With that, he employed a kunai to sever Su Sui's throat. In an instant, Daomi vanished, and in his place stood a man adorned with a sand village headband. It was Vulture. This was the scheme of Liu Hua, who, in pursuit of the fire centipede, had discerned from the earlier encounter that the fire centipede resided at Chilian's dwelling. The blood on Chilian's hands and the antidote he had just retrieved from the sand village spoke volumes. With Chilian now gone, it was the perfect moment for him to act. Chapter 42. The fiery display of might. As Qiu Jian stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of fierce flames erupting at the village gate. Several gatekeepers lay nearby, charred and lifeless, indicating they had met their demise. Enraged by this sight, Qiu Jian quickened his pace, incensed at the thought that Sand Hidden might have foreseen their actions. Having learned of the impending assault from the vulture masquerading as rice, he was aware that the Konoha ninjas were gathering at the village entrance to defend their home. Outside Konoha village, Lu Hua, Yi, Sha Mu, and Long Sha stood resolutely at the gates. Lu Hua maintained his hand signs, having just unleashed a fire technique. A number of Konoha ninjas had already assembled. Long Sha, Sha Mu, and Yi. Lu Hua instructed, I will engage them directly. You 3 should take advantage of the situation and target any stragglers. If the circumstances become dire, prioritize your safety, especially you, Yi. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. They replied in unison. There was no time for further discussion as the Konoha ninjas launched their assault. A fresh wave of Konoha ninjas hurled shurikens in unison towards them. And the others swiftly evaded, while Lu Hua brandished a kunai, deftly knocking down every shuriken aimed at him. He then charged into the throng, evading their weapons with ease, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he claimed the lives of several Konoha ninjas. Feeling that the pace was too languid, he suddenly halted, his fingers dancing in a flurry as he completed his hand signs in an instant. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, a cascade of fireballs, reminiscent of fluttering petals, descended upon the Konoha ninjas, each the size of a human head and imbued with scorching heat, moving at a remarkable speed. The Konoha ninjas were unable to conjure the water release in time to counter the attack, aside from a few skilled nin who managed to flee. The rest faced imminent peril. Just then, a torrent of water surged forth from within the village, intercepting the fireballs. The source of this powerful jutsu was none other than the Konoha leader, Chiyojian. Instantly, a wave of jubilation swept through the Konoha ninjas, for they regarded Chiyojian as the mightiest ninja they had encountered, believing he could repel the assailants and ensure their survival. Only 4 elite ninjas from Sand-Hidden dare to attack us, Konoha? Is this how they view us? Chiyojian remarked coldly. I indeed hold you Konoha ninjas in disdain. Today marks your end, Lu Hua retorted contemptuously. Chiyojian glared at Lu Hua's disdainful expression, gritting his teeth in anger. It was the same scenario once more. Powerful ninjas from minor villages dared to underestimate him. He vowed to make him pay for this insolence. I will confront this elite ninja. You all focus on those 3 youngsters and eliminate them. Chiyojian commanded the dozens of Konoha ninjas behind him. He believed himself equal to any elite ninja and was determined to make Lu Hua experience the consequences of his scorn. First, he would deal with Lu Hua's subordinates. Then, alongside Su Sui, who was healing in the village, he would vanquish Lu Hua. No. He would capture him and subject him to the same torment he had suffered at the hands of the fire centipede, to satiate his burning resentment. The remaining Konoha ninjas, upon receiving their orders, needed not to confront the elite ninja who had just overwhelmed them. They swiftly set upon the 3 youngsters. Chiyojian charged directly at Lu Hua, brandishing a massive scythe. In response, Lu Hua placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, a flash of red light signifying his swift strike. Chiyojian hastily blocked the attack with his scythe, but several ninjas behind him were cleaved in 2, the wound seared shut without a drop of blood spilling. At that moment, Chiyojian had no time to contemplate anything else, for Lu Hua's relentless onslaught had commenced. Lu Hua deftly traced graceful arcs with his blade, forcing Chiyojian to scramble defensively. Forget the 3 youngsters. Focus on harassing Lu Hua from a distance with your tools and techniques, Chiyojian commanded urgently. Dozens of various ninja tools and techniques hurtled towards Lu Hua, each easily countered, yet their sheer volume began to wear him down. Lu Hua resolved to take the matter more seriously. With a swift hand sign from his left hand, his blade radiated a brilliant light, elongating like molten glass. Raising the blade above his head, he brought it down in a single stroke. This strike was not merely an attack with the blade. It unleashed a torrent of searing flames. All incoming ninja tools and techniques were consumed by the fire, creating a fissure in the earth that smoldered with charred remnants. Chiyojian, unwilling to face this onslaught head-on, sidestepped, yet several Konoha ninjas behind him fell victim to the attack. The ability to unleash jutsu without hand sign shocked Chiyojian. He glanced at Lu Hua's blade, realizing it must be the source of this power. Once Su Sui arrived, that blade would be his. Greed gleamed in his eyes. He observed Lu Hua, the elite ninja, effortlessly fending off dozens of Konoha ninjas and thought to himself. As expected of the strongest ninja in the village, he felt compelled to take action. Glancing sideways, he saw his 2 teammates sharing the same expression, exchanging a knowing glance. The 3 sprang into action. Chapter 43, The Desperate Struggle of the Hidden Valley Ninjas. Wind Release, Sandstorm Breakthrough, Earth Release, Earth Spike. Both Longsha and Shamo unleashed their ninjutsu towards the Hidden Valley Ninjas, with one technique descending from above and the other rising from below, both encompassing vast areas. Realizing the dire situation, the Hidden Valley Ninjas hastily dispersed, yet several were still enveloped by the ninjutsu, instantly rendered riddled with wounds, the earth stained crimson with blood. One Hidden Valley ninja, having narrowly evaded the ninjutsu attack, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the gruesome fate of his fallen comrades. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his body. Looking down, he saw several steel wires binding him. Turning to discern the source, he was met with a rigid visage, which then opened its mouth to reveal a sharp blade lunging towards him. It was a puppet. This was his final thought before demise. The 3 assailants did not relent. Taking advantage of the Hidden Valley Ninja's inability to break through the flames, they launched a relentless assault, turning the battlefield into chaos. This state of turmoil persisted for several minutes until the majority of the Hidden Valley Ninjas had gathered at their entrance, approximately 70 to 80 in number. Their attacks posed no threat to the flames. If their purpose was merely to distract the flames and alleviate their own pressure, such a force was unnecessary. In this brief interval, the trio had already dispatched numerous Hidden Valley Ninjas. Thus, Chiyojian called for a division of forces. one group to assist him in alleviating pressure while the others would focus on attacking the trio, aiming to eliminate them, which might draw the flames' attention away. A dozen or so Hidden Valley ninjas circled past the flames and charged towards the trio. Although the flames showed no fear of their combined assault, it was impossible to intercept them all. However, he had faith in his teammates' abilities. While they might not be able to eradicate the adversaries, self-preservation was certainly within their means. He continued to fend off the assaults from the Hidden Valley ninjas and the senior ninja Chilian while keeping a vigilant eye on the Hidden Valley village. Seeing a multitude of Hidden Valley ninjas charging towards them, the trio dared not act recklessly as before and quickly regrouped. During this time, they had eliminated a double-digit number of Hidden Valley ninjas. Most of their victims were low-ranking ninjas, yet this was still a commendable feat. The three formed a defensive formation, their backs against one another, as an array of ninja tools rained down upon them. Shamo swiftly performed hand seals, invoking Earth Release, Earth Prison. Originally intended as a binding barrier, Shamo repurposed it for defense, and its efficacy was remarkable. The various ninja tools could not breach its defenses, and any shattered sections could be restored as long as chakra was supplied. Only powerful piercing attacks could shatter it, yet the Hidden Valley ninjas outside evidently lacked such strength. But this was not the end. Sandai, Longshaw's ninjutsu formed an eye from sand outside the Earth Prison, connecting to his optic nerves, allowing him to observe the outside situation. Ant was struck by the flawless synergy of the duo. The combination of their ninjutsu provided both offense and defense, and now it was time for him to supplement their attack. While creating the Earth Prison, Shamo had also fashioned a small hole in the ground, no larger than an ant's burrow, through which Ant extended his chakra threads to control a shadow outside, a testament to his years of chakra control training. With Shamo defending and Longshaw surveilling, Ant proceeded to launch attacks, a strategy devised during their journey. The shadow unleashed a barrage of ninja tools in the direction indicated by Longshaw, firing off more projectiles in mere seconds than the Hidden Valley ninjas had previously launched. The suddenness of the attack caught the Hidden Valley ninjas off guard, unable to comprehend that the shadow could be controlled and that the density of the assault was so intense. However, due to it being their first time coordinating in actual combat, their synergy was imperfect. After several waves of attack, they had only managed to slay one ninja, with the others sustaining merely superficial wounds. The Hidden Valley ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. While they could not advance, they believed that as long as they remained cautious, they faced no immediate danger. They assumed the Earth Prison consumed a considerable amount of chakra, and if they could endure a bit longer, the trio would eventually emerge, giving them the opportunity to deplete the puppet's arsenal of ninja tools. Thus, time passed amidst the flurry of projectiles and evasions. 5 minutes later, with most Hidden Valley ninjas adorned with injuries, the Earth Prison began to crumble, revealing the trio's figures. The Hidden Valley ninjas surged forward, eager to dismember them. Suddenly, some of the Hidden Valley ninjas felt their vision blur, their limbs growing unresponsive, and they gradually collapsed. By the time they realized what was happening, half had already fallen, many with darkened circles around their eyes and lips turning purple, and had deployed his new weapon, poison. By the time the Hidden Valley ninjas recognized the threat, a significant portion had already succumbed, and panic ensued among the remaining, for they bore wounds inflicted by the Shadow's ninja tools. This was not the only peril they faced, as Ant and his comrades charged forward. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from within the Hidden Valley village, followed by a luminous orb detonating above the ninjas. Confusion reigned among them, while excitement gleamed in Liowa's eyes. His speed intensified, and his swordsmanship grew more ferocious, as the Hidden Valley ninjas, who had seemed evenly matched just moments ago, were swiftly decimated. Chilian stepped forward to defend, but as Liowa slashed towards him, Chilian attempted to block with his scythe. This time, however, his scythe was not able to withstand the blow and was severed in an instant. He hastily evaded, yet his arm was still grazed, the searing pain eliciting a cry from his lips. Inside, he was screaming in disbelief at such overwhelming strength. At this moment, more Hidden Valley ninjas arrived at the village entrance. Chilian, witnessing their arrival, felt a surge of hope and called out, "Suhue, come quickly, and let us eliminate him together." Suhue charged forward, but unexpectedly he thrust a kunai at the unsuspecting Cholian's back. Cholian's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the betrayal. In his final moments, the last sight before him was that of the slaughtered Hidden Valley ninjas. Yet, he could do nothing more. Chapter 44. The Rescue of the Fire Centipede. The surviving members of the Valley Ninja gazed in shock as their captain ruthlessly took the life of their leader. In a startling turn of events, the position once occupied by Suhue was now held by another figure, an elite sand ninja, the Vulture, who had arrived alongside Liowa. The Valley Ninja felt no relief at the identity of the killer. The Sand Ninja was unmistakably their foe, and confronting even a single Liowa had been formidable enough. Yet now they faced reinforcements while mourning the loss of their strongest leader, Cholian, formed under the auspices of the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers. The Valley Ninja village was still in its infancy when it was struck by such a devastating blow. Initially mere wandering ninjas from the Land of Rivers, the death of their leader and the presence of a powerful enemy instilled a desperate desire to flee. It was unclear who made the first move, but soon a few Valley Ninja began to sprint away, hoping to escape the calamity. A flash of steel sliced through the air, cleaving the ground before them and creating a scorching chasm. The earth, seared by intense heat, had transformed into flowing lava, effectively blocking the escape route for all Valley Ninja attempting to flee towards the outside. A shadow emerged. Their nightmare, a sand ninja wielding a sword, stood firmly in their path. Ant and his companions swiftly dispatched the Valley Ninja that had surrounded them and made their way to Liuhua. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance to the village was the Sand Ninja who had just slain their leader, Chilian. Despair enveloped the Valley Ninja, their will to fight extinguished. Despite their efforts, they had inflicted little damage upon the enemy, who remained largely unscathed, while they had lost over half their numbers. With their leader dead, victory was an unattainable dream, and they began to scatter in panic. Yet, they found themselves encircled, with no hope of escape. Gradually, they surrendered their will to resist, kneeling and pleading for mercy, clinging to the hope of survival. Unfortunately, their pleas were in vain. Fate was unyielding, and death approached as anticipated. Within mere minutes, tranquility returned. The conflict having lasted only a few hours, from Liuhua's assault on the Valley Ninja's gates to the last of their ranks falling. Vulture, where is Fire Centipede? Liuhua broke the silence, wounded yet resolute. He is gravely injured, but I have placed him in the residence of the Valley Ninja leader, and my subordinates are guarding him. Vulture replied. Let us see. Following their brief exchange, they entered the Valley Ninja village and surveyed the surroundings. Most of the battle had occurred at the village entrance, leaving the interior structures relatively intact. The buildings, primarily constructed of stone, revealed many open doors, suggesting a hasty departure by their occupants. The village, still newly formed, was composed mostly of ninja residents, and after the recent skirmish, many had either fled or remained hidden in their homes, fearful of the aftermath. Although the ninja code forbade harming civilians, not all followed this tenet. The group made their way to Chilian's residence unhindered. At the entrance, 2 sand ninjas stood guard, and upon noticing Liuhua and his companions, they carefully assessed the situation before allowing them entry. Inside the hall, a figure lay in the center, while another sand ninja administered healing techniques, their hands aglow with medical jutsu. Senior Liuhua, Captain, the medical ninja acknowledged them without ceasing his work. On the ground lay the unfortunate Fire Centipede, his limbs grotesquely contorted, his face marred by raw wounds, with bandages soaked in crimson strewn across his body. The sight was harrowing, and Ant's mind raced with thoughts of the torment this ninja must have endured. What is his condition? When will he awaken? Liuhua inquired of the medical ninja. Fire Centipede has suffered 90% skin damage, lost 10% of his blood, and his limbs are fractured. He also has over 30 penetrating wounds and internal organ damage. Fortunately, these injuries are not fatal. It seems his adversaries did not wish to kill him. As for waking, I have done all I can. He should regain consciousness shortly, but a full recovery with combat capability will require at least 6 months of rest, the medical ninja relayed, detailing Fire Centipede's plight. Moments later, as Fire Centipede lay on the bed, his eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The momentary confusion in his gaze quickly gave way to recognition as he scanned his surroundings, visibly relaxing upon seeing his comrades. He attempted to rise, but failed. Do not move. Are you able to speak, Centipede? Liuhua urged, noticing his struggle. Yes, but could I have a glass of water? Fire Centipede replied, his voice faint and hoarse. The medical ninja poured a glass of water and carefully fed it to him. What became of our mission? What happened to the sand ninja accompanying me? After taking several sips, Fire Centipede regained some strength and inquired urgently. Currently, the only surviving ninjas from our mission are you and one called Homaru, Liuhua informed him. What? Fire Centipede's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to clench his fist in anger but found himself unable. Tears streamed down his cheeks, not born of sorrow or pain from his wounds, but rather from guilt and frustration over his failures. However, Wanren has mobilized all forces at the Eastern Fortress, searching for survivors and seeking to fulfill your mission, Liuhua continued. Those treacherous Valley Ninja have betrayed us, not only informing Konoha of our intended assault, but also revealing our position and ambushing us from behind. I will ensure they pay for this transgression, Fire Centipede vowed. Between ninja villages, true friendship has never existed. One can only rely on oneself. This lesson should not be lost on you. Your arrogance precipitated this mission's failure. However, any desire for vengeance against the Valley Ninja is moot. They are no more. Liuhua admonished. Fire Centipede closed his eyes, left without words. Ant, listening intently to their exchange, pondered the wisdom within their dialogue. One may leverage the strength of others, yet reliance upon them is folly. This is the essence of experience and the lessons learned. Chapter 45, Mutation. What is the strength of the Konoha ninjas in the Land of Rivers? What kind of opponents have you encountered? Liuhua posed another question. The power of Konoha in the Land of Rivers is quite comparable to ours. On the eastern bank of the Liuhua River, we have established 6 observation points along the river, each manned by 1 jonin and either 3 chunin or 3 genin. Our teams are stronger than theirs, and given the element of surprise, we did not anticipate such a crushing defeat. As for my squad, we faced only a single jonin. At this point, Hua Wugong and Appo's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. Oh, just one person? Liuhua inquired. Indeed, a cold-looking man arrived. I felt he resembled a serpent. His name is Orochimaru. Huo Wugong replied. What? Liu Hua gasped in disbelief. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage, had once confronted Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. Alongside the third Hokage and Appo's other two apprentices, Tsunade and Jiraiya, over a year ago. The third Hokage had mentioned this individual, claiming he possessed strength that could rival a Kage. It stands to reason that the other reconnaissance points are likely bolstered by additional ninja support. In other words, the number of Konoha and Appo's Jonin and Chunin waiting for Wanren is roughly equal, with Orochimaru overseeing them. Wanren cannot possibly hold them off alone. They must be nearing each other now. This is unacceptable. I must hurry to provide support. Vulture, come with me. Liu was suddenly exclaimed, springing to his feet. All eyes turned toward him. There is no time for explanations. Longsha, Shamu, Liu Hua, and the rest of you escort Huo Wugong back to the Eastern Fortress. Vulture, you will accompany me to support Wanren. We will discuss the details on the way. Liu was swiftly assigned tasks. Captain, let us go with you. We promised to fight against Konoha together. Longsha, who had been seated, stood up to address Liu Hua. The situation is urgent. Your speed is too slow. Moreover, sending several genin and chunin is of little use. Protecting Huo Wugong back to the Eastern Fortress will aid the sand-hidden village. Wait for me there. Liu Hua succinctly explained. Without waiting for further discussion, he dashed out the door, and by the time he reached the entrance, their figures had disappeared. What is going on with Liu Hua Senpai and Captain Vulture? Asked two subordinates of Vulture who had been outside, bewildered. Liu Hua Sensei said they are heading to support Wanren Senpai. We are to rest, and then escort Huo Wugong, the Jonin, back to the Eastern Fortress, Shamu informed them. The two were left speechless. They all entered the room. Gathering around the bed where Huo Wugong lay. The earlier conversation and emotional turmoil had caused him to fall asleep. They had initially planned to let him arrange the subsequent actions, but upon seeing his condition, they exchanged glances of uncertainty. We still need to take Huo Wugong back to the Eastern Fortress. The distance is considerable. We must devise a plan and appoint a leader. One Chunin who had been guarding the door spoke first. We are merely Jinin, while the three of you are Chunin. Let one of you take on the role of leader, Shamu suggested. Longsha had seemed eager to contest the leadership position, but Shamu wished to avoid any discord over such a trivial matter, so he spoke up first. Longsha refrained from further comment. Our squad leader is Qing Liu. He excels not only in medical ninjutsu but is also quite resourceful. I propose he lead us, the previously speaking Chunin suggested. The others expressed their agreement. He observed silently, feeling that he was outmatched in both strength and experience, and thus saw no need to voice an opinion. The decision was made, and Qing Liu, the medical ninja, was appointed as the leader. Given Huo Wugong and Appo's current condition, it was clear he could not travel. Zhue Ying, you are the strongest among us. You will carry Huo Wugong. Bufone and Shamu, you will serve as our scouts, leading the way to detect any disturbances ahead. Zhue Ying will carry our senior in the center, while Yi and I will flank him. The rear will be under your charge, Longsha. However, I must first attend to our senior and Appo's limbs, securing him. This will take about 10 minutes. Zhue Ying, stay and assist me while the rest of you may attend to your own tasks. We will regroup here in 10 minutes before setting off. Qing Liu, aptly named for his cleverness, devised a reasonable plan after only a moment's thought. He and the others accepted their leader without hesitation. Understood, Captain, they replied in unison. Afterward, aside from the designated helper, Zhue Ying, the others began their tasks. Bufone returned to the entrance to stand guard. Shamu applied some eye drops before closing his eyes to rest. Longsha wandered around the home of the Valley Ninja leader, and he replenished the tools he had used in battle, though they were no longer poisoned. Such expensive items squandered so quickly, he lamented, increasingly eager to discover his mother's secrets of toxin crafting. 10 minutes flew by, and the group halted their activities, aligning themselves according to the previously discussed formation as they departed the Valley Ninja village. Crossing the small bridge at the village's entrance, he glanced back at the battlefield. A scene marred by scattered corpses, charred remains, and lingering heat. The blood flowed into the river, staining it crimson, a true depiction of hell. They did not clean up. This was Liu Hua's directive. He intended for the remaining survivors of the Valley Ninja village to spread word of the situation, ensuring the world understood the dangers posed by the sand-hidden village, thereby deterring any would-be aggressors. Without strength, one becomes a puppet, unable to control their own fate, let alone alter the world. He felt an intensified urgency to enhance his power. This recent experience outside the village exposed him to the malice of the world, fueling his determination to advance. Chapter 46. Return to the Eastern Fortress. Departing from the Hidden Valley village, a group of 7 retraced their steps back to the Eastern Fortress. However, their pace was slower than before, as they were now burdened with an injured comrade and needed to maintain a vigilant formation. Each member dutifully adhered to the tasks assigned by Qing Liu. Ant remained focused on the area he was responsible for, not daring to relax even for a moment. Although he had traversed this path once before and had faced numerous battles, having even taken lives with his own hands, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Previously, he had the support of Liu Hua, But now he would have to execute missions independently, and it was time to acclimate to this new reality, Ant reflected, striving to ease his tension. Hey, what is your name? Ant heard someone speaking beside him. Turning to look, he recognized the medical ninja from before. I am Ant. Senior Qinglu, he replied. Do not be anxious. Young Ant catching wind is a reconnaissance expert. We are following the same route we took earlier. And he will notice any irregularities at the first opportunity. Just relax. By the way, how old are you? You appear quite young, Qinglu observed, noting Ant's unease. I am 7 years old, Senior Qinglu, Ant responded, gradually easing up after hearing Qinglu's words. Ah, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Graduating from school at 7 is quite remarkable. I have a sister who is also 7. She is still at the Ninja Academy playing games, Qinglu remarked, surprised by Ant's age. Really? What is your sister's name? If she is the same age as I am, she might be in my class, Ant inquired. Her name is Qingchuan. Ah, really? Ant was taken aback by the coincidence of encountering the brother of a classmate in such a distant place. Hee, my sister is quite the little rascal. I haven't returned to the village in over a year. How is she doing in your class? Has she caused any trouble? Has she made good friends? Qinglu bombarded Ant with questions upon realizing that Qingchuan was indeed his classmate. Ant hesitated, caught off guard by the barrage of questions. He recalled his past year at the Ninja Academy and his impressions of the girl named Qingchuan. Qingchuan is very diligent. Her grades are commendable across various subjects. And she has good relationships with most of her classmates. I remember she aspired to become a medical ninja. Is your family comprised entirely of medical ninjas? Ant asked curiously. Not entirely, but most of us are medical ninjas. Our family and Appo's water-style medical ninjutsu is quite distinctive, Qinglu replied. The two continued their discussion on this topic. With Ant gaining an initial understanding of medical ninjutsu, he learned that it was not merely about mastering a few healing techniques. It encompassed knowledge of human anatomy, the functions of organs, the effects of chakra on the body, and the impacts of toxins, among others. Ant thought that if he had the opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu, it would greatly benefit his puppet techniques. Hey, you two are chatting as if I am invisible. This is rather unfriendly, a voice interjected suddenly, breaking their engrossed conversation. It was chasing Shadow, who was carrying the fire centipede on his back. The two had been so absorbed in their dialogue that they had overlooked his presence, which he could hardly tolerate. Instantly, Ant and Qi-Lu felt a wave of embarrassment. They exchanged a brief smile, ceasing their chatter to concentrate on the journey ahead. However, thanks to their recent conversation, Ant no longer felt anxious. Moreover, they had forged a budding friendship in that brief span of time. Since they had already rested at the Hidden Valley village, the group did not stop along the way. The fire centipede awoke several times but soon fell back into slumber. As they progressed, the surrounding vegetation became increasingly sparse, streams dwindled, forests gave way to thickets, which then transformed into barren wasteland. At this point, Ant and Appo's team had left the borders of the Land of Rivers. As the sun dipped in the west and the moon began its ascent in the east, Ant and his companions encountered no significant threats and finally returned to the eastern fortress. After passing through the outer defenses and undergoing a ninja inspection, they swiftly entered the fortress, where they could finally lower their guard and relax. Ant surveyed his surroundings. Although there were significantly fewer ninjas than when his team had first arrived, the patrols outside the fortress indicated that the defenses had not diminished much. The precautions set by Senior Wanan were indeed meticulous, earning him the moniker of the Iron Wall. Ant could not help but marvel at this. Yet, despite the prowess of such a formidable elder, Liu Hua still expressed concern about his ability to contend with the enemy, that enigmatic Konoha ninja known as Orochimaru. Chapter 47. Days of waiting at the fortress. Upon entering the fortress, under Qingliu's guidance, the group proceeded directly to the central hospital, the most heavily guarded area within the stronghold. No sooner had they stepped inside than a medical ninja approached. Qinglu, wasn't your squad assigned to a mission with Lord Wanren? Why are you here? The newcomer addressed Qinglu, clearly familiar with him. This was hardly surprising, as Sunegakure's medical ninjas were few in number, and those stationed at the eastern fortress were even scarcer. We had a separate assignment, Qi-Lu replied tersely. No time for explanations. First, find a place for Senior Hugong to rest, then summon Elder Dongchao to examine him. He gestured toward the unconscious Hugong. Senior Hugong, how was he injured so severely? Follow me at once. Only then did the medical ninja notice the figure on Zhue Ying's back, swathed in bloody bandages, barely recognizable as the renowned Hugong, one of Sunegakure's most distinguished jonin. Understanding the urgency, the medical ninja swiftly led them to a ward. Zhue Ying laid Hugong on the bed while the medic summoned Dongchao, the hospital's chief physician. Upon arrival, Dongchao conducted a thorough examination before employing the mystical palm technique. Visible to the naked eye, Hugong's wounds gradually closed, freeing him from his mummy-like wrappings. After the treatment, beads of sweat glistened on Dongchao's forehead. Fortunately, the initial treatment was well administered. Otherwise, it would have taken far more effort. Dongchao praised Qi-Lu. Your medical ninjutsu has improved remarkably. Senior, I still have much to learn, Qing-Lu demurred. Your mastery of the mystical palm technique is beyond my reach. Merely a matter of age and chakra reserves. Dongchao replied modestly. I only treated his superficial injuries. And these three are. His gaze shifted to the unfamiliar faces of Shemu, and Longsha. We are under Lord Liuhua's command. Senior, Longsha stepped forward to explain. Lord Liuhua's subordinates, Dong Chao remarked with a smile. Rumored to be prodigies handpicked from thousands. Seeing you now, the reputation holds true. The trio exchanged awkward smiles, uncertain how to respond. Agreement would seem arrogant, yet their youthful pride resisted excessive humility. After a pause, he broke the silence. Shouldn't we report our mission to the fortress commander immediately? Senior Dong Chao, we must attend to our duties, Qing Lu said, rising as the temporary squad leader. We leave Senior Hugung in your care. Of course, the mission takes precedence, Dong Chao acknowledged calmly. I will look after Joan and Hugung. Exiting the hospital, the six companions made their way toward a nearby building, their camaraderie evident after the shared trials of battle and the journey back from the valley hidden village. Well met. I was just about to search for you, a voice called as they approached the structure. A familiar ninja stood before them. It's the guide from before, the one who helped us submit our mission, Shemu whispered to Yi. He recognized him. The same Chunin who had escorted them upon arrival and later summoned Liuhua during the assembly. Jiyu, what is it? Qing Lu inquired. You lot, returning from a mission without promptly reporting? Lord Qianjun has been waiting for hours. Jiyu chided. Lord Qianjun is Lord Wanren's younger brother, the current commander of the Eastern Fortress. He sent me to fetch you. Follow me. With that, he led them inside. He recalled his brief encounter with Wanren before their departure. A figure of such imposing stature, he seemed almost inhuman. As an ally, his presence had been reassuring. Now, curiosity prickled at Yi. What manner of man was this Qianjun? Passing through the entrance, down corridors, and navigating several turns, they arrived before a chamber. A desk dominated the center, illuminated by oil lamps in each corner. Behind it sat a Sunagakure Jonin, engrossed in a scroll. You've arrived. Enter, the seated figure declared, lifting his gaze before Jiyu could knock. Chapter 48. Days of waiting at the fortress. A group of individuals entered in a single file. Lord Qianjun. I apologize for our tardiness, Qing Lu stated, bowing slightly before continuing. Did you come from the hospital? I am aware you returned with an injured comrade. The health of Huo Wugong is paramount. It was prudent to first attend to him at the hospital. Nonetheless, it is not too late. Please share the details of your mission. Qianjun spoke in a calm and measured tone. Qing Lu recounted their journey, detailing their arrival at Gunnan, the intelligence gathered, and the subsequent elimination of the threat at Gunnan village to rescue Huo Wugong. Throughout the narrative, Qianjun maintained a neutral expression, his thoughts obscured. However, upon hearing the name Orochimaru, a subtle tremor seemed to pass through his hand resting on the table, though it was so slight that even Ant could not be certain he had witnessed it. Once Qing Lu completed his report, he fell silent, awaiting further instructions from Qianjun. After listening attentively, Qianjun began to tap his right index finger rhythmically against the table, the only sound in the room being the echo of his finger and oppos, as percussive beats. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. You have performed admirably in this mission. Reconnaissance of Gunnan is classified as a B-level task. The eradication of Gunnan as an A-level task, and escorting the injured comrade as another B-level task, all will be recorded in your files. However, due to the nature of wartime missions, only a modest monetary reward will be granted, which you may collect shortly. You have worked hard. Ensure you rest well tonight. Qing Lu, you shall resume your duties at the fortress tomorrow, and Woven Feather, please make arrangements for the accommodations of Huo Wugong and Oppos, as subordinates. With that, Qianjun picked up a scroll from the table and began to peruse its contents. Lord Qianjun, what shall we do during this time? Longsha inquired, noticing the lack of assigned tasks for his team. You are subordinates of Senior Liuhua and do not fall under my jurisdiction here at the Eastern Fortress. Thus, I advise you to rest well during your stay. Refrain from mischief or any errors, Qianjun replied with a light-hearted smile, his tone relaxed. Hearing this, Aunt Longsha and Shemu felt a twinge of disappointment. The fortress was in need of personnel, yet they could only observe. However, fatigue from their long journey and the tasks completed weighed heavily upon them. After bidding farewell to Qianjun, they exited the room, leaving behind the smile that had adorned his face. Brother, I hope Senior Liuhua wishes for your safe return, Aunt mused, before Qianjun resumed his work, sifting through documents. Upon receiving their task rewards, each member of the group found themselves with a handsome sum. Ant gazed at the money in his hand, realizing he could finally begin preparations for his second puppet. Ant, we are heading back to the dormitory to rest. Farewell, Qi Lu said as they reached the entrance of the small building. Over their journey, the two had forged a strong friendship. See you tomorrow. Ant replied as Qing Lu and Oppos' team made their way to their designated quarters. Follow me, Woven Feather instructed as he led Ant and the others to the outskirts of the fortress. Arriving at a cluster of modest buildings situated not far from the military supply area, Woven Feather ushered them into one of the rooms. It contained merely 4 beds and a table. This room is unoccupied, so you shall stay here for the next few days. During your free time, feel free to explore the fortress, but please do not disturb others. I have matters to attend to. Rest well, he concluded before departing, exhausted from their travels. The trio exchanged glances, said little, and each chose a bed to settle in, and had not enjoyed a peaceful night in Apos' rest since leaving Sunagakure. And though the room was humble, it felt secure and provided beds. The moment his head touched the pillow, he slipped into a deep slumber. That night, and experienced the most restful sleep, and upon awakening the next day, he was greeted by sunlight streaming through the window. He glanced at the other beds and noticed that Shamu and Longsha had already vacated theirs. After freshening up and gathering his belongings, Ant pushed open the door and stepped outside. He gazed up at the azure sky, with the blazing sun hanging prominently above. Stretching his limbs, he relished the sensation of having slept so soundly in a long while. I wonder where Longsha and the others have gone. I feel a bit hungry. Perhaps it's time to seek some food, he mused, inquiring of a passing ninja about the local dining options. Slowly, he strolled toward his destination, taking in the sights along the way, and had only previously visited the supply area, the assembly square, the hospital, and the administrative building within the eastern fortress, which was expansive. Not only did it house several hundred resident ninjas, but it also saw a constant influx of others on missions and supply runs. It served not only as a military stronghold, but also as a vibrant community for ninjas, complete with an array of facilities such as restaurants, bars, tea houses, and bookstores. Upon arriving at the food establishment indicated by the ninja, Ant purchased a serving of tomato sauce noodles. As he savored his meal, he pondered his plans for the coming days. He recalled his intention to seek counsel from Qianzu regarding the sealing technique, particularly to examine the arrow scrolls he had received and the seals on the crossbow bolts. Moreover, he contemplated the design and functionality of his next puppet. Considering the shapes and mechanisms he wished to incorporate, the multitude of tasks ahead weighed on his mind. As he finished his meal, he remarked to himself, "The flavor is delightful. I shall return here for my meals in the coming days." The matters concerning the puppet could not be rushed. First, he would consult with Senior Qianzu regarding the sealing arts. Although he had utilized sealing scrolls before, his understanding was superficial. The arrow scrolls had sparked inspiration for their application in his puppetry endeavors. It was essential to gain a deeper comprehension of the sealing techniques. So he resolved to seek out Senior Qianzu. On his way, Ant stopped by a nearby fruit shop to purchase some fragrant melons, a specialty of the eastern Great Desert beloved by his companion, Little Bug. He thought it prudent to bring some back for him. Clutching the fruit, Ant made his way toward the military supply area. Chapter 49. Days of waiting at the fortress. The location of the supply office was not far from their living quarters. Ant placed a portion of the fruit in their abode, intending to quench the thirst of Sha Mu and the others when they returned. Upon revisiting the supply office, Ant observed that little had changed since his last visit. The same shelves and a solitary table remained. Qianzu sat behind the table, engrossed in a scroll. Ant knocked on the door. "If you need anything, help yourself and be sure to register once you're done," Qianzu remarked, his gaze fixed on the scroll, showing no inclination to elaborate. Ant approached the table and spoke. "Senior Qianzu, I did not come here to exchange for ninja tools. If you are not here to exchange tools, then you have no business being here," Qianzu replied, still focused on the scroll, his concentration unwavering. Curiosity piqued. Ant inched closer to the desk, despite knowing it was impolite to pry. What could the scroll possibly contain that held Qianzu's rapt attention? As Ant peered at the scroll, he was met with a series of incomprehensible symbols, neither words nor images, but a chaotic array that, paradoxically, exuded an underlying order. A few of these symbols seemed familiar, yet he could not place where he had seen them before. Cough, cough. "Little brother, does it seem intriguing to you?" A voice interrupted Ant's thoughts. Startled, Ant turned to find Qianzu now looking directly at him. "I apologize, Senior Qianzu. I was merely curious. I brought you some fruit," he quickly offered, acknowledging his earlier indiscretion. "I recall you were one of the 3 young ones who accompanied Senior Lu Hua to transport the ninja tools. What is your name?" Qianzu inquired. "My name is Ant," he replied hastily, feeling the weight of his earlier rudeness. "You have been quite helpful. Had the tools arrived even a day late, it could have resulted in dire consequences," Qianzu continued, observing Ant and Apos' nervous demeanor. "In light of your assistance, I shall overlook your curious gaze upon my scroll. What brings you here?" "Senior, I seek your guidance on sealing techniques," Ant confessed, pouring out his thoughts. "Oh, first, let me take a look at that scroll and the crossbow," Qianzu said after listening to Ant and Apos' intentions. Ant retrieved a scroll from his tool pouch, the one containing the shadow sealing technique his father had given him. He had carried it with him, but had not understood it fully until he sealed it within this scroll. Ant unfurled the scroll and formed several hand seals, albeit at a much slower pace than Qianzu, who was remarkably adept. With a poof, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing the crossbow and several scrolls, now disassembled into components. Qianzu examined the scroll, noting its unique design, its outer layer crafted from a solid metal plate, essential for coupling with the crossbow mechanism. He then picked up the component containing the sealing mechanism, swiftly reassembling it. Ant watched in astonishment. What had taken him an eternity to dismantle and reassemble was effortlessly accomplished by Qianzu in mere moments. Senior, how did you manage that? I struggled for so long to put it back together, yet you merely glanced at it, Ant inquired, unable to contain his amazement. Are you a master of mechanisms? Huh. I possess no knowledge of mechanisms, Qianzhu replied enigmatically, enjoying Ant and Appo's curiosity. But these parts, to you, may seem merely mechanical. To me, they are symbols, arranged in a specific order. Ant and Appo's thoughts raced as he noticed the intricate symbols adorning the assembled components, reminiscent of those on his ceiling scroll and the ones Qianzhu had examined earlier. Could it be? In my eyes, these components are akin to a collection of symbols, and the arrangement embodies a particular logic. I merely organized them accordingly. Seeing the realization dawning on Ant, Qianzhu continued, the various sealing techniques employ these symbols, and the study of sealing is fundamentally about mastering their arrangement. The sealing technique you wish to learn, the sealing of objects, is a branch of sealing arts. Is this scroll and the crossbow not the work of the Sand Village? Qianzhu queried, his tone both inquisitive and certain. It was acquired as spoils from exterminating the sand bandits before coming to the eastern fortress, reportedly purchased from the Craft Ninja Village, Ant disclosed. Is that so? I deduced it from the sealing techniques employed. However, the Sand Village possesses similar sealing arts, albeit different. Their techniques tend to focus on chakra activation, typically sealing entire mechanisms. While this seal pertains solely to the arrows, activated through the mechanisms techniques, Qianzhu elucidated. Senior, is it difficult to create such a scroll? Ant asked. For those who know how, it is simple. For those who do not, it is quite challenging, Qianzhu replied. Senior, I wish to arm my puppet with a similar scroll. Could you inform me of the cost to commission such a scroll? Ant inquired, aware of his own limitations. That is difficult to ascertain, as it depends on the contents and the number of seals within. However, expect a minimum of 100,000 Rio. Given your request for a custom piece, it will likely be even more expensive, Qianzhu explained. Is it really that expensive? Ant lamented. After completing 3 or 4 missions, my earnings barely amount to around 10,000 Rio. I need more than just 1 or 2. It was no wonder that the Sand Bandit stronghold had persisted for years with little wealth. All their resources seemed to have been squandered on crossbows and scrolls. Noticing Ant's despondence, Qianzhu surmised the cause. This Ant is a subordinate of Senior Lu Hua, rumored to be a prodigy. At such a young age, he undoubtedly has a promising future ahead. Perhaps I can lend a hand as a gesture of friendship. With that thought, Qianzhu addressed Ant. I believe you could learn this on your own, allowing you to achieve your goals without incurring exorbitant costs. But I do not know where to begin. Nor do I have a teacher, Ant lamented. He then noticed Qianzhu's warm smile directed at him. Senior Qianzhu, would you be willing to teach me? Haha, certainly, Qianzhu replied with a smile, ready to assist Ant on his journey. Chapter 50, The Days of Waiting in the Fortress. Thank you, Master Qianzhu. Ant exclaimed joyfully. Do not be so hasty to call me master. I am willing to teach you. But first, you must undergo my trial, Qianzhu replied with a smile. What trial? Ant inquired eagerly. The runes we discussed earlier form the foundation of sealing techniques. The types and quantities of runes used in sealing are countless. The sealing method you wish to learn requires 98 specific runes. My challenge for you is to familiarize yourself with and transcribe these 98 runes during our time in the Eastern Fortress, Qianzhu stated plainly. Uncle, I am willing to give it a try, Ant declared resolutely. There is no time to waste. Let us begin, Qianzhu said. Retrieving a fresh scroll from the drawer and picking up a brush from the table to commence writing upon the scroll, Ant watched as Qianzhu wrote with astonishing speed. It seemed as though multiple hands were at work simultaneously. Strange and mysterious runes emerged on the blank scroll, which unfurled rapidly until it reached its final page. At which point Qianzhu finally paused and examined the scroll closely, noting the dozens of distinct runes, all intricately connected, differing in size and form. The runes Qianzhu had inscribed were uniform in size, neatly arranged upon the scroll, and he had accomplished this in less than a minute. Senior, your writing is remarkably swift and clear, entirely unlike what I previously observed on the scroll, Ant remarked. This is still relatively slow. I intentionally wrote at a more measured pace to facilitate your learning, making the characters larger and clearer. Qianzhu explained as he motioned for Ant to take his place at the table while he settled into a chair nearby. Ant gazed at the freshly inked scroll, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Merely observing would not suffice for mastery. You must take the brush and attempt it yourself, Qianzhu advised. Though Qianzhu was prepared to teach Ant the sealing technique, he did not wish for Ant to feel entitled to the knowledge without effort. Thus, he proposed this trial, not only to ensure Ant valued the opportunity but also to assess his aptitude for crafting sealing scrolls, guiding him to avoid unnecessary detours. Upon hearing Qianzhu's words, Ant picked up the brush previously used by Qianzhu. Truthfully, he felt quite anxious. Over the past year, he had devoted most of his time to practicing puppetry. With little experience in writing, having just witnessed Qianzhu's complex rune writing process, Ant understood the intricacies involved. He was uncertain how long he would remain here, and if he failed to complete the trial, his purpose would remain unfulfilled. Steeling himself, Ant began to draw the runes, carefully mirroring Qianzhu's inscriptions. Minutes passed before he paused, a smile emerging on his face. Upon examining the paper, he found that his runes were nearly indistinguishable from Qianju's. Albeit executed at a slower pace, he had managed to write only 5 in that span. "You have a steady hand," Qianju commented. Watching Ant's writing process, Qianju was pleasantly surprised by how quickly he learned. Although slow, the principle of practice leading to perfection was evident. For someone to achieve such results on their first attempt was commendable. Reflecting on his own initial struggles with sealing techniques, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Especially considering Ant and Amp, Oppo's young age, a promising candidate for mastering sealing arts. Ant and Amp, Oppo's proficiency was not merely a matter of talent. Steady hands are crucial in calligraphy, just as they are in puppetry. Since the day he began his puppetry training a year ago, Ant had diligently exercised his hands to strengthen them, employing potions to enhance their flexibility. Thus, despite being a novice, he made significant progress, a testament to his unwavering dedication. Ant continued to practice, and after an indeterminate period, he looked up to find that Qianju had lit the lamps in the room. Outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, Ant remembered his teammates. They would likely be worried about his late return. "Senior, it is getting late. I must return," Ant said, hastily bidding farewell to Qianju. "Very well. Take the scroll with you for further study. Once you can transcribe all the runes from memory, come find me. Until then, do not disturb me," Qianju said, handing Ant the scroll containing the runes for the sealing technique, waving his hand dismissively. Ant nodded, taking the scroll and making his way outside, while Qianju once again directed his gaze toward the scroll he had been studying prior to Ant's arrival, pondering what secrets it might hold that captivated him so profoundly. Chapter 51. Days of waiting in the fortress. Upon leaving the supply depot, Ant quickened his pace. Upon returning to their quarters, he noticed the light still aglow inside. As he opened the door, he found Longsha seated at the table, meticulously polishing his new blade, while Shemu indulged in fruit while perusing a scroll. At the sound of the door creaking open, both turned their gazes toward him. "Welcome back," Shemu mumbled through a mouthful of fruit, recognizing Ant's arrival. Longsha nodded in acknowledgement, but continued his task of knife maintenance. "Where have you two been all day?" "I wandered around the fortress and did not catch sight of either of you," Ant remarked as he pulled out a chair, grabbed a melon from the table, and took a bite, relishing its succulent sweetness. "We trained outside the fortress this morning. We intended to call you to collaborate on some new techniques. But seeing you in such deep slumber, we decided to let you rest a little longer. Afterward, we explored the surroundings to familiarize ourselves with the terrain," Shemu explained. "How about you? You must be exhausted from these past few days." Ant felt a slight flush creep over him upon hearing Shemu and Amp, Oppo's words. Before becoming a genin, he had vowed to be the most diligent individual, consistently honing his skills, body, and mind, which enabled him to graduate early from his class and become a genin at the tender age of 7. However, during this mission, he had neglected his previous training. Now that the task was complete, he found himself still languid, pondering when he would ever reach his goals. "I will join you both tomorrow morning," Ant declared. "We must train together. Otherwise, how can we practice our coordination?" Longsha chimed in as he finished polishing his knife and joined the conversation. "What time?" Ant inquired directly. Realizing his previous shortcomings, Ant resolved to amend his ways and maintain strict self-discipline, dedicating himself entirely to his efforts. 5:00 and Oppo's, clock sharp, Shemu replied. Ant nearly choked on the melon at the mention of that hour, coughing a few times to regain his breath. Previously, he would rise no earlier than 7, just as dawn broke. "Is there a problem?" Both noticed Ant and Amp, Oppo's strong reaction and questioned him. "No problem. I will rise on time," he assured them. He acknowledged his past arrogance, having believed himself to be the most diligent. Reality had shown him that many others worked harder, and he did not wish to lag behind. In the morning, he would train with his teammates and in the afternoon head to Uncle Qianju's. Although Uncle had said daily visits were unnecessary, having a mentor during his studies would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency. The time in the Eastern Fortress could end at any moment. He needed to seize every second. Finishing his fruit, Ant washed up and settled onto his bed, retrieving the runes written by Qianju. He perused them, practicing the motions he had learned during his extended sessions with Qianju, focusing primarily on the initial runes. Now, as he examined each one, he gradually became familiar with them. "What are you studying?" Shemu, lying on the adjacent bed, broke the silence, drawing the attention of the already prepared Longsha. "I am learning the sealing technique," Ant replied, sharing his thoughts on the crossbow arrows and scrolls he had received, along with his experiences from the day spent with Qianju. "The sealing technique is quite useful," Longsha remarked, known for his brevity and avoidance of superfluous discussions. "If what you say is true, it could indeed enhance the attack power of your puppets and address the shortcomings we previously encountered in our coordination," Shemu concurred, showing his support. The trio then engaged in a discussion about team coordination for a while before extinguishing the lights and retiring to their beds. Ant lay in bed, his mind swirling with the runes he had observed, repeating them in his thoughts until he eventually drifted off to sleep. "Hey, little brother Ant, and Amp, Oppo's, it's time to set off." In his dreams, Ant felt a gentle push and heard someone calling his name. Suddenly awakened, he found Longsha donning his gear and Shamu, fully dressed, standing by his bedside. Ant jolted awake, recalling the agreement made the previous night. "Good morning," he greeted, hastily sitting up and acknowledging Shamu. "Get up and wash up quickly. We are departing soon." With that, Shamu busied himself organizing his belongings. Ant said nothing further, promptly rising to freshen up and shouldering the puppets he had prepared earlier. At this point, Shamu and Longsha were already ready, extinguishing the lamp on the table. Together, the three of them made their way outside. Chapter 52 Days of waiting at the fortress. The cold wind outside swept away the last remnants of sleep from Ant. Soon, the trio had departed from the eastern fortress, heading towards the desolate region near the Land of Wind. As they stepped outside the fortress gates, a gust of wind laden with sand and gravel stung their faces, a familiar sensation. The vast expanse of the wasteland was predominantly flat, and along the way, Longsha had briefed Ant on their usual training regimen, dedicating most of the time to practicing attacks while on the move. However, given the simplicity of the terrain, the training's effectiveness was likely to be limited. Before Ant could inquire further, a gully appeared not far ahead. Upon approaching, they beheld numerous stone pillars standing haphazardly within the ravine. This was undoubtedly their destination. The location was indeed remarkable. Such a complex terrain would surely yield fruitful practice. "No need to search, just ask," Sanma cheerfully suggested. Ant concurred, realizing that inquiring directly was the quickest way to gain knowledge. "Let us commence," Longsha declared. Without further ado, Ant followed Longsha and Sanmu into their training session. The method of training proved quite engaging. They had previously marked targets at various locations within the gully and devised a path through the stone forest, consisting of ground-level, small platforms atop the stone pillars. And the pillars themselves, rather than a straightforward route, it resembled a series of points, designed to be as intricate as possible, with the targets concealed in strategic locations. The three proceeded along the designated path, attacking the targets as they advanced. Ant participated in the route planning, having a clear understanding of all targets and landing spots. And he believed the task would pose little challenge. "Let us do it once together. You watch first, then replicate," Longsha instructed Ant. Without waiting for a response, he and Sanmu leaped onto the nearest stone pillar and quickly navigated the pre-planned route, their movements swift and fluid, punctuated by occasional projectiles of dark energy that struck the targets with remarkable accuracy. To Ant, it appeared effortless, reinforcing his belief that it would not be overly difficult. Before long, Longsha and Sanmu returned to their starting point. "This time, we shall do it together," Longsha informed Ant, positioned at the back. Ant had no preparation nor signal to commence. He merely observed Sanmu and Longsha dash forward and hurried to follow. Upon leaping onto the first stone pillar, Ant realized that this training was far from simple. The pillars, eroded by wind and sand, bore a weathered surface akin to a layer of grit, making them precarious. Fortunately, having practiced wall climbing in the village, where the stone walls bore similar characteristics, Ant quickly concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet to stabilize himself. However, glancing ahead, he noticed that Longsha and Sanmu had already distanced themselves considerably. Ant swiftly leaped to the next point, now acutely aware of the need for caution. Yet the gap between him and his companions continued to widen. Suddenly, he saw the two launch their kunai in unison towards a target in the distance. Upon reaching that location, he too looked towards the target but was dismayed to find that his kunai veered wildly off course, landing far from the mark. The complexity of maintaining movement, controlling chakra, navigating the terrain, and targeting simultaneously proved overwhelming. He had no choice but to slow his pace, resulting in further separation from Sanmu and Longsha. Soon, they vanished from his sight, revealing another challenge of the training, navigation. Despite the presence of markers, the chosen paths had been intentionally intricate, forcing Ant to spend precious time familiarizing himself with the route. He endeavored to accelerate, determined to complete the circuit. From behind, a voice called out, "You're a bit slow." Ant turning, he saw Longsha and Sanmu. They had already completed a lap ahead of him. A wave of embarrassment washed over Ant as he realized the disparity in their progress. The cycle of being caught up, overtaken, disappearing from view, and then catching up again persisted until the sun began to rise. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with hues of red, Ant returned to the starting point, where Longsha and Sanmu awaited him, gesturing for him to halt. At that moment, Ant was utterly fatigued, yet his indomitable spirit urged him to persist. "For your first attempt, your performance was commendable," Sanmu reassured him, noticing Ant's dejection. "Indeed, you have much room for improvement," Ant acknowledged, though he refused to succumb to defeat. Recognizing one's shortcomings is essential for growth and strength. "Come, have something to eat. Don't be picky," Sanmu offered, presenting a lunchbox to Ant. Upon opening it, he found rice balls. After a vigorous session, he was indeed hungry, and he began to devour the food. The taste was delightful, still warm, suggesting it had been prepared early that morning. Ant felt grateful for Sanmu's kindness and resolved to repay them in the future. During their meal, they discussed potential new strategies for collaboration, though developing intricate tactics was not a task to be accomplished in a single day. Having filled their stomachs, the trio embarked on another round of training. During their brief respite, Ant seized the opportunity to practice his kunai techniques on the ground, honing his skills with the runes. With each repetition, Ant felt his movements becoming increasingly agile, and his kunai throws grew more precise. His proficiency with the runes also improved significantly. The progress was palpable, filling Ant with joy. The training persisted throughout the morning, and as the temperature rose, he found himself drenched in sweat. Eventually, they paused once more. The sun now hung high in the sky. "Let us head back. It's time for lunch," Longsha announced. The trio made their way back to the fortress, strolling leisurely while sharing laughter. Their training session had fostered a deeper camaraderie among them. This marked their first joint training experience. And as they became more familiar with one another, their bond strengthened. The atmosphere was delightful, though the surrounding scenery left much to be desired. Chapter 53. Days of waiting in the fortress. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Longsha and his companions engaged in rigorous practice of ninjutsu. While he refrained from joining them, as he lacked proficiency in such techniques, his immediate priority lay in mastering the sealing runes. He procured a brush and returned to his quarters, where he found a wooden board to practice on, dipping it in water. Although the results were less than satisfactory, it proved to be a cost-effective solution, as E and Appo's future plans demanded significant financial resources. Once prepared, he began to draw the runes, pouring his entire focus into the wooden board. When one immerses themselves in a task, time seems to slip away unnoticed. The sound of the door opening snapped him from his concentration, and upon looking up, he saw Shemu and Longsha had returned, both reeking of sweat and appearing quite fatigued. A glance outside revealed the last vestiges of crimson twilight fading into the night sky. "Why hasn't Appo's anyone lit the lamps?" Shemu inquired. At that moment, he realized the surroundings had grown dim. He set down his brush to ignite the oil lamp on the table, but suddenly felt a stiffness in his right hand, rendering him unable to grasp the match. Shaking off the numbness, he reached for it again, only for a hand to have already struck the match and lit the lamp. It was Longsha and Shemu who had approached the table. "You Haven and Appo's been at it all afternoon, have you? Be sure to take care of your hands. As a puppeteer must protect them well," Shemu cautioned. "I lost track of time, but the results are quite commendable. I have memorized most of these runes. And with a little more time, I can officially begin learning the sealing techniques from Uncle Qianju," he replied, despite the slight ache in his right hand. Just then, a peculiar sound interrupted them. "You Haven and Appo's eaten yet, have you? Wait for us to freshen up, and then we can dine together," Shemu remarked. He realized it was his stomach protesting in hunger. A few minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant, only to find familiar faces among the diners, Qing Lu and his team. "Brother Qi Lu," he exclaimed, eager to greet his close acquaintance. Come sit over here," Qi Lu beckoned, indicating an available spot beside him. Grateful for the opportunity to converse, they settled in next to Qing Lu. "Brother Qing Lu, have there been any updates regarding the Tulu Jiaonan and our teacher Liu Hua?" He inquired eagerly. It had been 2 days since Liu Hua and Tulu had hastily departed, and their anxious demeanor left Yi wondering about the state of affairs on that front. "Not yet. I hope they are faring well. However, with the formidable forces dispatched by our sand village, I believe we should be in good stead," Qing Lu replied, though a hint of concern lingered in his voice. "Indeed, I share your hope," he responded. "What of the fire centipede who returned with us? How is he faring, Qing Lu?" Shemu interjected. "He is recovering well and can now get out of bed. Complete recovery will require some time for rehabilitation," Qi Lu explained. Having kept a close watch on the fire centipede and Appo's condition, why not employ medical ninjutsu for his treatment? He asked curiously, wondering why they hadn't healed his internal injuries as well. While medical ninjutsu can swiftly mend external wounds, it often stimulates cellular division, which can affect a person and Appo's longevity. Therefore, we reserve its use for severe injuries or emergencies, allowing natural healing whenever possible, Qing Lu elucidated. After a brief discussion on medical ninjutsu, both teams finished their meals and exchanged farewells. As he approached the door, preparing to return to rest with his teammates, Qing Lu called out to him. Wait a moment. Are you all set to return to the village?" Qi Lu asked. "Yes," he affirmed. "Could you do me a favor? Please take something back for my sister, Qingxuan. It's a reward for her entry into the Ninja Academy. I had promised to deliver it personally, but it has been over a year since I left, and she has already graduated from the 1st grade. We do not know when we shall return, so I would appreciate your help," Qing Lu expressed, his tone revealing a sense of regret and nostalgia for his village. "Consider it done. Where's the item?" he replied nonchalantly, eager to assist. "I will prepare it now. Before you leave, come find me at my place behind the hospital, the green-roofed house, in the innermost room on the right side of the 1st floor," Qing Lu instructed before departing with his team. Returning to his quarters, he felt fatigue wash over him. Yet, he was determined to fully memorize the sealing runes before their departure. Unwilling to relax, while Longsha and Shemu climbed into bed, he retrieved the scroll and began practicing the hand signs, though his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. Rise and shine," a voice called, pulling him from his dreams. When did I fall asleep?" he murmured, blinking to see Shemu and Longsha already awake. Was it already another day? Shaking his head to clear the fog of sleep, he recalled practicing the runes. having filled the room with paper. Wait, I wasn't lying in bed using hand signs, was I? I didn't even use any paper. Confused, he glanced at the scroll in his hand and the clothes he had yet to remove, realizing that last night must have been a dream. However, the vividness of the dream felt as real as any experience. As he looked at the rolled scroll, the runes began to materialize in his mind. To his astonishment, he realized he had memorized them all. He had reached the threshold for learning the sealing techniques and was now ready to seek Uncle Qianzhu for the next steps. Hurry. We must depart, Longsha urged. Heeding Longsha's prompt, he set aside his excitement and rushed to prepare himself for the day ahead. Chapter 54. The return of Liuhua. A new day dawned, and along with his companions, ventured out for their morning exercises once more in their familiar location. Unlike the previous day, and Appo's spirits were notably elevated, and he felt an undeniable sense of joy. The training proceeded as usual, with he managing to barely keep pace with the two others. However, his precision with the kunai still left much to be desired. After concluding their morning session, the trio returned to the eastern fortress, but it seemed to that the number of people within the fortress had increased, though he could not be certain if it was merely his imagination. Upon entering their quarters, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar figure seated at the table, a silhouette that immediately struck a chord of recognition. It was their captain, Teacher Liuhua. You have been diligent, training early in the morning without slacking off in my absence. Well done, Liuhua remarked, turning to face them. Compared to their last encounter, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, and he was covered in dust, suggesting he had traveled a considerable distance. Teacher, you have returned. Was your mission successful? Longsha inquired, while and Shemu looked on, eager to learn the outcome. Their involvement in this crucial battle, which saw hundreds of ninjas engaged in fierce combat, made them particularly invested. Let us say we achieved our objectives, Liuhua replied tersely. Although his words indicated success, the rigidity of his tone contrasted sharply with the lightheartedness of their earlier greeting, signaling to the trio that the situation was far from optimistic. This sudden shift cast a shadow over the atmosphere. He felt compelled to inquire further about what had transpired. We shall gather at the fortress gates at 8 tomorrow morning to return to the village, Liuhua stated before rising, offering a faint smile to the three of them before departing from their quarters. It appears Teacher Liuhua and Appo's mission did not go as planned, Longsha remarked after Liuhua and Appo's exit. Indeed. I wonder what could have happened. Teacher Liuhua seems quite downcast. What occurred on Wanren and Appo's side? Shemu added. He sighed, contemplating the fact that their adversaries were from Konohagakure, the very enemies responsible for the loss of his and Scorpion and Appo's parents. He had hoped for an opportunity to confront them, to understand them better. Yet, for various reasons, this time he had missed his chance, and he yearned to uncover the truth behind the circumstances. Judging by his teacher and Appo's demeanor, it seemed Liuhua was not inclined to share any details. Suddenly, a thought struck Liuhua had mentioned they would be leaving early the following morning. I must step out for a moment, he declared to Longsha and Shemu, hastily making his way outside. Where are you rushing off to? Shemu queried, puzzled by Yi's urgency. Longsha merely nodded in silence. The reason for and Appo's haste was that he had previously promised to deliver something to Qing Lu for his sister. Qi Lu had asked him to seek him out before his departure, and with the impending journey, he felt compelled to resolve these matters promptly. First, he arrived at the supply station, which was bustling with activity, unlike the previous days when only Qianzhu had been present. At that moment, Qianzhu was occupied assisting another ninja in retrieving kunai. He decided to wait until Qianzhu was free to speak with him. To his surprise, the influx of ninjas requesting supplies continued without pause, and he observed that many of them bore injuries. Qianzhu was engrossed in his tasks, oblivious to and Appo's presence. Half an hour passed before he managed to catch Qianzhu's attention. Qianzhu senpai, he called out, unable to delay any longer. Please be patient, one at a time, Qianzhu replied, not even glancing in and Appo's direction as he handed over supplies to another ninja. Uncle Qianzhu, I and Appo's am not here to exchange for ninja tools, he interjected. Then why are you here? Qianzhu snapped, finally turning to face him. It and Appo's just in time, lend a hand, will you? Without waiting for a response, he pulled over to the table, write down what they need in the ledger and hand it to them. He opened his mouth to protest, but another ninja approached him, leaving him no choice but to assist. With and Appo's help, the efficiency of their work improved. Yet hours flew by before the last ninja received their supplies and departed. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair at the table. At that moment, a hand reached over from the side, placing a glass of water before him. You must be worn out. Have a drink, Qianzhu said, sitting across from me. After sipping the water and placing the glass back on the table, he addressed Qianzhu. Uncle Qianzhu, I have something to discuss with you. Is it about learning the sealing technique? Qianzhu responded, his expression indicating he was already aware of the answer. With so many ninjas coming here for supplies, I figured Wanren and Liuhua must have returned. And with their return, you will soon be leaving the fortress. Have you not memorized the symbols for the sealing technique yet? He was about to explain, But before he could, Qianzhu continued, however, since you helped me today, I will consider you have passed the test. Qianzhu intended to establish a rapport with Yi by teaching him the sealing technique, believing that this test would impart the lesson that knowledge is hard-earned. Thus, even though he assumed Yi had not completed the task due to time constraints, he decided to overlook it. Yet, Yi's reaction was not what Qianzhu expected. Puzzled, he looked at Yi. Actually, I have memorized all of it, he said, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. What? You memorized everything? Qianzhu exclaimed, astonished. It was worth noting that he had only been practicing for a day. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Have you truly memorized it all? Write it down for me to see, Qianzhu insisted, though he believed he would not deceive him regarding this matter. Without further ado, he produced a pen and a blank scroll, swiftly writing down the symbols. Though not quite as rapid as Qianzhu had been, he maintained a steady flow, producing a neatly written array of symbols. In just a few minutes, he completed the task, and Qianzhu realized that not only had he memorized the symbols, but he had done so with remarkable retention. It was hard to believe he had achieved this in merely a day. Had Qianzhu known that he had also spent half the day training with his teammates, he would have been even more astonished. Impressive writing. So, you have come to learn the subsequent sealing techniques? Qianzhu remarked after reviewing Yi and Appo's work. Indeed. Uncle Qianzhu, can I now call you teacher? He replied, beaming with excitement. Qianzhu paused for a moment before responding. No, you cannot call me teacher. Yi and Appo's smile faded instantly. But, Qianzhu-senpai, you promised to teach me the sealing technique. And I have completed your test. Ah, I merely said you cannot call me teacher. I never said I wouldn't teach you the sealing technique. Your talent is remarkable. And I fear that my guidance might hinder your potential. I will pass on the sealing technique to you, and we can continue our friendship as we do now. Qianzhu explained, handing me a scroll inscribed with the words detailed explanation of sealing techniques. He took the scroll, his mood lifting. Thank you, Uncle Qianzhu. It is only fitting to call you teacher for imparting your knowledge. I truly cannot take on the role of your teacher. Once you comprehend the contents of this scroll, you will master the sealing technique. If you encounter difficulties in the future or wish to learn more about sealing arts, I can introduce you to my own teacher, a sage named Kunzang, who was an elder at the Wind Temple. Qianzhu refrained from becoming Yi and Appo's teacher for several reasons. Firstly, as he mentioned, he believed Yi's talent was exceptional, and he did not want to squander it. Secondly, he was aware that Yi's captain was Liu Hua, who held a unique position in Sunagakure as a trusted confidant of the Kazekage. Typically, team members were apprentices of their captains, implying that Yi and Appo's future would be closely tied to the Kazekage and Appo's inner circle. In general, it is not customary to casually seek a mentor. Ultimately, Qianzhu presented Ant with a scroll, a token for Ant to use in his search for a teacher. Thank you, Uncle Qianzhu. I will give it due consideration. Ant expressed gratefully as he accepted the scroll. He would forever be thankful for Qianzhu and Appo's assistance, regardless of the motivation behind it. As for studying sealing techniques, Ant felt it to be a considerable drain on his time. Currently, his focus lay predominantly on puppetry, and he would address the need for sealing techniques when the time arose. As dusk settled, Qianzhu cheerfully remarked, "Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner as a farewell." Upon glancing outside, Ant suddenly remembered he needed to find Qilu. He promptly declined Qianzhu and Appo's invitation, explained his reasons, and hurriedly departed, reminiscent of his previous exit. Youth lacks steadfastness, Qianzhu mused upon witnessing this scene. Then, I shall not waste time dining out today. I will continue with my rice balls. He picked up a rice ball from the nearby box and retrieved another scroll, the same one he had been perusing earlier. As he ate, he resumed his reading, noticing that the scroll bore the inscription Dizong Dharma Seal. Chapter 55, The Journey Home Upon Exiting the Military Supply Office. Ant made his way directly to the place where he remembered Qing Lu had been residing, a quaint green-roofed cottage situated behind the hospital. However, he was uncertain whether Qing Lu would still be there at this hour. Eventually, he found the sole green-roofed house behind the hospital and located Qing Lu and Appo's room as instructed. Knock, knock, knock. Ant rapped gently on the firmly closed door. One moment, a male voice called from within, presumably belonging to Buofeng. Shortly after, the door swung open to reveal Buofeng, a teammate of Qi Lu. Oh, it and Appo's. You, little Ant. Here to find Qi Lu? Buofeng stood at the threshold, clad only in shorts. Yes, Senior Buofeng, is Qi Lu available? Ant inquired. Unfortunately, he is likely quite busy at the moment. The hospital has seen a surge in casualties today, and the doctors are overwhelmed. He is currently occupied, Buofeng explained. Why not come inside and wait for him a while? Thank you, Senior Buofeng, but I have pressing matters to discuss with Qing Lu. I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. Ant replied, waving goodbye and hastily departing. Qi Lu typically occupied the second floor of the hospital, making it easier to locate him there. As Ant approached the main entrance, he heard Buofeng calling out behind him. Ant raised his arm in acknowledgement and continued towards the hospital. The sky had darkened, yet the hospital was ablaze with light. Upon entering, Ant noticed a significant increase in the number of people compared to his last visit. The corridors were filled with patients wrapped in bandages, and each medical ninja was busily attending to their duties. The anguished cries of the wounded echoed from numerous wards. The conditions on both the first and second floors were equally dire. Indeed, this mission, or rather this war, had been exceptionally brutal, leaving many individuals severely injured and in need of recovery within the hospital. Some would never fully heal, and it was uncertain how many would remain forever on the battlefield. Observing the bustling medical ninjas clad in white coats, hats, and masks, and found it challenging to discern which among them was Chi Lu, prompting him to seek assistance. However, the busy doctors paid him no heed, leading Ant to inquire with injured ninjas resting or sitting in the corridor. After questioning over a dozen individuals, he finally learned from a ninja seated at the surgery room's entrance that Chi Lu was currently in an operating room with Dong Chao, attending to a patient who happened to be this ninja's teammate. As he gazed at the illuminated word surgery in progress above the operating room door, Ant realized he would need to wait a bit longer. It seemed prudent to allow ample time for future endeavors. Otherwise, delays could become inevitable. Ant had initially intended to inquire about the details of the mission with this ninja, but after receiving information about Qing Lu and Appo's whereabouts, the ninja had fixated on the door to the operating room, leaving Ant without the opportunity to ask for his name. Ant took a moment to observe him. Half of his body was swathed in bandages, indicating that he should be resting in a ward. The ninja bore a sorrowful expression, and after revealing Qing Liu's location, he fell silent, deciding not to disturb him further, and opted to wait quietly. To alleviate the monotony of waiting, Ant retrieved the detailed scroll on the sealing technique he had recently obtained from Qianzhou. He perused its contents, which meticulously documented everything pertaining to the sealing technique, from the selection of ink and materials for the scroll to the order and layout of the runes, complete with illustrative examples. Ant understood that merely being able to accurately depict the runes did not equate to mastery of the sealing technique, as there were many intricacies involved. As time slipped away unnoticed, Ant was suddenly drawn from his reading by a commotion nearby. Turning towards the source of the noise, he noticed the previously mentioned ninja struggling to rise. The surgical lights above the operating room door had dimmed, and a group of doctors emerged, wheeling a patient out. The ninja at the entrance continued to fight against his pain in an attempt to stand. Observing his imminent collapse, Ant swiftly moved to support him. Feeling the tremors coursing through his body, even standing caused him immense discomfort. Nevertheless, he slowly made his way towards the doctors pushing the stretcher, and Ant assisted him along the way. "Senior, how is he?" the injured ninja asked the medical personnel. "He is no longer in critical condition. You should return to your ward now," Sha Chao, the lead medical ninja, replied. Only then did Ant learn the ninja and Appo's name was Sha Chao. It appeared that Sha Chao should have been recuperating in a ward, but his concern for his teammate had compelled him to endure the pain by the operating room. Ant recognized the lead ninja and Appo's voice as that of Dong Chao. In his hand, Sha Chao pressed for information. "We are powerless in this regard. He will likely never be able to serve as a ninja again." Dong Chao and Appo's cold, unfeeling words struck a harsh chord. Ant felt Sha Chao and Appo's body suddenly grow weak, nearly losing his grip on him. Ant, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a voice interrupted, and Ant recognized it as Qing Lu and Appo's "I Don and Appo's. Do you believe this is the best time for a conversation? Let us first escort these two injured individuals back to their ward," Qi Lu suggested. Noting that Ant was bearing the full weight of Sha Chao, who was becoming increasingly difficult to support, Qi Lu hurried to assist Ant in supporting Sha Chao, while others pushed the stretcher. Together, they guided him to a ward, where Sha Chao was placed on a bed next to his teammate. Since the moment they arrived, Sha Chao had shown no sign of responsiveness, and as Ant and Qi Lu laid him down, the vacant look in his eyes was unsettling, as if he had lost his very soul. Once everything was settled, Ant and Qi Lu stepped outside the ward. "You seem troubled." It is common to see such expressions among those who have spent too long in the hospital, whether it be teammates or family. The medical ninjas do their utmost to save lives, yet bad news often arrives unexpectedly, Qing Lu remarked, observing Ant and Appo's discomfort. "By the way, what brings you to the hospital?" I came to find you. Did you not ask me to bring something to Qingchuan before returning to the village?" Ant questioned, puzzled, considering it had been less than a day since their last meeting. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted today. I seem to have forgotten everything. Please wait a moment." Qing Lu replied apologetically. With that, he gestured for Ant to wait and hurried off in a particular direction. In no time, he returned with a beautifully wrapped box and a scroll in hand. "Here they are. Please deliver these to Qingchuan." "Thank you," Qing Lu said. "Certainly. Is there anything else?" Ant inquired. "Please tell her I am sorry. I had intended to deliver them personally," Qing Lu expressed with deep regret. Just as Ant was about to say something further, a doctor pushing a patient called out Qing Liu's name. Qi Lu offered a quick, apologetic smile to Ant before following the doctor back into the operating room. Leaving the hospital, Ant gazed up at the starry sky, letting out a sigh. He pondered the fates of Sha Chao and his unnamed teammate, reflecting on how war breeds tragedy and how hospitals become battlegrounds of life and death, interwoven with both sorrow and joy. Ant then made his way to a fruit shop to purchase some sweet melons, having decided to bring a treat for Xiao Chong. Upon returning to his lodging, he found Longsha and Shemu already asleep. After quietly washing up, Ant soon drifted into slumber himself. When When the sun rose the following day, Ant, along with his teammates and Captain Yohua, had departed from the eastern fortress, embarking on their journey back to the village. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, Ant felt a sense of confusion. War was undoubtedly a harbinger of devastation, yet it was also an inescapable aspect of his pursuit of dreams. This dilemma was not one Ant could address at present, nor was it within his power to resolve. His foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. Chapter 56. Return to Sand-Hidden Village after several days of arduous travel. On a day marked by the omnipresent winds and sands, the four companions, led by Ant, arrived at the entrance of Sand-Hidden Village, a narrow canyon that serves as the sole passageway into the village. As they approached the canyon, they were halted by the vigilant guards. Upon passing the inspection, Ant found himself back in Sand-Hidden Village. While the landscapes of the Land of Rivers and even the borders of the Land of Wind surpassed that of his village, it was here that Ant truly sensed a profound tranquility and ease. This felt like home. However, there was little time for nostalgia. As Liohua guided the group to the mission hall, still the same room, still the same ninja assigning tasks. "Welcome back, Liohua-senpai," greeted she, acknowledging their return. "The mission has been completed. Here is the mission report." Liohua offered no further words, simply producing the document without even exchanging pleasantries with she. Throughout the journey back, he had remained taciturn, the recent battle with Konoha having left him quite despondent. Tasks were submitted, recorded, and rewards collected. It received a sum of money that would serve as a foundation for both his studies in sealing techniques and the crafting of new puppets. "We will meet here 7 days hence at 8 in the morning," Liohua declared before vanishing like a shadow toward the Wind Shadow's office. Once Liohua departed, the remaining trio strolled through the streets of Sand-Hidden Village. "Hey, shall we resume our previous training tomorrow morning?" Shamo suggested. "Of course, our coordination still requires refinement," Longsha added. As for Ant, he too yearned to enhance his skills. With many opportunities for joint missions ahead, familiarizing themselves and building rapport was essential. 5 o'clock in the morning? Ant inquired. "Yes, we will gather here and head to the secret base," Shamo replied. What is the secret base?" Ant asked, puzzled. "If it's a secret, how can I tell you? You will find out tomorrow. For now, let us wander the village and learn about each other's residences. It will be convenient if we need to reach out to one another," Shamo continued. Longsha typically remained silent unless necessary. "All right. My home is at the 5th ring in the east of the village. What about you?" Ant was the first to share. The layout of Sand-Hidden Village resembled a spider's web, with the Wind Shadow Tower at the center, surrounded by buildings in concentric circles, and encircled by a wall of cliffs with only the narrow canyon as an entrance. Thus, villagers often referred to their locations by specifying which ring and direction they were in. "I'm in the 7th ring to the south, right next to the ninja tool shop, which my family owns," Shamo stated. "3rd ring," Longsha merely uttered. Ant was taken aback. The 3rd ring was the village's core, home to many prominent families. However, recalling Longsha's mastery of sand manipulation, he found it less surprising. Ultimately, they decided to explore the village from the outskirts inward, taking the opportunity to see each other's homes along the way. Their first stop was Shamo's house, where the ninja tool shop was impressively large. Ant had previously visited to buy tools, unaware that it belonged to his teammate. He met Shamo's parents, who appeared to be a kind couple running the shop. Next, they reached Ant's home, purchasing some snacks at a food street along the way. Ant's front door was tightly shut, knowing the circumstances at his home. Longsha and Shamo said nothing as they continued to the 3rd ring. True to the stature of a prominent family, Longsha's residence was grand, occupying a third of the entire 3rd ring. "This is my home," Longsha announced, leading them to a 3-story building. However, the door was also closed, indicating no one was home. "Do you know where Liohua-sensei lives?" Ant asked, having learned his teammates' addresses and wishing to know Liohua's location for guidance if needed. "Come here. I will show you," Shamo replied, leaping onto Longsha's rooftop. Ant, somewhat confused by Shamo's words, quickly followed. Upon reaching the rooftop, Shamo pointed in a particular direction. Ant looked where Shamo indicated, spotting a massive building at the village's center. "Liohua-sensei lives in the Wind Shadow Tower," Shamo informed him. "Why? Doesn't Liohua-sensei have a home? What about his family?" Ant inquired curiously. "Liohua-sensei resides in the Wind Shadow Tower to better assist Lord Wind Shadow. His previous residence is a secret for now. I will take you there another day. As for his family, he has never mentioned them," Shamo revealed. Liohua-sensei once said he would dedicate his life to the Wind Shadow. Striving tirelessly, Longsha added, articulating a rare long sentence. As dusk approached, the three wandered nearby for a while longer before bidding each other good night and returning to their respective homes. They had essentially circled the village, yet by chance, Ant did not encounter any friends during his walk. He resolved to seek them out the following day, parting ways with Shamo, and arrived at his doorstep. Glancing at the neighboring Shalu residence, which appeared dark and likely uninhabited, he opened his own door and stepped inside, relieved to find the house well sealed and not overly dusty. Suppressing his fatigue, Ant made his way to the workshop, adjusting the shadow puppet to optimal condition. During this time, he reflected on the recent mission. Though brief, Ant felt he had learned much, surviving in the desert, marching, setting up camp, concealing his movements, and evading and overcoming risks. He also glimpsed the harsh realities of war, participating in and adapting to the brutality of combat. This mission had imparted not only physical exhaustion, but also mental fatigue. Throughout this experience, he encountered many individuals, starting with his reliable teammates, Shamo and Longsha, both skilled in ninjutsu and experienced, providing him with substantial support. Captain Liuhua, a wise and formidable leader, made Ant acutely aware of his own insignificance during the battle at Valley Ninja Village. Additionally, he met individuals like the warrior descendant, Li Jin, who displayed unwavering spirit until the very end, and his opponent, Xiuzhu, who taught him that without diligence, one would inevitably be surpassed. He learned the importance of acknowledging his own strength, avoiding arrogance, lest it bring calamity upon himself and his village, as exemplified by the tragic fate of Qiu Yan, who was reduced to dust and shock. He also witnessed the despair of Xiaoyu, who collapsed upon losing a teammate. All these reflections served as reminders that being a ninja was far from simple. Constant self-improvement was essential. And I must enhance you as well, he added, addressing the shadow puppet. Finally satisfied with his adjustments, Ant could no longer stave off his fatigue and lay down on the small bed beside him, slipping into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 57. Conversations in the shadows of the wind. At this moment, Ant had finally calmed his emotions and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the heart of Sand-Hidden Village, the mood of the leader, Liuhua, was tumultuous. Upon returning to the village and completing his tasks, he promptly arranged for his team to return home and hurried to the Wind Shadow Tower. He was determined to inform the Wind Shadow about the events at the Eastern Fortress. Though he harbored doubts, could it be that such a significant occurrence had escaped the Wind Shadow's notice? If the Wind Shadow was already aware, why had he not informed Liuhua? Regardless, whether or not the Wind Shadow was privy to the information or whether there were hidden motives, a report was still imperative. Navigating smoothly, Liuhua arrived at the Wind Shadow's office. He found the Wind Shadow diligently reviewing documents at his desk, much like their last encounter. Since the conclusion of the Ninja World War, the Wind Shadow had sequestered himself in this office, rarely venturing outside, tirelessly attending to the affairs of Sand-Hidden Village. Could it be that this dedication allowed the elders to issue commands without the Wind Shadow's knowledge? Liuhua struggled to believe that the Wind Shadow would conceal matters from him. Wind Shadow, Liuhua greeted as he approached. The Wind Shadow merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning to his paperwork. Wind Shadow, during my recent mission to the Eastern Fortress, I discovered something that requires your attention. Noting the Wind Shadow's unchanged demeanor, Liuhua pressed on. I found that 10 elders had dispatched ninjas to attack the Leaf Village ninjas stationed in the Land of Rivers, aiming to assert Sand-Hidden strength in the ongoing peace negotiations. However, their efforts were counterproductive. To mitigate the damage to Sand-Hidden, I decided to intervene. I rescued the fire centipede from the Valley Ninja and learned that our adversary was Orochimaru. As Liuhua spoke, he noticed a shift in the Wind Shadow's previously placid expression. Evidently, Orochimaru was of significant concern to him. I hastily rushed to assist Wanren, and fortunately, we managed to fend off Orochimaru, thus accomplishing our goal of compelling the Leaf Village to acknowledge us. Liuhua recounted the mission's general progression, omitting the intricate details of the battle, yet his somber tone and dark countenance spoke volumes about the chaotic outcome. At this juncture, Liuhua hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his lingering doubts. Continue, the third Wind Shadow urged without lifting his gaze. But Liuhua understood that the Wind Shadow was acutely aware of every nuance of his expression. The actions of these elders are detrimental, undermining not only your authority but also the stability of Sand-Hidden, Liuhua declared earnestly. I understand. I shall not show leniency towards them, the third Wind Shadow replied. Finally concluding his paperwork and meeting Liuhua's gaze, Liuhua yearned to inquire whether the third Wind Shadow had any involvement in this matter. With so many participants, could it truly be that the Wind Shadow was unaware? Yet, recognizing that the Wind Shadow had not disclosed anything to him, Liuhua sensed there must be a reason. He grappled with the desire to ask, uncertain if his inquiry might disrupt the Wind Shadow's plans. Is there something you wish to ask? The Wind Shadow inquired. Observing Liuhua's hesitance, before Liuhua could respond, he continued, are you wondering whether I was already aware of this situation? Are you curious about my role in it? In that moment, the third Wind Shadow's demeanor shifted from weary to intensely focused, piercing Liuhua with his gaze, exuding an unspoken pressure. After a moment's contemplation, Liuhua resolved to answer truthfully, for he believed in the rationale behind the Wind Shadow's actions. Yes, Wind Shadow, I wish to know. I am pleased by your honesty. It signifies your unwavering loyalty to me. Upon hearing Liuhua's response, the Wind Shadow's earlier intensity dissipated. He rose and placed a reassuring hand on Liuhua's shoulder, stating, indeed, I was aware of this matter beforehand, or rather, it was orchestrated under my guidance from the outset. Liuhua was taken aback, remaining silent as he anticipated the Wind Shadow's further elaboration. The Wind Shadow recounted the events leading up to this situation. The highest authority in Sand-Hidden Village was comprised of 11 elders and the Wind Shadow himself, with decisions regarding significant village matters requiring the consensus of these 12 individuals. This system was established to balance the Wind Shadow's power, preventing absolute authority. Initially, the third Wind Shadow supported this policy, believing that oversight would curb potential errors. However, upon assuming the role of Wind Shadow, he realized the complexity of the situation. The elders hailed from various high-ranking positions within the village, essentially forming three factions: the three major families of secret techniques, the Puppet Masters clan, and a group composed of other ninjas. Whenever issues arose, these factions would engage in disputes for their interests. As a member of the secret techniques family, the Puppet Masters controlled the village's medical resources and crucial puppet forces, while the number of other ninjas far surpassed the other two factions. The third Wind Shadow endeavored to mediate between the three, maintaining a consistent approach where decisions beneficial to Sand Hidden guided his choices, attempting to balance the factions. The outcome, however, was dissatisfaction from all sides. Previously, he had leveraged his strength and prestige to suppress the elders, but the recent defeat in the war had severely diminished his standing. Consequently, the elders he had once kept in check began to interfere in his decisions, and the infighting intensified, involving both his own disciples and rational individuals, though they were few. It was then that the third Wind Shadow recognized the overwhelming number of elders hindered his ability to shape the village's development as he envisioned. In contrast, the mightiest of villages, the Leaf Village, had only 3 elders, all of whom were brothers-in-arms with the Hokage. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the third Wind Shadow devised several strategies to address it. Coincidentally, during the negotiations for the peace treaty, he clashed with several elders, prompting him to set his plans into motion. He discreetly contacted his allies among the elders, coordinating with other dissenting elders to covertly assign the Fire Centipede to execute the mission. He understood the Fire Centipede's impulsive nature and ego. Placing him in charge would surely lead to complications. Subsequently, he dispatched Liu Hua to the Eastern Fortress to assist in rectifying the Fire Centipede's blunders. The extent of the losses was beyond his expectations, yet the plan must proceed to ensure his true control over Sand Hidden and align its trajectory with his vision. Is there anything you require my assistance with? After absorbing the entire narrative, Liu Hua's expression remained unchanged. He understood that sacrifices were essential to achieving their objectives and that he had witnessed the detrimental effects of the elders on the Wind Shadow and Sand Hidden. Most importantly, he recognized the third Wind Shadow as a man of remarkable vision, tirelessly striving to strengthen Sand Hidden without allowing personal emotions to cloud his judgment. Despite his roots in the Secret Techniques family, he had never shown bias towards them, and Liu Hua held unwavering trust in the third Wind Shadow, confident that he would lead Sand Hidden to greatness. Thus, he simply inquired how he could assist. I want you to become an elder of Sand Hidden, the third Wind Shadow declared, gazing out the window at the crescent moon as he spoke to Liu Hua. Chapter 58. Training Base. As the crescent moon cast a faint glow over the landscape, Ant woke in the familiar confines of his home. He followed his morning ritual of washing up and donning fresh attire, shouldering the puppet from the table before stepping outside. Unlike the clear mornings of the village, today's dawn was still shrouded in darkness. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Shemu and Longsha were already present. Good morning, Ant. You're quite punctual. I was wondering if you'd managed to rise, Shemu greeted him. Good morning, Brother Shemu, Brother Longsha. I used to have a habit of rising early, Ant replied, returning their salutation. Let us go, Longsha, who had been leaning against the wall, straightened up and announced to the duo. Following their lead, Ant felt a surge of curiosity about the secret base they spoke of, uncertain of its location. The trio traversed to the farthest corner of the Sand Hidden village, where they encountered an inconspicuous little house that seemed no different from the others, devoid of any training equipment. They halted in front of the small structure, which bore the nameplate Liu Hua. Is this the home of Teacher Liu Hua? Ant exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is also the secret training ground for our team. I remember when our squad was newly formed, we trained in outdoor arenas or the wilderness. Later, to enhance our efficiency, Teacher Liu Hua collaborated with us to design and construct this training facility, Shemu explained. A training ground? But Teacher Liu Hua's house appears rather small. It doesn't look like it can accommodate extensive training, especially compared to the vast space required for our previous training in the valley. Surely, a dedicated training facility would encompass more than just a single training area? Ant pondered as he followed Shemu and Longsha, who had already entered the building. Inside, the space was indeed modest, with simple furnishings akin to an ordinary household in Sand Hidden. As Shemu and Longsha ventured further in, Ant closed the door behind him and opened another, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Another basement? Ant mused, recalling the tradition among Sand Hidden dwellings of having underground spaces, wondering if his own home possessed one. Descending into the basement, Ant observed shelves affixed to the walls, laden with various weights and practice tools such as wooden kunai and wooden swords. Everything required for training was meticulously arranged. In the center of the room stood a well, approximately 10 meters in diameter. As Ant approached to peer inside, he noticed an assortment of objects scattered below. Welcome to the training base. It lies just beneath here, Shemu said as he approached Ant. Oh, it appears quite deep, and without stairs or ropes. Jumping down would likely result in a terrible fall. Perhaps I must scale the walls using chakra? Ant thought. The walls were remarkably smooth, resembling glass, making it difficult to adhere to them with chakra. However, there were wooden posts anchored at intervals along the walls. While Ant contemplated these matters, he noticed Shemu and Longsha had donned various weights and training equipment, approaching him. Let us proceed, Longsha said after finishing his conversation with Shemu, leaping into the entrance of the secret base. Shemu raised an eyebrow at Ant before following suit. As Ant leapt down towards them, he spotted them halted at an obstacle not far below, beckoning him to join. He jumped towards them, and they continued their descent. The distance unfathomable until they finally reached the bottom. The space below was expansive, with numerous holes dotted along the walls, each inscribed with labels such as Throwing Training Zone, Simulated Stone Forest Combat Zone, Simulated Sand Dunes, and Team Movement Training Zone, among others. Ant was intrigued by what lay within. Let us first stretch our limbs before resuming our previous movement training, Longsha suggested as Ant joined them. After several minutes of warm-up, Ant followed Longsha and Shemu into the movement training area, brimming with curiosity. However, he found the room sparsely equipped, featuring merely a control panel and 2 doors leading to unknown destinations. This is the location for our forthcoming training, Longsha explained to Ant. Yet, Ant remained uncertain about the next steps. Through this door lies a corridor, which branches at intervals, each with a small light. From the control panel, we can select the color of the lights to mark a route. Throughout the path, various targets await, differentiated by color. Before we commence, each person must determine their target color for a more effective training session. I will demonstrate the operation, and after that, you can practice on your own, Shemu elaborated. Noticing Ant's confusion regarding the training methodology, eagerly, Ant approached the control panel, which was adorned with numerous knobs, the operation appearing straightforward. Soon, Shemu mapped out a route, though Ant discerned that he had likely simplified the difficulty, as the color selections for diverging paths were vastly distinct and easy to identify. Let us run a lap and test it out. Choose a target color, Ant, Longsha suggested, having observed Ant's understanding of the training method. Experience is better than endless explanation. Ultimately, Ant selected black, and the trio rushed through the door marked as the starting point. Upon entering, Ant discovered the interior was nothing like he had envisioned. Instead of a regular corridor, it resembled a rugged cave, with varying heights and widths, and the alleged branching paths did not always lead to another cave. They could be a ledge on a high wall or a downward hole. The passage was not a simple planar circle, but a complex spatial structure akin to a large anthill. Such a training method undoubtedly proved more effective. Drawing on his previous training experience, despite this being his first time in this particular setting, Ant navigated smoothly, barely keeping pace with his teammates, who bore additional weights. Furthermore, Ant's throwing targets were significantly fewer than theirs. After completing the course, Ant couldn't help but marvel at the scale of the project. The expanse of this training ground must have required immense effort. Was this unearthed by Captain Liuhua? Oh right, there are other training areas as well. The group continued their training until it was time for breakfast, which consisted of the rice balls prepared by Shemu. Ant mused that while his own cooking might be acceptable for personal consumption, he doubted others would appreciate it. As for Longsha's culinary skills, Ant had heard from Shemu that a former teammate, Shaluo, had once been hospitalized after sampling Longsha's cooking. Thus, despite feeling a twinge of guilt, he opted for Shemu's meal. Chapter 59. Beneath the training base. Hey, how about we explore some of the other training rooms? Longsha suggested, munching on a rice ball. Sounds good, Ant replied indistinctly, his mouth full. After finishing their meal, Ant accompanied Longsha and Shemu on a tour of the various areas within the training base. It was truly an eye-opening experience for Ant. The targets in the throwing practice zone were not rigidly aligned in a single row, but were instead scattered throughout the area, accompanied by moving targets to meet the demands of various throwing techniques. The simulated stone forest training zone resembled a natural stone forest, while the simulated sand dunes contained patches of sand. According to Shemu, aside from conducting movement training in the village, they also engaged in combat training and tactical simulations in these simulated environments. Ant couldn't help but marvel at the grandiosity and extravagance of this endeavor. It was astonishing that a mere handful of individuals could create such an extensive facility. Did Master Liuhua dig this training base himself? Ant finally couldn't restrain his curiosity and inquired of Longsha and the others. If so, he is truly remarkable. Not entirely. Part of it was originally the underground terrain, which we modified a bit. The rest has been built over the past 2 years by our team alongside Master Liuhua. Fortunately, most of the ground is yellow sand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such scale, Longsha answered, his tone filled with pride, for he had contributed to this monumental project. Yellow sand. Ant recalled Longsha as family's secret technique of sand manipulation and asked, Longsha, could it be that you constructed this just like when we set up the camp in the desert, using your sand manipulation technique? I did contribute, but with my rudimentary sand release, it would likely take me a few more years to achieve this. Do you remember the teammate, Rasha, I mentioned before? He, like me, hails from one of the 3 major families of sand manipulators. However, His technique is far superior to mine, and his strength surpasses mine by a great deal. 50% of this area is his handiwork, Longsha replied, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. This sparked Ant's immense interest in the unseen Rasha, who had once been a part of this team and was now a disciple of the Wind Shadow. However, it seemed he would not be able to meet him for the time being. Subsequently, Ant tried out all the zones within the training base, discovering his own shortcomings and realizing that acknowledging and addressing these flaws was essential to becoming stronger. The group then decided to engage in some friendly sparring, which marked the first time they would face off against one another. Ant was aware of the gap in strength between himself and Longsha as well as Shamo, but he was eager to discern where the differences lay and how significant they were. Furthermore, sparring would enhance their mutual understanding. The first match was between Ant and Shamo. Ant felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness against Shamo. His puppetry lacked the penetrating power and impact necessary, and his tools fell like raindrops upon Shamo, only to be met with a solid earthen barrier. Ant attempted to maneuver the shadow closer to Shamo to breach his defenses, but Shamo created numerous obstacles along the Shadow's path using ninjutsu. Ant realized that the Shadow's mobility was yet another flaw that required improvement. Ultimately, after exhausting his arsenal of tools, Ant was forced to concede defeat when Shamo stepped out of his defensive circle and engaged in close combat with both Longsha and the Shadow. Shamo utilized the same ninjutsu he had employed against the rock in the bandits' camp, forming a colossal hammer and shield from earth with his hands. Ant felt akin to the rock from that encounter. Each strike was overwhelming, and he experienced a force even greater than that of the violent tiger during the graduation test. Not because Shamo was stronger, but because the weight of the hammer amplified the impact. Time and again, Ant commanded the Shadow to attack or to control Shamo, but Shamo repelled him each time. Exhausted, Ant ultimately surrendered. After a brief rest, during which he gathered his scattered tools back into the puppet, Ant faced Longsha for a match. This bout held little suspense. Longsha, aware of the puppet's weaknesses, exploited them with his sand manipulation technique, swiftly severing Ant's control over the Shadow. Additionally, Longsha was proficient in blade techniques, surpassing the close combat skills of the previous Wind Demon. Ant fought valiantly for a moment, but was soon bested when Longsha pressed his blade against Ant's throat. Ant had long pondered how to counter the puppet's vulnerabilities to sand manipulation and magnetic release, but he found himself at a loss for solutions at present. It seemed he would need to consult someone, perhaps Brother Shalu if he was home. Meanwhile, as Ant rested on the side, Longsha and Shamo engaged in their own sparring session. This match proved to be far more intense than the previous two, resembling a duel between spear and shield. Longsha's tempestuous assaults were akin to an unrelenting spear, while Shamu's steadfast defense stood like an immovable mountain. Longsha unleashed his full arsenal of techniques, dazzling Ant with his elegant offensive maneuvers, while Shamu's defense was impeccable. Of course, Ant's limited experience played a part in this perception. Through observation, he gleaned insights into how Shamo defended against sand release techniques and how Longsha sought to breach Shamu's defenses. Longsha concentrated his attacks on the weak points in Shamu's defense, employing rotational techniques to enhance the penetrative power of his ninjutsu and swordplay, which proved effective. However, Shamo was always quick to patch any vulnerabilities, a testament to their deep mutual understanding. As for Longsha's sand release, he formed an earthen protective layer over his body, which mitigated the effects of sand release and bolstered his defense. Observing this, Ant was grateful for the chakra perception technique taught to him by his mentor, Qiansha. Otherwise, he would have struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Ultimately, neither could gain the upper hand, and they settled on a draw. "Oh, I still can't seem to overcome you," Longsha remarked. Likewise, Shamo replied to Longsha. "You both are quite formidable. I realize I still have a long way to go," Ant said, approaching the two after they had ceased their sparring. "You're still young, Ant. We graduated 2 years ago and are 5 or 6 years older than you. If we couldn't defeat you, it would mean those years were for naught," Shamo teased. Ant reflected on this, acknowledging his youth and the time he had to pursue and surpass his predecessors. He also resolved to create a second puppet. Afterward, the trio engaged in various other training activities, and time swiftly passed until it was noon, prompting them to conclude their training. Together, they retraced their steps back to Master Liuhua's basement. "Ant, here is the key to the front door of the Master's house. From now on, if you wish to use the equipment and facilities here for training, feel free to come by," Longsha said, handing Ant a key as they departed from Liuhua's residence. "Thank you, Senior," Ant bowed in gratitude. "We're comrades who have fought together in the same team. There is no need for formality." Shamo patted Ant's shoulder and said. The three then parted ways, each returning to their own homes, as they pursued their own paths, knowing that the journey to strengthen their abilities differed for each of them. Life held more than just training, after all. Chapter 60. Reunion of friends. Ant had first indulged in a delightful meal at his favorite noodle shop before returning home to freshen up and change his attire. He then set out with items he had brought back from the eastern fortress, wandering through the village of Sand Hidden without any particular destination in mind. He replenished his supplies of ninja tools and purchased special paper, and ink necessary for practicing sealing techniques. From the scrolls on sealing arts given to him by Chiyu, Ant learned that to successfully seal runes, one must use specially crafted materials and infuse them with their own chakra during the writing process. The success of his studies in sealing techniques would greatly influence the development of his puppet arts in the future, making it one of his top priorities. Having roamed around Sand Hidden for a considerable time, it was now past 3 in the afternoon, and Ant arrived at his intended destination, the Ninja Academy of Sand Hidden. Most students were attending classes indoors, with only a few classes engaged in outdoor practical sessions. Observing the training grounds and the students in the classrooms, Ant felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling that he had been one of them just a fortnight ago. He refrained from interrupting their lessons and instead made his way to Chiyu and Appo's office. He remembered that their class and Appo's last session of the afternoon was not Chiyu and Appo's and that Chiyu typically spent this time in his office. Ant knocked on the door. "Come in," came Chiyu and Appo's deep voice from within. Ant opened the door and stepped inside, finding Chiyu gazing out the window, his back to the entrance. Ant, having visited Chiyu and Appo's office many times, knew that outside lay the schoolyard where a class was currently engaged in lessons. "Teacher Chiyu," Ant called out upon entering. Chiyu, observing the children playing outside, often took solace in watching such scenes whenever he found a moment of respite. It provided him with a sense of peace amidst the turmoil of the world, a feeling he cherished deeply. As a survivor of relentless battles, he sincerely wished for global harmony. At that moment, hearing the familiar voice behind him, Chiyu turned abruptly, his expression brightening upon seeing Ant, his esteemed pupil. "Ant, you have returned. Was your mission successful?" Chiyu inquired with genuine delight. Each time a student graduated and became a ninja, it was accompanied by the specter of sacrifice. Many did not return, and he often pondered whether he had done right by them. He had a fondness for Ant. The boy was diligent and eager to learn, respectful of his teachers. Since approving Ant's graduation, Chiyu had been concerned for his well-being, and seeing him return safely filled him with joy. Chiyu gestured for Ant to sit at a small table beside him. Ant poured tea from the kettle resting on the table for both of them, then recounted the experiences of his recent mission. However, he refrained from discussing the sensitive details regarding the Land of Rivers, as they had been cautioned by Ryuhu that it was confidential information. "Ryu, the Jonin, and your teammates were highly experienced, ensuring that everything was well coordinated along the way. The tactical approach to infiltrating the Sand Bandits camp was commendable. You are fortunate to have such companions, Ant. When on missions, be sure to heed their advice." Chiyu remarked after analyzing Ant's recounting of their encounters and the strategies employed, drawing on knowledge he had imparted in class. "Indeed, I will diligently uphold every responsibility bestowed upon me," Ant replied respectfully, acknowledging Chiyu and Appo's previous counsel, which had consistently proven to be sound. After a brief period of casual conversation, Ant surmised that the school day was nearing its end. He drained his cup of tea and excused himself from Chiyu and Appo's presence. Once Ant left, Chiyu remained at the table, savoring his tea slowly. Today, he felt particularly elated, his heart brimming with gratitude for his student's safe return and successful mission. Emerging from Chiyu's office, Ant proceeded directly to the school's entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of his friends. As the bell rang, signaling the end of classes, the previously tranquil academy erupted into lively chatter, with students forming groups as they exited through the gates. Leaning against a pillar by the entrance, Ant scrutinized the bustling crowd, keen not to miss the person he was anticipating. Today and Appo's lesson was utterly dull. We have gone over it so many times. YISN and Appo's TR class and outdoor activity. He overheard a loud voice belonging to Little Bug, seemingly complaining to Shihua. "You speak as if you learned it all in one go. What did you score on the last test, you big fool?" Came another voice, not Shihua and Appo's but rather Lai Feng and Appo's "Who are you calling a big fool, crazy bug? You only scored 5 points higher than me. Dare to compare our skills?" Little Bug shot back defiantly. "I'm not crazy bug, call me Lord Lai Feng," Lai Feng replied, his tone rising dramatically. "Enough with the bickering. If you didn't perform well, strive to improve. Ant has already become a ninja and is out on missions. Do you wish to remain in school forever?" A voice interjected, which Ant recognized as the voice of Shui Yuan-tu. Peering into the schoolyard, Ant indeed spotted Little Bug, Shihua, Lai Feng, and Shui Yuan-tu approaching, though there was no sign of Scorpion. Ant decided to surprise them. Upon hearing Shui Yuan-tu and Appo's words, Little Bug and Lai Feng ceased their banter, their previous excitement dissipating. "I wonder how Ant is doing now," Shihua finally voiced the sentiment shared among them. Just as they stepped outside, a sudden whooshing sound broke the air as several shurikens flew towards the quartet. Reacting swiftly, they caught the shurikens as they whizzed by. "Who did that?" Little Bug shouted towards the direction from which the shurikens had come, his frustration mounting from the unexpected attack. Fellow students who were hurrying home halted to witness the unfolding drama. Shihua gripped the shuriken tightly, channeling his chakra, and with a loud pop, he transformed the weapon into a round yellow fruit. Little Bug and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a shuriken turn into fruit? And moreover, his favorite melon. Aunt, using shurikens to greet us isn't exactly friendly, Shihua remarked towards a stone sculpture at the school entrance. The words left Little Bug and the others puzzled. Ha, Shihua. You still haven't managed to outsmart me, came a familiar voice from the direction of the statue, one they all knew well. Aunt. No longer hiding, Aunt dispelled his transformation technique. With another pop, the statue morphed into a youth clad in a hooded sweatshirt, a sand-hidden forehead protector tied around his head, carrying an unknown bundle. Hey friends, long time no see, Aunt exclaimed, and once more, this close-knit group of friends found themselves joyfully reunited. Chapter 61. A reunion of friends indeed, it was Aunt. And several faces lit up with expressions of surprise as they gathered around him. The onlookers, realizing it was merely a playful jest among friends, dispersed, each returning to their own affairs. Aunt, you rascal. You've been quite mischievous. You must treat us to a meal. The first to rush forward was Gale, renowned as the fastest in the class. He patted Aunt on the shoulder while exclaiming, Absolutely. You must treat us. Let us have hot pot. Little Bug, having transformed his shuriken into a sweet melon, nibbled on it and spoke with a mouthful, his words somewhat unclear. It was curious how someone who relished food so much never seemed to gain weight. Treat us, treat us. Suijin chimed in, eager to join the fray. Indeed. You must treat us. Firefly added, joining the chorus. All right, let us gather tonight, but let us skip the hot pot. I'll treat you to my favorite fried noodles instead, or I might end up bankrupt. Aunt knew they were merely jesting. Yet he genuinely wished to spend time with them, to chat and play together, so he spoke up. TSK, stingy, Little Bug retorted after finishing his sweet melon. Though his tone was playful, just a jest. Where is Scorpion? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Ignoring Little Bug, Aunt turned to Firefly and inquired. Scorpion. He applied for graduation not long ago, Firefly replied. Really? He has already graduated? Isn't he heading back to the village? Aunt said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had long anticipated a joyful reunion with friends, and Scorpion's absence felt like a missing piece. I haven't seen him for several days. I heard he has been home learning puppet techniques from Granny Chio. Aunt, do you have any sweet melon left? You know it's my favorite. Little Bug interjected, answering Aunt's earlier question, though Aunt recognized that the latter part of his statement was his main focus. None left. They were all in your hands. Each of you got one, and I have none to spare. Aunt rolled his eyes at him. Upon hearing Aunt's words, Little Bug suddenly lunged towards Firefly, attempting to snatch the fruit from his hands, but Firefly swiftly dodged. He then took a bite from his own fruit. Just as Little Bug prepared to repeat his attempt, the other two simultaneously bit into their fruits. Oh, don't do that, Little Bug exclaimed, exasperated at the scene. All right, enough teasing him. Aunt, just give him the sweet melon, Firefly said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing Firefly's suggestion, Little Bug quickly turned to Aunt, eager to see if he truly had more sweet melon, for he genuinely adored that fruit. Isn't it amusing to tease him? Aunt chuckled. However, sensing Little Bug's displeased gaze, he hastily retrieved a sealed scroll from his pouch, pulling out the fruits he had specially bought for them before his return. Firefly, ever observant, was the first to notice the location he had concealed himself in, and he was also the one to realize Aunt had purchased the fruits. Seeing the abundance of fruits, Little Bug ceased his fixation on Aunt, and soon enough, the fruits were distributed, leaving a portion for the absent Scorpion. Here's the plan. You all head home to drop off your things and inform your families. I will look for Scorpion, and then we'll meet at the noodle shop. Aunt proposed, and the others agreed, preparing to part ways. Just then, Aunt caught sight of a figure and remembered he had another matter to attend to. Classmate Clearspring, please wait a moment. Aunt called out as he saw her about to leave his line of sight. Little Bug and the others exchanged curious glances upon hearing Aunt suddenly call out to a passing classmate, particularly a female one, as they were the closest of friends. While their relationships with other classmates were merely acquaintances. Aunt, is there something you need? Clearspring asked, intrigued as to why he had called her. Given that they weren't particularly familiar, Aunt retrieved a scroll and a letter from his pouch, handing them to Clearspring, prompting the others to hoot and tease. Clearspring appeared flustered. Well, during my mission at the Eastern Fortress, I ran into Brother Clearflow, and during our chat, I discovered we are classmates. He asked me to bring something back for you. Aunt explained, aiming to clarify the situation and avoid misunderstandings amidst the amused expressions of his friends. Little Bug and the others exhibited expressions of disappointment, having anticipated a love letter instead. Oh, thank you, Aunt, Clearspring said, accepting the items and blushing at her earlier fanciful thoughts. Well, we're heading out for a meal. Would you like to join us? I'm treating today. Aunt smiled at her. Is that all right? It seems a bit inappropriate to mooch off a meal, Clearspring replied, uncertain. Not at all. During my mission, your brother took great care of me, so consider this a gesture of gratitude. After all, it's better to meet than to be invited. The group then followed their original plan, heading home, while Aunt made his way towards Scorpion's residence. He pondered how Scorpion had been faring in his absence, whether his puppet techniques had improved, and if there had been any progress on the bloodstained puppet he had mentioned before. With boundless curiosity, Ant arrived at Scorpion's doorstep and knocked. Wait a moment. A man's voice echoed from inside, one that didn't sound like Scorpion's. Wasn't he living here with his grandmother? Before long, the door swung open, revealing a man in his 40s, appearing quite sprightly, squinting with a smile. He seemed amiable. May I ask who you are? The man inquired. Senior, my name is Ant, a friend of Scorpion's. I'm here to see him. Is he at home? Ant replied. Usually, visitors to Scorpion's home were ninjas, and someone of this age would typically be a jonin, so out of courtesy, Ant addressed him as Senior. So, you are Ant. A well-mannered young ninja indeed. Scorpion often speaks of you. I am Chiyo's brother, Izo. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man responded. Extending his right hand toward Ant, Ant promptly shook his hand in greeting. Scorpion is inside. Please follow me. Izo beckoned Ant to enter. Having visited Scorpion's home numerous times, Ant noted that the decor remained unchanged. Where are we headed? Ant asked as he followed Izo. Realizing they were heading to an area he hadn't visited before, another staircase leading down to what appeared to be a basement. Was it customary in Sunagakure for every household to have a basement? Perhaps his own home had one too. He should investigate when he had time. Only after becoming a chunin did he learn the reasons behind it all. Upon descending the narrow staircase, Ant found himself in a vast space that could no longer be classified as a basement, but rather a subterranean warehouse, where various puppets and puppet components hung from the ceiling, an array of shapes, both finished and unfinished, truly an eye-opener for Ant. Scorpion. You have a visitor. Izo called into the warehouse. Ant, however, was not distracted by the surrounding puppets. His attention was drawn to the center of the warehouse, where a large table stood, and a young boy, seemingly busy with something, sat before it. Upon hearing Izo's call, the boy turned, revealing a youthful face crowned with vibrant red hair. It was none other than Scorpion, one of Ant's closest friends. It's been a while, Scorpion. Ant greeted him warmly. Ant, you're back. Scorpion exclaimed joyfully, standing up to embrace Ant. The two shared a smile, conveying unspoken sentiments as they stood together. Chapter 62 Conversations Among Friends. Come on, let us go. I'm treating you all to dinner today. Xiao Chong and the others are already waiting. Senior Hai Lao Zong, would you care to join us? Ant proposed, revealing the purpose of their outing and politely extending the invitation to Hai Lao Zong, who was nearby. This puppet is at a crucial moment. Scorpion hesitated, remarking after hearing Ant's words. Ant cast a glance at the puppet on the table. It was unlike any puppet Scorpion had previously crafted. Its components were unusually large, but it remained unfinished, leaving Ant unable to discern its overall form. Scorpion, the puppet will eventually be completed. You have not left this puppet workshop for nearly a week. It's time for you to get some fresh air. As for me, I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth. Hai Lao Zong interjected, revealing his concern for Ant. Indeed, Scorpion. Aren't you curious about my experiences during this time? They are quite fascinating, and encouraged, attempting to coax Scorpion. Seeing that both were urging him to go, and feeling a genuine desire to explore the world beyond Sha'in Village, Scorpion set aside his work and bid farewell to Hai Lao Zong. Together with Ant, he departed from his home, heading towards the designated restaurant. We're over here, Ant. Scorpion. Upon entering the noodle restaurant, Ant immediately heard Xiao Chong's voice. Turning around, he noticed that Xiao Chong and the others had already arrived and ordered food, and they were waving at him. Ant and Scorpion approached and settled around a square table with the group. In front of Ant was his favorite dish, egg and scallion fried noodles, along with several side dishes that he particularly enjoyed. It was undoubtedly Xiao Chong who had considered these details, as he was the only one among them who would pay attention to such nuances. The restaurant was divided into small compartments, and although the space beside the table was limited, it felt cozy as the group was not overly large. Finally, you two are here. The food will get cold if you take too long, Xiao Chong complained, his impatience evident as he gazed longingly at the spread of dishes. As soon as Ant sat down, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The sight of him caused the others to laugh, for Xiao Chong always exhibited such enthusiasm during meals, and they had grown accustomed to it. Familiar with one another, they began to chat and eat simultaneously. Ant, Scorpion, I envy you both for graduating early and escaping the tedium of school, Xiao Chong remarked, stuffing noodles into his mouth. Hey, big fool. Don't talk with your mouth full. You might spray food on me and Qing Quan. Lai Feng admonished Xiao Chong, holding a napkin protectively in front of his and Qing Quan's bowls. Don't just focus on eating, and share your experiences from outside the village, Shirho prompted, steering the conversation towards the topic everyone was eager to hear about. Setting down his chopsticks, Ant began recounting his observations after leaving the village. The blistering, majestic desert by day and the quiet yet perilous nights evoked awe. The expansive Gobi Desert left them breathless, while the picturesque streams and lush forests of the land of rivers inspired longing. Though it was merely Ant's narration, the others, having rarely ventured beyond the village, listened with rapt attention. Hey, tell us about battles. After all, ninjas are meant to fight enemies, Lai Feng suggested, and others chimed in agreement. Battles do occur, but they are not as glamorous as one might imagine. They evoke a profound discomfort. Are you certain you wish to hear this? Ant inquired, Children of the ninja village grew up hearing tales of heroic ninjas vanquishing villains and saving the world. Ant had once shared this naive perspective, but after experiencing it firsthand, he realized that reality was often far less appealing. Hesitation washed over the group after Ant's words. Ant, please share. We all wish to know what we must confront as aspiring ninjas, unexpectedly urged Qin Quan, whom Ant had always perceived as gentle and frail. After some contemplation, Ant acknowledged the validity of his request. Combat invariably revolves around two themes, bloodshed and death. This was Ant's opening statement, after which he candidly recounted the harrowing experiences his team faced during a mission at a bandit camp, leaving nothing concealed. Ending the lives of others is undeniably one of the most brutal acts, and during this minor task, Ant had taken the lives of dozens of enemies. Although it might evoke a sense of aversion toward the ninja profession, this was the stark reality they would inevitably confront. As students of the Ninja Academy, they were unlikely to escape the fate of becoming ninjas. Thus, it was prudent for them to be mentally prepared in advance. This is the essence of being a ninja. Chapter 63. On slaughter. Upon hearing Ant recount the gruesome aftermath of battle, the faces of those present, who had yet to encounter such horrors, paled. Even the little insect, who had been incessantly munching since the onset, lost its appetite. A profound silence enveloped the group, each lost in their own thoughts. As ninjas, the inevitability of killing looms over us. We may abhor it, yet we must not cower in its presence. From the moment we enrolled, we were destined to confront such realities, were we not? Surprisingly, it was Scorpion, who had spoken the least, who broke the silence. He appeared ready to embrace the harsh truths of the world, which was not unfounded, for he had already stepped into the realm of a ninja. Scorpion, you are indeed correct. The world exists as it is, and before we can alter it, we must confront it head-on. After hearing Scorpion's words, Clear Spring too found clarity. Since change was unattainable, there was naught to do but face the inevitable. Following the insights shared by Clear Spring and Scorpion, both Gale and Little Insect nodded in agreement, though it remained unclear if they had genuinely come to terms with the matter. They might simply have been swayed by the seemingly sound reasoning of Scorpion and Clear Spring. Both were impulsive and somewhat naive. To truly ascertain their preparedness, one would likely have to wait until they faced such circumstances as genuine ninjas. Must it always be a matter of killing or being killed? Is there truly no path to coexistence and peace? At this moment, Stonefire interjected. With a keen intellect, his analytical nature enabled him to handle matters with finesse. Yet it also led him to overthink, often getting caught in a web of his own making. You all know that my parents perished in the last war. I harbor a profound disdain for conflict, yet during missions, I find myself compelled to fight. I once pondered this dilemma as you do now. I posed this question to my superior, and he conveyed that sometimes, war serves as a means to achieve peace. Demonstrating strength during conflict can deter surrounding foes from further encroaching upon your peace. What are your thoughts on this, Stonefire? Ant, noting Stonefire's struggle with the concept, sought to provide comfort by referencing his own similar quandary. Gradually, Stonefire began to calm, though the confusion and uncertainty in his gaze remained. The group subsequently shifted their conversation to lighter topics, reminiscing about amusing incidents from their time at school, and the atmosphere around the table brightened once more. By the meal and Appo's conclusion, they had engaged in jovial discourse. Ant settled the bill, despite their intention to split the costs, having promised to treat. He felt compelled to fulfill that promise. As they emerged from the restaurant, darkness had fallen. The children, unable to linger too late, bid one another farewell and returned to their respective homes. Ant and Scorpion, whose residences were in close proximity, walked together. Ant, since we are now on a mission and have earned rewards, does this mean you have funds to create a new puppet? Scorpion, more talkative in Ant and Appo's company, primarily discussed matters pertaining to puppetry. Indeed, I am in the process of designing a new puppet, though I have yet to finalize its form. Oh, by the way here, Ant replied, retrieving 2 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. One was a sealing scroll, from which he extracted a fragrant melon to offer to Scorpion. This should go to Little Insect as well. What is this? Scorpion inquired, holding the items Ant had handed over. We have all shared the fruit before. This is a spoil from the previous raid on the Sand Bandit hideout. A senior mentioned it was crafted by the artisans of the Artisan Ninja Village. I find it quite fascinating and have several to spare, so I thought I'd share one with you. Ant explained. Well, thank you. As it happens, I am also working on a new puppet. Would you like to collaborate on designing yours? Scorpion suggested with a smile. Certainly. I will be in the village for the next few days. I plan to train with my teammates in the mornings and will seek you out in the afternoons. Ant agreed. Having previously seen the multitude of inspiring puppets in Ant's underground storage, Scorpion had long wished to incorporate elements from them into his new creation. With Scorpion proposing the idea, Ant readily acquiesced. Where do you train? Can I join? Scorpion inquired, reminiscing fondly about the times they had spent together crafting and refining puppets. This is our team as secret base, and I cannot bring just anyone inside, Ant replied, noticing Scorpion's evident disappointment. However, I can inquire with our captain, if he consents. I could invite you along. He is quite a commendable senior. Before Scorpion could respond, Ant continued. As their conversation flowed, they found themselves at Scorpion's doorstep, exchanging waves of farewell. The door was opened by Zhang, who seemed to have not resided here previously. Ant dismissed the thought. This was Scorpion's family affair, and he chose not to delve deeper. While conversing with Scorpion, Ant felt a sense of ease and began to anticipate their next meeting, eagerly awaiting the birth of his new puppet. Chapter 64. The New Puppet, Part 1. Upon returning home, Ant entered the studio and sat at the desk, retrieving the items he had purchased earlier from the ceiling scroll. A myriad of supplies lay spread across the table: brushes, ink, paper, and materials for crafting puppets. Ant had only acquired the wood necessary for the puppet's exterior. He intended to select additional materials once he finalized the puppet's design. After categorizing his purchases, Ant leisurely stroked the sealing scroll in his hands. Initially, he had regarded this scroll as merely an ordinary sealing tool, yet after gaining some understanding of sealing techniques, he realized its complexity. According to Qianzu's detailed explanation of the sealing techniques, most sealing scrolls were designed to contain a specific type of item. However, Ant and Appo's scroll had previously contained various items, including his puppet, water, food, and materials, among others. This reminded him of a special sealing scroll mentioned at the end of the detailed guide, which was a fusion of sealing and barrier techniques, capable of creating a fixed space with no restrictions except for living beings. However, the space created by his scroll appeared to be a diminished version of those recorded. Yet it remained a rare find. Reflecting on this, Ant couldn't help but think of his parents and their unwavering care for him. He yearned to inform them that he had become a ninja and was living a fulfilling life, steadfastly pursuing the goals they shared, fighting for the village of sand, and hoping that one day the land of wind would be adorned with lush green hills and flowing waters. After cleaning the photograph of himself with his parents that he had placed in a corner of the desk, Ant cast aside his melancholic thoughts and began his training. To achieve his aspirations, formidable strength was indispensable. Ant first reviewed the runes required for the sealing technique, and then took out the detailed explanation of the sealing method. He meticulously revisited the order and layout for drawing the runes before retrieving the newly purchased paper. Previously, he had mostly practiced on a black wooden board using water, which was economical, but he recognized that writing on paper would yield different results. After receiving his task rewards and acquiring some funds, Ant decided to practice on paper from now on. Of course, he would use ordinary paper, which could not withstand chakra, so even if he completed the drawings, they would hold no efficacy. Although specially made sealing scrolls were not overly expensive, practicing with them would be extravagant. The same applied to the ink. Following the instructions on the scroll, he commenced sketching on the paper. Soon, he encountered his first obstacle. He was still unfamiliar with the contents of the detailed explanation of the sealing technique and found himself frequently referring back to the scroll, which greatly hampered his efficiency. After experiencing a dream where he memorized information effectively, Ant had been eager to replicate such efficient learning methods. He inquired with Captain Liuhua, who suggested it might be related to the mind and spirit, but he could not elaborate. When Ant attempted to recreate the scene from that day, he failed to achieve the same outcome. Although disappointed, he understood the urgency of mastering the sealing technique and focused intently on his practice. This endeavor was not something that could be accomplished in a fleeting moment. It required precise control over the size, proportion, position, and angle of each rune. By midnight, Ant had completed another round of drawing, yet it still lacked the finesse of a finished product. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with his progress. Turning off the lights, he lay down on the small bed beside him, contemplating the puppet he would create with Scorpion. What kind of puppet should he make? Perhaps one like Scorpion's previous puppets, capable of both trapping and attacking and could work in synergy. His shadow possessed both functions but lacked strength. Should he learn from Scorpion and create a puppet that separates these two functions? He wondered what new puppet Scorpion was crafting. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ant gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day began with training alongside his teammates. Shemu had brought steamed buns for breakfast, which were slightly cold, yet still delightful. After breakfast, the trio parted ways to train until noon. During this time, Ant focused on enhancing his multitasking abilities, albeit with slow progress. As of now, he could only control 2 puppets, which sufficed since he had yet to create a second puppet. Meanwhile, Scorpion had already crafted a new puppet and could manipulate 3. Ant realized he needed to exert more effort, otherwise he would soon be left behind by Scorpion, which he wished to avoid. After hastily finishing lunch, Ant eagerly made his way to Scorpion's home. As he approached, it was still Old Man Hai Lao who opened the door. Was Chio not home again? Was there some significant event happening in the village? Why was it always Old Man Hai Lao who answered the door? Ah, it's you, Ant. Here to see Scorpion again? Hai Lao inquired, recognizing Ant's presence. Yes, Grandfather Hai Lao. I haven't seen Grandma Chio these past few days. What has she been busy with? Ant's curiosity got the better of him. Having learned of Hai Lao's identity as Chio's brother and Scorpion's grandfather, Ant addressed him as Appos, grandfather, and Appos. There have indeed been some happenings in the village, but I cannot disclose them. If you wish to know, you should ask your captain, Liuhua. Hai Lao replied with a squint and a smile, thereafter falling silent. All right then, I shall let you be. I'm off to find Scorpion, and said, somewhat helplessly, and proceeded to the underground warehouse. In a corner of the warehouse, Ant found Scorpion rummaging through a pile of puppets, seemingly searching for something. "Hey, Scorpion, I'm here," Ant called out to him. "You've come, Ant, just in time to help me find something, a square shield. I recall it being nearby." Scorpion responded without halting his search. "Is it this one?" Ant asked, pulling out a shield-like component. "Something larger." Scorpion glanced up and replied before continuing to sift through the items. Ant seized the opportunity and said, "Scorpion, you've been able to control 2 puppets for quite some time. If it weren't for your reluctance to accept our help due to financial constraints, you would have had a second puppet by now. Have you thought about what your new puppet will be like?" "I have many ideas. Back in school, I had limited exposure and thought Shadow was already quite powerful, so I considered making another like it. When I saw your 2 puppets, I thought about creating a father and mother for Shadow, but alas, my skills are lacking." Ant paused, reflecting on Scorpion's exquisitely crafted puppets, noticing a slight shift in Scorpion's expression. After a moment's contemplation, Ant continued, "I also thought about purchasing standard puppets from the village, but we both understand that the ones we create ourselves are the most suitable. After graduating and undertaking missions, I recognize the importance of teamwork, so now I aspire to create a puppet that compensates for our team's weaknesses while facilitating cooperation." Ant poured out his thoughts in a rush. "So, what exactly do you intend to create?" Scorpion inquired, noting that despite Ant's articulations, he had yet to specify the design of his puppet. "I haven't and Appos, T decided yet. This is my first time crafting a puppet for myself, so I would appreciate your suggestions. By the way, my teammates excel in earth and wind techniques, and the wind user, Ryusha, possesses a modicum of sand manipulation skills, and shared, eliciting an eye roll from Scorpion. Before I create a puppet, I first clarify its functions and form. Only after ensuring these 2 aspects do I incorporate the necessary mechanisms, followed by adjustments and fine-tuning, resulting in a finished puppet." Scorpion shared insights from his previous craft. "Are you referring to the form?" "I believe the appearance is secondary. Functionality is what matters most." Ant replied, "We previously discussed the Puppet Festival. You should know it is a grand occasion for puppeteers and a contest of craftsmanship. The puppeteer who creates the most exquisite puppet earns the title of an Amp, Appos, designer, and Amp, Appos, which is the aspiration of all puppeteers. I recall your father, once overshadowing others at a puppet festival." Scorpion elaborated. The Scorpion did not directly articulate the significance of appearance. Rather, it alluded to tasks that seemed unappealing. However, the Ant grasped the underlying message. And one cannot deny that the Scorpion possesses a profound understanding of the Ant. The Ant has always looked up to its parents. Having heard tales of its father and Appos' honor as a puppeteer during the puppet festival, naturally igniting a desire to rise to the challenge. The accolade of a puppeteer demands excellence in both functionality and aesthetics of the puppets crafted. Thus, acknowledging the importance of design, they pivoted to a discussion on the matter. When the topic of parents arose, the Ant promptly altered its previous stance. The Scorpion, unperturbed by this shift, was well aware of the Ant's sentiments. Subsequently, as they sought materials, a dialogue ensued regarding the design, functionality, and mechanisms of the Ant and Appos' new puppet, their ideas intertwining and giving birth to numerous splendid concepts. Ultimately, the item the Scorpion was searching for was successfully located. Chapter 65. The new puppet finally found it. "This is the one. Ant, come help me lift this." Scorpion yanked a large object from a pile of components. Ant hurried over to assist, discovering that the square shield was far larger than he had anticipated. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, with a subtle curve. The front was adorned with intricate carvings, imparting a sense of weightiness. Indeed, it was quite heavy. Together, Ant and Scorpion exerted considerable effort to place it on the table in the center of the room. At that moment, Ant noticed that the puppet parts that had occupied the table yesterday were now absent, replaced by a somewhat flat puppet resembling both a fish and a lizard. "Scorpion, this puppet doesn't and Appos, T seem to suit your style. Didn't and Appos, T you always prefer humanoid puppets?" Ant remarked as he observed the new creation. "There is no choice. This puppet and Amp, Appos' defining feature is its flawless defense. The humanoid design simply cannot achieve such a level of protection," Scorpion replied with a hint of resignation. He did not favor this puppet, despite having invested effort in its design, as it did not align with his aesthetic preferences. If he were to choose a favorite puppet, it would undoubtedly be a humanoid one, as they closely resemble real human beings. Indeed, the streamlined design and the arched top, along with such robust components, ensure adequate defense. This shield is meant to be affixed to the top of the fish head, ISN and Appos. Tia, and assessed the new puppet with keen insight. Having engaged with puppetry for over a year, combined with the snippets of knowledge imparted by his parents during his childhood, he felt a certain level of understanding. "I have named this puppet and Amp, Appos, the pepper fish, and Amp, Appos. You are correct. This shield will be secured to the puppet after processing, and it is indeed very sturdy," Scorpion affirmed as he took out a ruler to double-check the dimensions of the puppet's head and the shield. "Speaking of weight, this puppet is quite hefty, and the power required to operate it poses a significant challenge. Ant expressed his concern as he gazed at the imposing figure of the pepper fish. Absolutely. Unmatched defense corresponds with absolute sluggishness. There are no perfect puppets. The 3 puppets I currently use each excel in a specific aspect: Crow for offense, Black Ant for control, and Pepperfish for defense. However, their shortcomings are evident, and I must compensate through manipulation and coordination. Thus, the strength of the puppeteer is paramount. Scorpion clearly understood the strengths and weaknesses of his creations. The synergy among these 3 puppets is impeccable, each compensating for the other in Appo's deficiencies. It seems it will be quite difficult to defeat you in the future. Ant marveled at the harmonious coordination of Scorpion and Appo's 3 puppets, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped that once his new puppet was complete, he would be on equal footing with Scorpion, just as before, but once again, Scorpion had forged ahead. Hey, Ant, that sentiment hardly seems like you. I still remember your confident and resolute self-introduction the first time we met. We and Appo's been together for over a year now, and your talent in puppetry commands my admiration. I simply have a bit more wealth, allowing me to get ahead of you momentarily. We promised to become puppeteers who would astonish the ninja world together. Scorpion earnestly addressed Ant, turning to face him. Indeed, rather than indulging in sentimentality and self-pity, it is far better to strive for self-improvement. That fleeting sense of disappointment has passed. With Scorpion's encouragement, Ant resolved to abandon such weak thoughts, deciding they had no place in his mind. In the ensuing time, the two worked together, processing the recently unearthed shield while continuing their discussion about Ant's new puppet design, until they were called to dinner by Elder C. They paused their tasks and made their way to the dining area. The meal was already laid out, and the previously elusive Granny Chio was seated at the table. Hello, Little Scorpion and Little Ant. Did you have fun today? She greeted them warmly. Granny Chio, we weren't playing, we were researching puppets. We are no longer children, Ant playfully retorted, feigning a pout at her suggestion. This display revealed Ant's true childlike nature. He relished visiting Scorpion's home, having never known his own grandparents. His parents had mentioned that they were once ninjas. Granny Chio offered him the warmth of familial care. The meal concluded in a relaxed atmosphere. But Ant noted that Scorpion seemed unusually quiet. He resolved to inquire about it when the opportunity arose. After dinner, Ant bid farewell to everyone and began his journey home under the night sky. Meanwhile, within Scorpion's home, a different scene unfolded. Chio, Elder C, and Scorpion sat silently on the sofa. Grandma, I have completed the design for that set of puppets. Can you return my parents to me? Scorpion broke the silence. Speaking first, Chio remained unresponsive. It turned out that after witnessing Scorpion playing with the puppets in his room, she realized she needed to intervene. As his behavior had crossed the boundaries of a puppeteer's taboo, puppetry had existed for centuries, during which countless puppeteers had lost themselves in their craft, blurring the lines between puppets and living beings. Without exception, these individuals faced severe repercussions, and those with greater talent were often more susceptible to obsession. Their fates were often more tragic than death itself. Scorpion was one such prodigious puppeteer who had brushed against this taboo. Subsequently, Chio forcibly confiscated the 2 puppets and stipulated that Scorpion could only regain his parents if he produced exquisite puppets according to her demands. Unbeknownst to her, this action triggered Scorpion and Appo's rebellious spirit. Now that Scorpion had completed the design for the pepperfish, forming a relatively perfect combination with the Black Ant and Crow, the earlier confrontation had ensued. Chio originally intended to keep Scorpion occupied, hoping he would forget his dangerous thoughts, but she had not anticipated his swift completion of his objective. She found herself at a loss for what to do. On the other hand, Ant had returned home and resumed his practice of the sealing technique. Yet his thoughts remained fixated on his new puppet. What should it look like? What form should it take? An array of ideas flashed through his mind, leaving him agitated. And he unconsciously paused his brushwork. Reflecting on his new puppet inevitably led him to consider Scorpion's creation. The trio of puppets was harmonious and formidable, reminiscent of their competitive dynamic at school. Scorpion had even named a puppet after himself. A hint of amusement crept onto Ant's face at the thought. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He quickly grasped his brush and began to draw on the unfinished sealing scroll. Minutes later, he gazed at the scroll, envisioning Scorpion's expression upon seeing it the next day. This will surely be entertaining. Ant extinguished the light on the table, plunging the room into darkness, and lay down on the small bed, drifting into slumber. A sliver of moonlight seeped through the small window, illuminating his workbench. The scroll bore several runes alongside a somewhat flat, menacing-looking figure. However, the dim moonlight obscured the details, leaving the true nature of the drawing unclear. Chapter 66. The new puppet once again. The day began as it had in the past few days, with Ant rising early to train alongside his companions at Master Liuhua's residence. After several sessions, Ant had managed to keep pace with his teammates, though Shamu and Longsha bore an additional burden of several dozen pounds. Throughout this process, Ant pushed himself to the limits of his capabilities, incorporating his puppet into his movements and target practice. His agility and accuracy improved significantly, transforming the puppet into an invaluable asset during his maneuvers in previously unreachable areas. Ant would manipulate the puppet to create a stable anchor, allowing him to draw himself closer. His dexterity in handling the puppet had markedly enhanced. Despite these advancements, he still found it challenging to gain the upper hand during sparring sessions with his teammates. However, the creation of his new puppet was imminent, and he relished the thought of surprising them. Thus, he chose to keep the details of his new puppet a secret from the duo. As the morning wore on, Master Liu Hua had yet to make an appearance, and Granny Chio was also absent from home. Could there be a connection between these two occurrences? After a midday meal, Ant once again ventured to Scorpion S' abode, eagerly anticipating Scorpion and Appo's reaction to the sketches of the puppet he had drawn the previous night. Upon knocking on Scorpion and Appo's door, it was once again opened by the elder, Hai Laozong. Hello, Grandpa Hai, I and Appo's am back. Is Scorpion still working on puppets? Ant inquired, previously unaware of Hai Laozong and Appo's identity. Ant had referred to him as Senpai, but now that he knew he was Granny Chio and Appo's younger brother, he adjusted his address accordingly. Little Ant has arrived. Scorpion has been waiting for you, Hai Laozong replied, mirroring Granny Chio's affectionate manner of addressing Ant. This reflected the growing camaraderie between the two. Descending into the underground workshop, Ant found Scorpion seated at his workbench, engrossed in his tasks. Is the mantis fish not yet completed? Ant pondered. Approaching Scorpion, he discovered that the work on the table was not the mantis fish as he had imagined, but rather the two puppets he had seen previously, now more refined than before. Scorpion was adjusting the hand of one puppet, its finger proportions and joint flexibility leaving Ant in awe. They bore an uncanny resemblance to a human and Appo's hand. You and Appo's arrived, Ant. I have come up with several good ideas for your new puppet. Let us see which one you prefer, Scorpion remarked, interrupting Ant and Appo's admiration for his craftsmanship. Thank you, Scorpion. But I have already made up my mind about the design of my new puppet, Ant replied, producing the scroll from his tool pouch and handing it to Scorpion. He stood by, watching intently for the reaction he hoped to see. As Scorpion opened the scroll, he murmured, is this a sealing technique and Appo's rune? Quite well drawn. Oh, this. His voice trailed off, and his face transformed into an exquisite blend of surprise and embarrassment. Ant could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing this rare display of emotion from Scorpion, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor. What could the design on the scroll be that elicited such a profound reaction? Ant, you rascal. How can you be so stingy? You remember that after all this time? Scorpion exclaimed, tossing the scroll back towards Ant. Why not? You can name your puppet after me, and I can and Appo's, to use your name as inspiration for my new puppet? Ant retorted, catching the scroll. The drawing revealed a scorpion, and he added, don't you think it perfectly aligns with my vision? Realizing that Ant was not merely jesting, Scorpion scrutinized the puppet design and its annotations once more, acknowledging that Ant had a valid point. Still, he pressed on, if it takes this form, its operability and functionality will not compare to that of a humanoid puppet. In Scorpion and Appo's eyes, all puppets other than humanoid ones were inherently flawed, and he sought to dissuade Ant from his chosen course. Little Scorpion, are you blushing because I chose a scorpion design? Ant teased before continuing. I have made my decision. While humanoid puppets are indeed impressive, I have shadow, and in my heart, no humanoid puppet can surpass its capabilities. If I were to create a humanoid puppet, I would be destined to never reach great heights. The truth was, he had another reason he chose not to disclose. After witnessing Scorpion's masterful craftsmanship with humanoid puppets, he resolved to carve a path different from Scorpion's, lest he remain forever in his shadow. Scorpion ceased his attempts to persuade Ant, recognizing that the latter had made a resolute decision that would not waver. With the design and functionality of Ant and Appo's new puppet now confirmed, the duo embarked on an extensive discussion regarding the mechanisms to be integrated to achieve the desired effects. They resumed their lengthy dialogue, gesturing and experimenting with the puppet components in the workshop, showcasing the previous wisdom encapsulated within this space. The array of shapes and functions, along with the various mechanisms available, allowed for an intuitive understanding of their effects, enabling puppet masters to select appropriate mechanisms for their creations, thereby saving considerable time. Even so, the two continued their work until the late hours of the night, finally reaching a preliminary conclusion for Ant's new puppet, which he named Crimson Scorpion. Despite having dined earlier, both were now fatigued and famished, yet their faces radiated excitement at the prospect of having collaboratively created a new masterpiece. Let us go. I'll treat you to some noodles, Ant suggested, rolling up the final design of the Crimson Scorpion. Do you think any restaurants are still open at this hour? Scorpion shot back with a wry smile. Ant, momentarily caught up in the excitement, glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already past 10. Though he wished to continue discussing puppet techniques with Scorpion, he reluctantly decided it was time to bid farewell. As Scorpion escorted Ant to the door, he said, Hurry and make the Crimson Scorpion. I can hardly wait to see its performance. It's been a while since we last sparred. Okay, the next time we meet, I shall defeat you, Ant declared with a grin, waving goodbye as he made his way home under the moonlight. Even after settling at his workbench, Ant found it difficult to quell his excitement. The second puppet he had envisioned so fervently was finally on the brink of realization. He retrieved paper, ink, and a brush, preparing to continue his practice of sealing techniques, yet he found himself repeatedly glancing at the design of the Crimson Scorpion, eager to bring it to life. Ultimately, as bedtime approached, he realized he had barely completed a single round of practice on the sealing scroll and amp, Oppos, S runes. Forget it, time to sleep, he sighed, lying down and closing his eyes. Yet, 2 minutes later, he could not resist pulling out the scroll once more. Gazing at the design, he recalled their discussions and the promise of sparring once the puppet was completed. Wait a moment, Scorpion is aware of all the mechanisms in my puppet. Engaging in a spar with him would put me at a disadvantage. I need to devise a plan. Chapter 67. The completion of the Red Scorpion. At the break of dawn the following day, Ant arrived at the training grounds, greeted his teammates, and informed them that he would be absent from training for a few days due to personal matters. Long Sha and Sha Mu inquired if he needed any assistance, but Ant, intending to surprise them, chose to remain silent. After bidding farewell to his teammates and departing the training area, Ant made his way directly to a quaint shop in the village that specialized in puppet materials. This shop was nestled in a hidden corner, small and dilapidated, known only to a handful of puppet masters, and certainly of no interest to anyone else. Ant had learned of this place through his neighbor, Brother Sha Lu. Despite its shabby appearance, the shop boasted the most comprehensive and highest quality supplies among all material stores. Upon entering the modest establishment, Ant found only a counter and the shopkeeper behind it. Hand me your list, the shopkeeper stated without a greeting or inquiry. Having frequented the shop numerous times over the past year to upgrade his puppet, Shadow, Ant was unfazed by the shopkeeper and Oppos' brusque demeanor and promptly handed over his list of required components and materials. It was rumored that the shop was run by descendants of the legendary puppet master, Minzwa Wei Min, which might explain the shopkeeper and Oppos' audacious attitude. However, the truth behind these rumors remained elusive. After reviewing Ant and Oppos' list, the shopkeeper marked a line through one item and remarked, I can prepare everything else for you in 5 minutes, except for this piece. Ant glanced at the crossed-out item, which he had painstakingly added after a night of contemplation. The item you requested is not part of our standard puppet components, hence we do not stock it. However, we do offer custom parts for puppet masters, the shopkeeper continued. How long will it take, and what will it cost? Ant asked, his hopes rekindled. 1 month and 10,000 yuan, the shopkeeper replied impassively. The flicker of hope within Ant was swiftly extinguished. Indeed, being a puppet master was a costly pursuit. He had already allocated his budget while discussing the puppet design with Scorpion, and his funds had nearly been exhausted. Ant had assumed that this minor item would not be prohibitively expensive, but it seemed his plans would have to be postponed. Suddenly, a small door beside the counter swung open, and a puppet attendant emerged, hauling a large box and placing it before Ant. Upon opening it, Ant discovered it contained precisely what he needed. He sealed the box within his storage scroll, since he could not afford any additional expenses at the moment. Ant resolved to first complete the puppet according to his original design. After settling the bill, Ant noticed his wallet had become painfully light. He then purchased a variety of convenience foods before returning home to his workshop, where he retrieved the tools his father had used to create puppets years ago. This set of tools was compact and versatile. Without them, Ant would have struggled to craft the puppet alone. Next, Ant meticulously organized the newly acquired materials on his workbench and finally brought out the design blueprint for the Red Scorpion. With everything in place, he was ready to embark on his endeavor. Over the next few days, whenever hunger struck, he would indulge in instant noodles, and when fatigue set in, he would catch brief naps on the adjacent bed, never stepping outside. Ant wished he had several extra hands. As the incessant clattering of tools filled the workshop until the third night, when the moonlight illuminated his workspace, the once chaotic array of parts had vanished, and the tools were now neatly arranged. At the center of the workbench stood 2 puppets, one was Shadow, and the other was the Red Scorpion. Ant had also made adjustments to Shadow, diminishing its overlapping abilities, such as control, while enhancing its offensive capabilities. He had even modified the gauntlet slightly, though the changes were minimal. With a flick of his fingers, chakra threads shot forth, instantly connecting to the 2 puppets. With a series of clicks, the puppets sprang to life, leaping off the table and performing various movements around Ant, showcasing their agility. It appeared that their mobility was flawless, although the confined space of the room made it impossible to test their combat abilities. Stretching his limbs, Ant stood up from his stool, a wave of accomplishment washing over him. The Red Scorpion was the first puppet he had completed on his own, marking his official initiation as a puppet master. Eager to share his elation, Ant wrapped the 2 puppets and dashed out of his home, forgetting to lock the door in his haste. Shortly after, he found himself at the entrance of a house, knocking on the door. The sound of his knocks was soon answered, revealing a drowsy Hai Laozong in his pajamas. To Ant and Oppos' surprise, he had not expected to find Hai Laozong still awake, especially dressed so oddly. Hello, little Ant. You should consider the needs of us elderly folk. You youngsters are full of energy, but my old bones can hardly keep up with your antics. Scorpion is still tinkering away with puppets in the basement at this hour. Hai Laozong yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Initially, Ant did not grasp the implication of his words. He had merely come to visit Scorpion as he usually did. However, upon hearing Hai Laozong mention the late hour, Ant looked up at the bright moon above and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having spent several days indoors, coupled with his excitement, he had completely forgotten that it was nighttime. No wonder Hai Laozong was in his pajamas. Next time, I won't forget, Grandpa Hai Laozang. I'm off to find Scorpion, and apologized before hastily making his way to the basement. Navigating the familiar path to the underground storage, Ant found Scorpion seated at a large table, engrossed in his work. As soon as Ant stepped through the door, Scorpion halted his activities. I told you not to disturb me, Scorpion stated curtly. Such a temper. Here I am, filled with joy. And you are the first person I thought to share it with, Ant teased, while internally reflecting on the apparent tension in Scorpion's family relationships. Upon hearing Ant's voice, Scorpion turned around. Oh, it's you. I thought it was. What are you doing here so late? Ant inquired playfully. Let me guess. You didn't even bother to hide it, did you? You're carrying the red scorpion, aren't you? Have you completed it? Scorpion remarked. And Ant felt a twinge of embarrassment at being so transparent. Ant, however, was undeterred. He removed one of the bundles from his back and tossed it between them. As the wrappings unfurled midair, the contents tumbled to the ground. With a flick of his hand, several chakra threads shot out, animating the fallen object. It lifted its front half, its pincers snapping rhythmically, and most strikingly, the long tail behind it swayed menacingly. Its sharp tip glinting ominously, a perfect embodiment of the red scorpion and Amp, Appo's design. Chapter 68. The first battle of the red scorpion. The scorpion had anticipated this situation, displaying no surprise. Merely circling around the red scorpion with keen interest. Your movements are quite fluid. You possess commendable skills. However, it seems there is a slight deviation from our initial design. He observed after scrutinizing the creation. I find my father's tools quite intuitive to use, though I face several failures with a few intricate components. I am satisfied with the outcome. As for the discrepancies from the design, why don't you take a guess? Replied the ant cheerfully. He had not expected the manufacturing process to proceed so smoothly, indicating that his craftsmanship was indeed commendable. After being looked down upon by the scorpion for his earlier guessing game, the ant resolved to try again. Is it a secret weapon? Allow me to explore that myself. Since it is completed, let us engage in a duel as per our agreement. The scorpion did not indulge the ant's wish, instead proposing a PK challenge, which the ant had no reason to refuse. Minutes later, they arrived at the puppet testing room adjacent to the puppet warehouse. It was more of a training ground, spacious with over 100 square meters. Although somewhat constrained, it was ample for their sparring. The two stood facing each other, releasing their puppets. Acquainted with each other and Appo's capabilities, they felt no need for subterfuge. Beside the ant were the shadow and the red scorpion, while the scorpion was accompanied by its mother and father. Why not use the crow, black ant, and the mountain pepperfish? I am curious to see the mountain pepperfish's abilities, the ant remarked. Noticing the puppets the scorpion had brought forth. You have only 2 puppets, I shall match you with 2 of my own. Remember, the strength of a puppeteer is directly correlated with the number of puppets they control. Do not underestimate these 2. They are my proudest creations, the scorpion elucidated. Let us begin then. With that, the ant was intrigued to see what mechanisms the mother and father possessed. Without further ado, they stood ready, forming their respective seals. And in the next instant, all 4 puppets sprang into action. The first rule of the puppeteer, maintain distance from your opponent. Thus, both quickly retreated. And simultaneously their puppets commenced their assault. The initial round was a flurry of ninja tools. Dozens of flying needles shot forth from the mouths of the shadow and red scorpion toward the scorpion. These weapons were stealthy and swift. In response, the scorpion's puppet released a few shurikens from its sleeves. Both understood that targeting the puppeteer was the most effective strategy in a puppeteer duel, so the attacks were directed at one another. In a flash, the red scorpion's tail swept before the ant, deflecting all the shurikens sent by the scorpion, while the scorpion's puppet mother transformed an arm into a shield, blocking several flying needles. The ensuing scene resembled an exhibition of thrown ninja tools, with needles, shuriken, and kunai soaring through the air from various angles, all intercepted by the puppets before them. The ant found it curious that the scorpion's ninja tools were launched from the puppet's sleeves. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the competition intensified. The 4 puppets entwined in a fierce clash. The shadow extended blades from its palms, while the red scorpion wielded its pincers and tail as weapons. The scorpion's puppet brandished a knife and a whip-like weapon. The spectacle was somewhat comical. A battle of puppeteers resembled a chaotic melee between 3 taijutsu ninjas and a large scorpion. Sparks erupted as blades and weapons collided, enveloping the arena. Both sides tacitly agreed to forego other tactics, relying solely on close combat. The ant and scorpion's control over their puppets intensified, the speed of the puppets increasing, their fingers dancing with such agility that they left afterimages. In truth, the ant had never favored this method of attack, feeling it strayed from true puppetry. Yet, regardless of the number of ninja tools, there was a finite quantity. This approach diversified the puppets and Appo's offensive capabilities and could perplex the opponent at critical moments. As the ant and scorpion engaged in their friendly spar, the door to the scorpion and Appo's residence was once again knocked upon. This time, upon opening the door, it was the ever-reliable Hyluzel. Unlike previous occasions filled with sarcasm and jest, he simply allowed the visitor entry. As the newcomer stepped into the illuminated area, the ant and scorpion recognized the familiar figure of Grandma Chio returning. Back with the ant and scorpion, their match had concluded. It was not a contest of strength, but rather a demonstration of puppetry control. They sat on a bench at the side, tidying their puppets, restoring them to their original state and refilling the ninja tools that had been deployed. What a hassle. Every time after firing, I have to reload. The ant complained as he opened the puppet to refill the ninja tools. In the future, with more puppets, it will become even more troublesome. If you find it bothersome, you could equip the mechanisms with a device akin to a magazine for a crossbow, allowing you to simply replace the filled tool containers. However, this would complicate the design and increase the weight of the puppets, affecting their structure, the scorpion suggested. Do you remember the scroll and crossbow bolts I gave you? I am currently studying the art of sealing objects, intending to use sealing scrolls to address this issue. The ant shared his thoughts. Indeed, that is a fascinating little device. Should you delve into the art of sealing objects, I recommend exploring other sealing techniques when the opportunity arises. They are quite beneficial for puppeteers, the scorpion advised. Many have echoed that sentiment. I shall, given the chance, though I have yet to fully master the art of sealing objects. By the way, what are your thoughts on the red scorpion? The ant inquired. Well, its maneuverability, defensive capabilities, and versatility are commendable. Oh, and the shell of the red scorpion differs from our initial design. I noticed numerous small holes, with hexagonal cavities evenly distributed, which not only do not compromise the shell's defensive strength, but also render the puppet lighter and swifter. But this cannot be considered a secret weapon. The scorpion affirmed the new puppet's performance before voicing his confusion. Indeed, this is not the secret weapon I mentioned. To be precise, it is merely a part of my secret weapon. The other part remains incomplete due to certain reasons, the ant replied, his tone tinged with regret. Once it is completed, do show it to me. Let us call today's spar a draw. What do you say? I can tell you are not using your full strength, the scorpion suggested, having finished tidying his puppet and rising to address the ant. Yet you two were not employing your full strength. Your puppets are equipped with far too few mechanisms. The initial ninja tools were all thrown by the puppets and Appo's hands, were they not? Even for a spar, that seems rather inattentive, the ant countered. The two puppets I currently utilize strive for a lifelike resemblance. Any mechanisms would compromise their structure, which I cannot accept, the scorpion explained. The ant felt the scorpion's fixation on making the puppets resemble humans was a bit excessive. Have you finished packing? After such a lengthy bout, we ought to take a break with some tea, he suggested, having also organized his puppets. Together, the ant and scorpion departed the basement. Chapter 69. A great change in the village. The hall of the scorpion clan was brightly lit as Chio and Hai Laozong sat together, sipping tea while engaged in conversation. Sister, have all matters been resolved? Hai Laozong inquired. Everything has been set in motion, Chio replied. The third Kazekage truly possesses remarkable resolve. A single misstep could jeopardize his position as Kazekage, Hai Laozong remarked with a sense of admiration. Yet he has emerged victorious, as he has in the past. From this day forth, all departments within Sunagakure will be under the complete control of the third Kazekage. Sunagakure shall possess unprecedented cohesion, Chio stated. Taking a sip of her tea, her voice tinged with respect for the third Kazekage. However, from now on, the village's safety rests solely upon the Kazekage's shoulders. Should he falter or fail, Sunagakure will be in peril, Hai Laozong expressed his concerns. Ha ha ha, but we old-timers are still here, right? The Kazekage is not an autocrat. I sense that Sunagakure is on the verge of a rise. Chio laughed heartily. You have a point, but what will become of those elders involved in this incident? Hai Laozong asked again. Those individuals, who failed to perform their duties and sought to undermine the Kazekage for their own gain, deserve their fate, Chio declared vehemently, harboring deep disdain for those corrupted by self-interest. However, the Kazekage has spared their lives. They are no longer elders and will not oversee their previous departments. Their positions will be filled by capable individuals, youthful and vigorous, she continued. But most of them are Kazekage's confidants, Hai Laozong interjected. The village's youth largely admire the third Kazekage. After all, he is hailed as the strongest Kazekage of all time, and the younger generation greatly reveres him. Don't you think, Ant and Scorpion? Chio suddenly paused and then raised her voice. As soon as Chio and Appo's voice faded, Ant and Scorpion emerged from the dark corridor into the hall. Grandma, Chio grandma. They greeted her, eavesdropping on confidential matters. Both of you have violated the rules of a ninja and could be stripped of your ninja qualifications. In serious cases, imprisonment could follow. Chio playfully admonished them, her tone lighthearted and jovial. All right, stop scaring them. Ant and Scorpion, have you completed your task? Hai Laozong inquired. Chio grandma, we did not eavesdrop. We merely happened to pass by, Aunt explained. The group then sat together and exchanged casual conversation, although Chio refrained from discussing the elders of the village or matters related to the recent incident. After a while, Aunt suggested taking his leave. Having spent 3 days and nights tirelessly crafting puppets without a proper rest, he had been in a state of excitement and felt no fatigue until now, when weariness suddenly washed over him. It seems I need to rest well, he thought as he bid farewell to Scorpion and hurried home. He placed the puppet on his workbench and lay down on the adjacent small bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. When Anne awoke again, sunlight streamed through the small window, illuminating his face. He promptly glanced at the clock on the wall and was astonished to see it was already past 8:00 and Oppo's clock. Rising so late was unprecedented for him since he had resolved to strengthen himself, and last night had been the most comfortable night he had experienced in a year. Ant did not dwell on the pleasant night, but hurriedly washed up, took the puppet, and rushed to the training ground. Having already missed 3 days of training, he could not afford to miss any more. As he made his way, Ant recalled Chio's words from the previous night. Realizing that a significant change had occurred in the village unbeknownst to him, he suspected that his mentor, Ryuho, must have been involved in these events. Since matters had come to a conclusion, it was possible that Ryuho would appear today. With this thought, Ant quickened his pace, just as Ant had anticipated. For individuals were gathered at the team training ground, sharing breakfast. Among them was Ryuho. They were engaged in conversation while eating. Ryuho-sensei, may I ask what brings you here today? Longsha asked. Shamo also looked over. I brought him here to catch up with you all. And I have a few pieces of news to share, Ryuho replied, gesturing to the person seated next to him. What news? Longsha asked. These pieces of news will greatly impact our team, but they are all favorable, Ryuho continued. Oh, by the way, where is Ant? I haven't seen him, he added. Ant mentioned he had matters to attend to, which is why he hasn't been here these past few days. However, he trained with us every morning prior, making significant progress. Shamo explained, alleviating Ryuho and Oppo's concerns. He had worried that Ant might lack perseverance and commitment, but since he had been attending training sessions, it seemed he truly had matters to address. Since Ant may not be able to join us, we shall inform him later. The first piece of news, Longsha. I have spoken with Zongdao, and he has agreed to help you forge new weapons. We and Oppo's LL go find him together this afternoon, Ryuho said slowly. Oh, that and Oppo's, that's wonderful. I was heartbroken over those broken blades, Longsha exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. For a ninja skilled with blades, a good weapon significantly enhances one and Oppo's strength. The second piece of news is that the Kazekage intends to select 2 more disciples from among the lower-ranking ninjas in the village, Ryuho added. Upon hearing this, both Longsha and Shamo were visibly elated. For all ninjas of Sunagakure, becoming a disciple of the Kazekage was a coveted aspiration, and the two were no exception. It is well known that becoming a disciple of the Kazekage not only grants access to a wealth of knowledge from Sunagakure's archives, but also provides guidance from its strongest practitioners. This not only accelerates their growth and strength, but also serves as a tremendous honor for ninjas of Sunagakure. Moreover, Ryuho maintained a supportive stance regarding his team members aspiring to become disciples of the Kazekage. As he expressed, being chosen as a disciple signifies great potential, and the Kazekage would provide superior mentorship, enabling them to better assist him in supporting Sunagakure. In Ryuho's heart, the Kazekage and Sunagakure always took precedence. However, there were restrictions on participation in the selection process. Candidates must be under the age of 12. Ignoring the excitement of his 2 teammates, Ryuho continued, Oh no. Upon hearing this, Longsha and Shamo could not help but lament, as Shamo had just celebrated his 12th birthday recently. This meant that neither of them would be eligible to become disciples of the Kazekage. What are you two wailing about? Ant finally arrived. Chapter 70. The changes awaiting the team, mind your own business, the two exclaimed in unison. Their response was not born from disdain for Ant, but rather from the realization that he was merely 6 years old, yet had the opportunity to qualify for selection as a disciple of the Wind Shadow. Although it was merely a chance and not a guarantee, a twinge of envy lingered in their hearts. Enough with the childish antics, both of you, a fourth individual, who had remained silent until now, interjected. First, he offered a gentle admonition to Longsha and Shamo, then turned to greet the newly arrived Ant, extending his right hand. At that moment, Ant noticed not just Longsha and Shamo, but also this unfamiliar person who introduced himself as Luosha. He was a former member of their team, later taken under the wing of the Wind Shadow, a fact Ant had often heard mentioned by his teammates. Quickly, he extended his hand in return, shaking Luosha and Oppo's hand. Ant took a moment to scrutinize Luosha. He was not particularly handsome and did not wear a headscarf like Longsha and Shamo. Instead, he had short, reddish-brown hair, and donned simple linen shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, underneath which he wore a mesh armor. His appearance was straightforward and pragmatic. Yet the smudged makeup on his face lent him an air of weariness. Hello, Senior Luosha. What seems to be the matter with you two? Ant inquired curiously. Luosha then recounted the news that Liuhua had shared, igniting excitement within Ant as he envisioned the possibility of becoming a disciple under the wind shadow. Ant. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but seizing it requires considerable strength. The selection will sift through all eligible genin in the village, and the competition will be fierce. However, the event will take place in 2 weeks, so I hope you can use this time to enhance your abilities, Liu Hua advised Ant. He had observed Ant's performance during missions, the calmness after his first kill, his unwavering execution of orders, and his swift reactions in collaborative battles, all of which indicated Ant's potential to become an exceptional ninja. Yet, his current capabilities were still lacking. If he were to become a disciple of the Wind Shadow, he would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the Sand Village's future. I will strive to improve. But tomorrow marks the last day of our break. Aren't we supposed to continue our mission? Ant recalled their original plan, not wanting to burden his teammates with his personal ambitions. Due to my third piece of news, our original plan is cancelled. Upon hearing that their mission would be affected, Ant and the others focused intently, eager to learn more. For certain reasons, I have been appointed by Lord Sand Shadow as one of the elders of the Sand Village. Liu Hua declared. The elders each governed a department within the village, holding not only an honorary title, but also tangible power. Liu Hua announced this significant news with an unassuming demeanor. However, he had long been capable of attaining the elder position. He had simply sacrificed it for the sake of the Wind Shadow. And now he was prepared to reclaim it. Congratulations, Teacher Liu Hua, they chorused. Wait, do you understand what this means? If Teacher Liu Hua becomes an elder, he can no longer serve as our team leader, Luo Sha suddenly interjected. The three who had just congratulated him fell silent, realizing the implications of this development. They had not anticipated this twist. If Liu Hua could no longer lead their team, the possibility of dissolution loomed. Although Ant was preparing to participate in the selection, and if chosen by the Wind Shadow, the team would inevitably change. Losing their captain would spell the end for them. Ant recalled Liu Hua's support for his aspirations, and he resolved to back Liu Hua as well. Congratulations, Teacher Liu Hua, Ant reiterated, sincerity evident in his voice. After a moment, Longsha and Shemu also expressed their heartfelt congratulations. Seeing this, Liu Hua and Appo's face broke into a grateful smile. Luo Sha too smiled, pleased to see his former teammates still as they once were, and noting that the new addition, Ant, possessed a commendable character. Our team will not disband. After Ant completes the selection, I will share my solution with you all, Liu Hua assured them. Though his words hinted at a lack of confidence in Ant and Appo's chances of success. However, aside from Luo Sha, the others remained oblivious to this underlying sentiment. Now that we and Appo's all finished eating, let us engage in some sparring. I wish to see how much progress you've made, Luo Sha suggested to Longsha and Shemu. That suits me perfectly. I've been training diligently and would like to see what you've learned under the Wind Shadow, Longsha replied, rising and making his way to one of the training grounds, with Luo Sha promptly following suit. Now that we and Appo's finished our meal, it's a good idea to exercise, Shemu added, also standing to join them. As teammates, they were both friends and rivals, and mutual sparring was their most common form of interaction. Ant, you should join as well. I'd like to see the fruits of your training, Liu Hua encouraged, eager to showcase his new puppet techniques, and followed suit without hesitation. Noting that the entrance to the training area was marked Gobi, this training venue had been chosen by Longsha, and it undoubtedly held significance. Following closely behind, Liu Hua entered the training ground, aware that these young men were exceptional ninjas, a rare find, entrusted to him by the Wind Shadow. He felt a profound responsibility to observe their abilities closely, ensuring that he could assign them appropriate tasks and training. Upon entering the Gobi training ground, Ant saw Longsha and Luo Sha already engaged in combat. To Ant and Appo's surprise, Longsha was not employing his favored sword techniques, but was instead utilizing his less proficient sand manipulation techniques. Longsha sought to prove that, aside from Luo Sha and Appo's superior chakra capacity allowing him to control more sand, he was not inferior in the art of sand manipulation. Perceiving Ant and Appo's confusion, Shemu offered an explanation. No wonder Longsha chose the Gobi training ground. It contains a limited amount of sand, primarily composed of rock. This way, even if Luo Sha can control more sand, there is not enough for him to utilize. At that moment, the combatants completed their warm-ups, and the sand manipulation techniques were unleashed. Enveloping the arena in a haze of yellow dust, the sand morphed into weapons and shields under their control. As they attacked and defended against each other while striving to seize control of the opponent and Appo's sand, the exchange was a true testament to their skills, as they were evenly matched, each displaying remarkable prowess. Chapter 71. The power of Rasha. Exhibit your true strength, Rasha. I refuse to believe this is all you are capable of. After yet another clash, Longsha stepped back a few paces and addressed Rasha. Longsha. Given the nature of this venue, it is quite challenging for me to unleash my full potential as well. I concede that when the sand is limited, your sand manipulation techniques can rival mine. It seems I must resort to other measures, Rasha replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. It became evident that the environment significantly influenced a ninja and Appo's S capabilities, a thought that crossed Ant and Apos' mind. Meanwhile, the two combatants continued to manipulate the surrounding sand and dust with fervor, the scene appearing unchanged. What methods could Rasha be referring to? Impressive, murmured Shamo, who stood beside Ant, bewildered, questioned what had transpired, as the swirling sand and debris rendered visibility nearly impossible. Noticing Ant and Apos' confusion, Shamo pointed to the ground beneath Rasha's feet. Ant focused intently, and moments later, astonishment washed over his face. The rocks within a 5-meter radius of Rasha had uniformly sunk about an inch, forming a perfect circle without a single sharp edge. Such mastery of control demanded exceptional proficiency in both technique and chakra. Ant believed that if Rasha desired, he could easily do so without leaving a trace. The seemingly modest Rasha revealed a penchant for display at times. At this juncture, the balance of power in the contest of secret techniques had shifted. From the moment Rasha mentioned employing other tactics, Longsha began to feel the pressure mounting. He believed it was unwarranted. Both had been controlling all the sand in the arena, and there was no reason for the amount under Rasha's command to suddenly surpass his. As the pressure intensified, Rasha and Apos' sand multiplied, and the grains controlled by Longsha could no longer withstand Rasha and Apos' onslaught. Suddenly, Rasha and Apos' sands broke through Longsha and Apos' defenses, surging toward him. Alas, Longsha sighed, realizing he could not win relying solely on his sand manipulation techniques. Deep in thought, one hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his blade. A flash of steel split the approaching wave of sand, and Longsha, gripping his sword, charged through the torrent toward Rasha's position. He had abandoned any further attempts to control the sand around him, opting instead to settle the score with his swordsmanship against Rasha's sand. With Rasha now in command of all the sand, he ceased grinding the rocks to create more grains, which would have drained his chakra. Previously, both had engaged in a flurry of sand attacks, obscuring the situation. Now, with only one person controlling the sand, its movements became markedly clearer. And Ant finally witnessed the formidable power of sand manipulation. The relentless yellow sands surged from all directions, attacking Longsha without respite, serving both as shield and blade, preventing any approach and encircling him, poised to engulf him at any moment. Fortunately, Longsha's swordsmanship was equally commendable. He cleaved through the sand that confronted him, relentlessly moving and denying the grains any chance to envelop him. However, as the sand continued its unyielding pursuit, Longsha found it increasingly difficult to close the distance to Rasha. Having spent most of the time merely hacking at the sand, would he fall into a stalemate yet again? Ant pondered. The two combatants grew restless after an extended deadlock. Longsha had swung his sword over 100 times, feeling the mounting density and hardness of the sand waves directed at him, gradually succumbing to fatigue. He knew he must conclude the battle swiftly, or face inevitable defeat. Determined, Longsha unleashed a powerful strike, dispersing the encroaching sands. He swiftly formed several hand seals. Channeling his chakra, and swung his sword once more, the blade enveloped in a layer of chakra, akin to enhancing his sword with the wind blade technique. The results were remarkable. The blade effortlessly sliced through any thickness of sand in its path, advancing straight toward Rasha, seemingly unstoppable. Oh, Longsha Senpai is about to win. He truly is formidable. Even the disciple of the Wind Shadow has been bested, Ant thought, convinced of Longsha's impending victory, as Rasha appeared defenseless against the assault, lacking any weapon to counter. In an instant, the distance between them dwindled to 5 meters, then 3, then 1, with Rasha now within the striking range of Longsha and Apos' blade. Looking at Rasha, he remained unervingly calm in the face of the imminent danger. Ant inexplicably found his composed demeanor rather impressive. Did he possess a countermeasure? Longsha prepared to deliver the final blow, convinced of his victory. Rasha, I may not outmatch you in sand manipulation, but I can triumph through other means. Yet this time, the oncoming wave of sand did not split as it had before. Longsha felt a sudden darkness flash before him as his blade clashed against the sand, producing a resonating clang of metal. A fragment of his blade flew from the arena, soaring over Ant and Apos' head and embedding itself in the nearby wall. Ant was startled by the projectile, equally astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Just when victory seemed within reach, the sand had not parted, and his sword was broken. Now encircled by the sand, Longsha found himself at a disadvantage, with only his head exposed. The outcome had been decided. Indeed, until the final moment, anything is possible. One must never relent before vanquishing their opponent. With the battle concluded, Rasha dissipated the sand enveloping Longsha, who remained in shock, unable to comprehend how his chakra-infused blade had shattered. He had lost again, realizing he had not exerted enough effort. Longsha never allowed failure to diminish his confidence. He merely felt he had fallen short, a testament to the unwavering spirit of the Sand Village. Rasha, you are truly remarkable. That final blow was it? Longsha inquired, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone, as he suspected the nature of the outcome. Ant, having overheard Longsha's words, wondered what he meant by that final blow. What had truly transpired? Do you know what Lord Wind Shadow's most powerful technique is? Shamu suddenly interjected, possessing the keenest eyesight among them. In an instant, he had discerned the truth. Lord Wind Shadow's most formidable technique is magnetic release. Indeed, Lord Wind Shadow and Amp Oppo's greatest ability is magnetic release, which allows control over sand and iron, surpassing sand manipulation in both offensive and defensive capabilities. It is said to be a bloodline limit created by the second Wind Shadow after studying Shikaku, a technique exclusive to the Wind Shadow. Liuhua elaborated briefly on the details of magnetic release for Ant and Shamu. As he concluded, he couldn't and Oppo's help but ponder whether Lord Wind Shadow was preparing to groom Rasha as the next successor. Ant, partially understanding, recalled having witnessed magnetic release before, but the references to Shikaku and bloodline limits were entirely new to him, leaving him curious for clarification. Just as he was about to inquire further, Longsha and Rasha approached. You guessed correctly, my final strike employed that sand iron. It was an unexpected tactic that secured my victory. I have only just begun to grasp magnetic release. I can only manipulate a small amount of sand iron, and it is quite heavy, making it difficult to control, Rasha explained, revealing a transparent vial containing a few glimmering black particles, no larger than a pinch. Ant glanced at the blade embedded in the wall. Its severed edge gleamed like a mirror, indicating that Rasha was being modest. The power of sand iron was indeed formidable. Now, it's our turn to duel, Ant, Shamu declared, extending an invitation for battle. Chapter 72, Battle against Shamu. Excellent. I have a surprise in store for you, Ant cheerfully declared. Having just witnessed the intense match between Longsha and Rasha, he found himself brimming with anticipation. With that said, the two stepped into the arena. With Ant taking up the position previously occupied by Rasha, it suddenly dawned on him that Rasha had remained stationary throughout the fierce contest. Since Longsha had charged towards Rasha earlier, the sand had accumulated in front of Ant. Shamu, on the other hand, stood at the spot where Longsha had once been. Ant produced a sealing scroll, formed a couple of seals, and with a puff of smoke, a heavy object landed with a thud, causing the sand to billow upwards. As the dust settled, a dark figure emerged atop the mound of sand. Both combatants formed their respective stances. In the next moment, the shadow opened its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of needles. Shamu swiftly pressed his hands against the ground, forcefully lifting a stone to take cover behind it. His combat philosophy was always to prioritize defense over offense. Drawing from his prior experience battling Ant, he believed this rock would suffice as a shield against the onslaught. Suddenly, he sensed a tremor emanating from the stone before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he jerked his head aside, narrowly avoiding a massive drill-like projectile that whizzed past his cheek. He quickly retreated, and the true form of the object came into view, a steel cable extending from the shadow's abdomen, its tip embedded in the boulder. Ant's fingers twitched, causing the cable to retract swiftly, drawing the shadow toward the stone. This was one of Ant's adjustments. He had replaced the previous 6 steel wires used for entrapment with a single, more robust steel cable, enhancing both durability and maneuverability. The drill tip at its front could effectively breach formidable defenses. The shadow reached the lifted boulder in an instant, extracting the cable, which shattered the stone into several fragments. From the cracks, steel needles were visible, nearly piercing through the thick rock. Shamu was taken aback. He had grown complacent, overly reliant on past experiences due to his familiarity with Ant. The lifted boulder had not only obstructed the attack, but also his line of sight, nearly leading to his swift demise. Clearly, Ant's puppets had been augmented in various aspects. The piercing power of the needles far exceeded that of the past, and he had to tread carefully. Seizing the initiative, Ant was unwilling to squander the opportunity. The shadow extended its arms forward, revealing 2 circular apertures in its palms. With a whoosh, 2 streams of shurikens flew forth, sealing off Shamu and Oppo's escape routes on both sides. The steel cable shot out once more, targeting Shamu and Oppo's position, who had now reached the edge of the training ground, backed against a wall. Shamu deftly dodged the cable, which embedded itself into the wall. In the blink of an eye, the shadow was upon him, moving with a swiftness that rivaled the shurikens just released. With his extraordinary vision, Shamu discerned that the trajectories of the shurikens blocked all potential escape routes to his sides. Directly in front was the rapidly approaching shadow, and beneath him lay a solid stone platform, leaving only one option, to leap upward. He sprang into the air, evading the barrage but placing himself in a precarious position. With no leverage to dodge further attacks while airborne, Ant, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. 2 circular saw-like gears shot forth from behind the shadow, drawn towards Shamu by the steel cable. With nowhere to evade while suspended in mid-air, Shamu was instantaneously sliced into 3 segments, though this was not the reality. With a soft sound, the airborne Shamu transformed into 3 wooden logs, utilizing a substitution technique. All shinobi from major ninja villages were required to master the arts of shadow clones, transformation, and substitution, and while Ant was adept at these techniques, His role as a puppet master necessitated the use of both hands for puppetry, so he had seldom employed them. His opponent in the graduation test had also not resorted to the substitution technique for various reasons and was swiftly defeated. Yet, these three ninjutsu were simple yet effective. An ant had long desired to enhance his capabilities through them. However, relinquishing control over his puppets, even for a moment, would present a significant vulnerability. Having evaded the attack with the substitution technique, Shamu did not pause. He had stealthily approached Ant, timing his advance perfectly. At this moment, the shadow was far from Ant, rendering it impossible to obstruct Shamu's approach. He felt confident in defeating Ant in close combat, particularly since Ant was without his puppets. As he drew closer, Shamu chose not to employ any ninjutsu, but instead extracted a kunai from the pouch strapped to his left leg. In the blink of an eye, he had surged to the forefront of Ant. Meanwhile, Ant displayed no signs of alarm. His fingers trembled rapidly as he deftly maneuvered his puppet. Though the distance to the shadow was still considerable, kunai in hand, Shamu was nearly within striking range, and the two were on the verge of a close-quarters clash. Ant continued to control the shadow, showing no inclination to wield a weapon as Shamu prepared to leap over the mound of sand before him. At that moment, 6 sharp spikes erupted from the sand, converging inwards to ensnare Shamu. Ant's unusual behavior had aroused Shamu's suspicions. Thus, at the slightest hint of movement, he abandoned his prior assault, narrowly avoiding being trapped within the confines. Ant and Amp, Appo's onslaught persisted as 2 pincers resembling crab claws emerged from the mound, aiming for Shamu and Amp, Appo's feet. While a whip-like appendage with a hook lunged menacingly at his face, the hook of vivid crimson. This was also the source of the name Red Scorpion. Evading the surprise attack, Shamu remained vigilant. He quickly identified the 3-pronged assault. First, he retreated a few steps to dodge the pincers, then used his kunai to deflect the hook. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he heard a whoosh behind him. Indeed, the pressure was unrelenting, this time. Kunai were hurtling towards him. Fortunately, their numbers were few. Shamu hurled his kunai to deflect the foremost projectiles, and with remarkable speed, he formed hand seals. In an instant, the seals were complete, and ripples spread across the rocky ground beneath his feet. Shamu sank into the earth, while the remaining kunai and the approaching hook collided with the ground, sparking brightly. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Hidden Technique was the ninjutsu Shamu employed. Ant recognized this technique, which allowed for movement underground. However, it consumed a substantial amount of chakra, and Shamu would soon resurface. But from where? Ant quickly advanced a few steps, positioning himself atop the sand mound, his fingers moving deftly. Moments later, the sand beneath him trembled, and seconds later, the form of Ant and Amp, Appo's new puppet, Red Scorpion, emerged from beneath the sand, with Ant standing atop it. The previously formed cage of spikes were its 6 legs. Ant commanded the shadow to move closer to him, while cautiously surveying the ground around him. Shamu did not wait long, as the shadow approached Ant. Blocking his line of sight, Shamu stealthily emerged from underground behind the shadow. He refrained from attacking, instead opting to stealthily hide behind the shadow, mirroring its movements. The shadow and Amp, Appo's voluminous black hooded cloak provided him ample cover, and Ant remained blissfully unaware, for he lacked the ability to see through deception. Of course, Shamu also employed a chakra sensing technique learned from his sand teacher, but this technique was of limited sophistication, merely indicating the direction of chakra presence. The shadow itself harbored a degree of chakra, allowing Shamu to trail it without revealing his own presence unless he unleashed a significant chakra surge. Chapter 73. Post-war reflection. The Ant controlled the shadows that constantly shifted around him, while Shamu remained hidden in Ant and Amp, Appo's blind spot, leading Ant to believe Shamu was still underground. Ant continued to scrutinize his surroundings with caution. Gradually, impatience began to creep in. The 6 long legs of the crimson scorpion beneath him trembled incessantly, reflecting his own agitation. At the moment the shadow approached Ant from behind, Shamu halted his steps, waiting for this precise moment. As he emerged from the ground, he employed his favored ninjutsu, forming a stone hammer and a stone shield in his hands. In the instant the shadow passed in front of him, Shamu surged forward like a flash of yellow light, covering the short distance in an instant, and brought the stone hammer crashing down towards Ant. When Ant heard the rushing sound behind him, Shamu and Appo's stone hammer was already poised above his head. Yet, there was no sign of panic. With a mere flick of his finger, the legs of the crimson scorpion puppet beneath him twisted into a structure resembling a birdcage, encasing Ant within it. With a resounding crash, the stone hammer struck the birdcage, but Shamu and Appo's surprise attack yielded no success. Though his offensive was thwarted, having come so close to Ant, he was not one to relent easily. Another strike was imminent. The birdcage was sturdy, primarily designed to trap, with mechanisms inside to attack the imprisoned. It served merely as a temporary defense, and was not one to simply endure without retaliating, and the shadow commenced its assault. Various ninja tools were unleashed from Ant and Appo's body towards Shamu, and he stepped away from the birdcage, liberating the Crimson Scorpion and Amp, Apos, S mobility. The Scorpion transformed entirely into Ant and Amp, Apos, S shield, while its tail and venomous stinger restrained Shamu. True to his name, Shamu demonstrated impeccable defense with his left hand and Apos, S stone shield blocking all incoming ninja tools. However, his lack of speed hindered his ability to breach the defenses of the Crimson Scorpion. A stalemate ensued, each combatant locked in a struggle. Ant observed the stone shield in Shamu and Amp, Apos, S hand. He had enhanced the force of his mechanisms, as evidenced by the thick stone slab Shamu had previously lifted, which nearly perforated. Yet this stone shield had withstood countless projectiles, seemingly able to continue doing so. How was this possible? Amp pondered. Intrigued by the penetrating capabilities of Long Sha and Amp, Apos, S wind blades. Time passed slowly. Amp began to feel a twinge of soreness in his hands. Despite his daily training with handguards to strengthen his grip, it had been a while since he felt such exhaustion. The ninja tools filled within the shadow and Crimson Scorpion had been exhausted, leaving Shamu and the two puppets to engage in close combat. Shamu had also lost the initial strength he possessed, struggling to defend himself, sweat beading on his forehead, indicating his own fatigue. At this moment, both were battling against their own limitations. The clanging sounds persisted, as Ant sensed his fingers growing increasingly unresponsive. Bang! This time, the sound seemed peculiar. Shamu's stone hammer had disintegrated into a pile of loose sand during the collision, while Ant's two puppets lay sprawled on the ground. They both instinctively halted. Recognizing that neither could continue the contest, and since it was a friendly sparring session among teammates, inflicting harm was undesirable. Ant, your progress is indeed remarkable. The new puppet has certainly surprised me. Let us call this match a draw, Shamu declared. A sudden ambush could not best my senior. I still have much to learn. If you had known the intel on the Scorpion beforehand, the outcome could have been different, Ant replied. Shamu, never underestimate your opponent. Otherwise, you will pay a steep price. As for you, Ant, your strategy was commendable, and the puppets are quite intriguing, yet further training is essential. This match concludes as a draw for you both. Lu Hua summarized the bout from the sidelines. Yes, Teacher Lu Hua, they both responded. And as they attempted to form the reconciliation seal, their hands lacked the strength, resulting in a clumsy gesture before they exited the arena. Wow, incredible. The arena has been so thoroughly transformed, Luo Sha remarked with a smile. Looking at the aftermath of their confrontation, the ground was pockmarked, littered with the ninja tools fired by Ant, rendering the training room unrecognizable. So, you've been busy creating this new puppet during your absence? It looks impressive. Which master crafted it? Long Sha inquired, addressing Ant. Indeed, I am quite satisfied with this puppet. It was crafted collaboratively with my friend, the Scorpion, Ant responded. Upon hearing that, the four individuals present revealed expressions of astonishment. Many puppet masters existed, yet few could produce exceptional puppets. The Crimson Scorpion, in terms of design and craftsmanship, was indeed commendable. By the way, Teacher Lu Hua, my friend Scorpion, the one who helped me make the puppet, wishes to train with us in the village. Is that permissible? Ant suddenly recalled Scorpion and Apos' earlier request and posed the question to Lu Hua. Oh, Scorpion, is he the grandson of Chio Baba? Lu Hua asked. He had previously reviewed the information on Chio Baba and Amp, Apos' grandson while at the Wind Shadow and Amp, Apos' place, unsure if it was the same individual Ant referred to. Oh, you know him? Scorpion and I are classmates. His talent in puppetry, both in crafting and manipulation, surpasses mine. Can he train with us, Teacher Lu Hua? Ant was surprised that Lu Hua recognized Scorpion. Since he is your friend, it is fine for him to join our training, Lu Hua replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Teacher Lu Hua, Ant expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Ant prepared to retrieve his ninja tools, yet the soreness in his fingers impeded his speed. Let me assist you, Ant. You take a break, and I'll help gather them, Luo Sha offered upon noticing Ant's condition. Together with Long Sha, they employed sand manipulation techniques to consolidate the scattered ninja tools and clear the area. Ant situated himself at the sidelines, reflecting on today's match. Although it was merely a routine contest, he habitually sought to summarize and extract lessons from it. Long Sha had taught him to leverage the environment in battle, selecting advantageous terrain that could directly influence the outcome. Luo Sha and Apos' combat demonstrated that when the environment was unfavorable, one must create a conducive setting themselves. In his bout with Sha Mu, the latter and Apos' initial carelessness allowed Ant to deplete much of his stamina and chakra. After conversing with a few individuals, Ant recognized his shortcomings. His puppet control was not yet flawless, as he struggled to exploit vulnerabilities while managing two puppets against one opponent. Additionally, his perceptive ninjutsu was a weakness, having allowed his adversary to manipulate his own puppets against him. It seemed necessary to acquire a technique that could provide a different perspective on the battlefield or a more potent perception ninjutsu. He found himself recalling Sha Mu and Apos' mention of the Byakugan. How wonderful it would be to obtain such a power. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I've already helped you gather your tools, Luo Sha called out to Ant. Ant looked up to see various ninja tools neatly categorized not far ahead. while the previously uneven ground had been leveled, and the sand compressed into stone, likely a result of someone and Amp, Appos, S ninjutsu. Oh, thank you, Senior Luo Sha. Ant quickly rose to express his gratitude. Chapter 74. Seeking the swordsmith. Oh dear, having to collect everything after each use is truly a hassle, Shamu jested. My home is not a ninja tool shop. All of this is hard-earned money, and it cannot go to waste, he quipped back. After all, the Shamu family did run a ninja tool shop. As they spoke, he sealed the ninja tools and the red scorpion into a scroll with a sealing technique. You four, Lu Hua began, garnering their attention. Today and Amp, Appos, S performance was commendable, especially Yui. With your second puppet, you have attained the strength of an elite genin. However, your control is still lacking. Train diligently during this period, as I look forward to your performance in the Sand Village disciple selection. Lu Hua emphasized E and Appos, S progress. I will strive to improve, Teacher Lu Hua, E responded, his heart buoyed by Lu Hua and Appos, S acknowledgement. All right, it and Appos, S getting late. We shall conclude for today. Do not forget your afternoon task, Long Sha, Lu Hua announced before departing the training ground. What task? He wondered aloud, having missed the earlier conversations. Is anyone joining me? Long Sha inquired of the group. I have to help my father at the shop this afternoon. I cannot leave, Shamu replied. I have to train this afternoon. It and Amp, Appos, S.A. task assigned by my master, Luo Sha added, referring to the third Kazakage. It seemed that being a disciple of the Kazakage was no easy feat. But there were no shortcuts to gaining power. And Yui, would you like to come along? Long Sha asked. He was uncertain of the task at hand, and thus hesitated in his response. It and Appos, S settled then. I will come find you this afternoon, Long Sha declared, not waiting for E and Appos. S reply before hastily leaving the training ground. Wait, what exactly are we doing? He called after Long Sha, but he had already disappeared from sight. He turned to Sha Mu and Luo Sha, both of whom merely smiled and remained silent. Well, I suppose I should go. I and Appos. V been cooped up at home for too long, he concluded, and the three exchanged farewells before parting. He indulged in a bowl of ramen for lunch. Afterward, he returned home, took a shower, and retrieved the sealing scroll to unpack the two puppets and the collected ninja tools. He diligently refilled the tools, polished the puppets, and performed maintenance on them. Just as he was about to enjoy a cup of tea, a knock echoed from the door. When he opened it, he found Long Sha waiting. Give me a moment. I need to tidy up, he said, allowing Long Sha to sit inside while he changed into a fresh outfit. He slung the shadow on his back, sealed the red scorpion into the scroll, and stowed it in his ninja tool pouch. He checked himself in the mirror and deemed himself presentable. Let us go, he announced. His preparations complete. Long Sha was fiddling with a small toy on the table, a creation from E and Amp, Appos, S father that he hadn't and Amp, Appos, T touched in quite some time. Come with me. I and Appos, V been waiting for this moment for ages, Long Sha exclaimed excitedly. As they walked, he finally asked, what exactly are we going to do? Huh, didn't and Appos, T I mention? During our last mission, I acquired 2 broken swords, and Teacher Lu Hua suggested I find someone to help me forge them. This afternoon, we and Amp, Appos, re-seeking out Master Tsang Dao to craft a ninja sword, Long Sha explained, detailing the entire backstory. Forging? Ken and Amp, Appos, T we just provide him the materials? Why do we need to go in person? E inquired, curious, as he believed that iron and fire were all that was necessary for forging. Teacher Lu Hua says that Master Tsang Dao is the most skilled swordsmith in the village. He never makes standard weapons. Each weapon he crafts is tailored to the user's habits and jutsu, much like Teacher S. Lioli, both stunning and formidable. Soon, I will have one of my own. And I wonder what kind of sword it will be, Long Sha elaborated, his mind drifting into daydreams. He rolled his eyes but acknowledged the prowess of Lu Hua and Appos' sword. The last battle at the gates of the Hidden Valley village had been a breathtaking display of skill as the blade emerged, unleashing a dazzling spectacle of combat. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance, where Lu Hua awaited them. Teacher Lu Hua, he greeted promptly, and Long Sha followed suit. Let us proceed. Lu Hua instructed succinctly before leading the two in registering and heading outside the village. To E and Appos, as surprise, the master resided beyond the village boundaries. He had only ventured out once before, heading east, while now they journeyed west, unfamiliar with what lay ahead. Teacher Lu Hua, to the east of the land of wind is the land of rivers, to the northeast is the land of rain, and to the north are the land of birds, the land of bears, and the land of Y. What lies to our west? He suddenly recalled their geography lessons, where the countries surrounding the land of wind had been introduced, with the west remaining a mystery. We, the land of wind, are situated at the southwestern edge of this world. To our southwest lies an extremely inhospitable desert, devoid of human life, vast in expanse. Even powerful ninjas have ventured there without ever reaching its boundaries. Legends say it is the edge of the earth, connected to the heavens. Lu Hua shared all he knew. Perhaps beyond that desert and Appos' horizon, there exist other nations or beings. It's merely that no one has ventured there yet. If I have the opportunity in the future, I too wish to explore what lies beyond the mountains, the seas, and the deserts, he mused. As they chatted, he gleaned many ninja secrets from Lu Hua, and before they knew it, they arrived at the base of a towering mountain. This mountain stood out against the desert, crowned with a patch of verdant green, a true oasis amidst the arid landscape. The distance from Sunagakure was not too great. Yet, he wondered why the master swordsmith chose to reside here, questioning its safety. The group ascended to the mountain and Appo's summit, where they beheld its full grandeur, resembling a circular volcanic crater. The stones were not of cooled volcanic lava but sedimentary rocks, and at the center lay a lake of unknown origins. At the highest point, a stone tablet bore the inscription Impact Mountain. "Follow me," Lu Hua beckoned, leading them along a narrow path toward the lake. They soon entered a concealed cave, revealing a downward passage marked by signs of human excavation. The group descended for about half an hour, during which he felt the temperature rising significantly, even hotter than the desert. A faint sound of metal clinking echoed in the distance. Turning a corner, they emerged into a vast chamber illuminated by a fiery red glow. Chapter 75. The Master Bladesmith. Once his eyes adjusted to the brilliant light, Ant beheld a striking scene. For bare-chested individuals, robust and varied in age, were vigorously hammering glowing metal upon an anvil with oversized iron mallets. One of them paused momentarily to immerse the object of his labor into a trough brimming with water, releasing a plume of steam. Ant observed that the water was flowing, its source a mystery. The light emanated from several circular apertures in the wall behind them, revealing only brilliance through the openings. "Senior Lu Hua, you have arrived. The master is just behind." The individual who had halted approached Lu Hua, recognizing him. Lu Hua nodded and proceeded towards a stone door at the side, while Ant acknowledged the man with a nod and followed Lu Hua. Suddenly, Ant felt a wave of heat surge from behind. Turning, he saw the same individual inserting the cooled metal block into one of the wall and Appo's circular openings, the heat emanating from it. After a moment, the man activated something, causing a transparent barrier to seal the aperture, restoring the cave and Appo's temperature to its prior state. The circular opening was indeed a furnace. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but in that instant, Ant fancied he glimpsed symbols akin to seals within the furnace. Upon opening the stone door, they found themselves in a winding tunnel. After numerous turns, Ant lost all sense of direction, gradually sensing a refreshing coolness. Ahead lay another door. Upon entering, they discovered a circular chamber dominated by an enormous stone of indeterminate origin, with a stone table in front of it. Seated beside the table was an elderly man, his hair white and face lined with wrinkles, meticulously polishing a blade with half-closed eyes. "Ah, you and Appo's come," he remarked, his gaze piercing as he noticed their presence before they could utter a word. "Master Bladesmith, this is my team member, Long Sha," Lu Hua introduced, addressing the elder. The master abruptly lifted his head, his eyes widening as he fixed an intense stare upon Long Sha. The weariness of age vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce gleam that rendered it uncomfortable to meet his gaze. Long Sha felt an immense pressure, as if the master could see through him entirely. Long and slender limbs, a strong physique yet not cumbersome, he is well suited for swordsmanship. However, he is still a bit young. It may be premature to forge a sword for him, the master mused, his gaze retreating as he resumed his careful examination of the blade in hand, the earlier intensity dissipating as if it had never been. "Indeed, Long Sha and Appo's swordsmanship is not yet fully developed. We merely wish to find a blade within your collection," Lu Hua stated. The respect in Lu Hua and Appo's tone for the master was palpable, reminiscent of his previous interactions with Feng Ying. "Is it so simple to expend my goodwill?" The master replied slowly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "I am aware of your customs. During the last mission, Long Sha acquired 2 blades. He wishes to exchange one for a sword from my collection. As for the favor, you may assist him in forging a blade once he becomes a jonin. What do you think?" Lu Hua proposed. You possess discerning taste. My favors are not to be trifled with. Present those 2 blades for my inspection," the master remarked, nodding in satisfaction, evidently valuing both the worth of his goodwill and his craftsmanship. Upon the master and Appo's request, Lu Hua signaled to Long Sha, who hurriedly retrieved the 2 blades from his back and presented them to the master. The master stood, placing his own blade into its sheath carefully upon the table before accepting the swords from Long Sha. One was long, the other short, known as the Broken Waterfall and the Golden Rib, respectively, belonging to the bandit leader from the Sand Thief and Appo's lair. With a swift motion, the master unsheathed the Broken Waterfall by an inch, inspecting its shimmering blade and sharp edge, nodding in approval. He then drew it fully from its sheath in one fluid motion. The master noted the weight felt considerably lighter than expected, only to discover the blade was broken. Shaking the sheath vigorously, the remaining half of the sword sprang forth like a streak of light, which he deftly caught between his fingers. He placed both the Golden Rib and the Broken Waterfall and Appo's sheath upon the table, weighing them in his hands, swinging them briefly before examining the fracture. Setting the broken waterfall down, he scrutinized the golden rib with the same thoroughness. At this moment, Long Sha felt a twinge of anxiety. He had envisioned that simply presenting the two broken blades would result in the master reforging them. Instead, he learned that Lu Hua had exchanged his own favor for the opportunity, and the master deemed him too young for such a task. In addition, the master sought to trade the two broken blades for one from his collection, leaving Long Sha uncertain of the outcome. Although the broken waterfall and golden rib were impressive, their broken state rendered them nearly worthless. He fervently hoped the master would agree to the exchange. Indeed, quite remarkable, the master declared once he finished inspecting the blades. Speaking to himself, Long Sha and Ant exchanged puzzled glances. How could broken blades be considered remarkable? Surely, any exceptional weapon would be rendered useless once shattered. I appraise a blade's worth based on its materials, forging techniques, and design philosophy. For a fine sword, I can craft as many as I desire. This long blade is forged from tempered steel, uniquely crafted to create a flowing luminescent effect, an intriguing technique. The golden rib, however, is made of more precious materials, though its form and craftsmanship are unremarkable. Yet this aligns with the purpose of the two blades. The long sword serves to signify status, while the rib dagger is meant for self-termination in dire straits. Unnecessary embellishments are superfluous. The similarities in the forging process, quenching, and polishing of the two blades indicated they were crafted by the same artisan. The wear and oxidation on the long sword suggested frequent use, likely spanning several centuries. The forging techniques of the long sword and the materials of the short sword are of some utility to me. I shall keep them, the master explained. Sensing the confusion of Long Sha and Ant, he elaborated for several minutes, recounting the history of the two blades in intricate detail, inundating Ant with technical jargon that nearly lulled him to sleep. Upon concluding, the master returned to his seat, savoring a cup of tea, seemingly parched after his lengthy exposition. Old age leads to excessive chatter. I can't help but ramble when it comes to matters of forging, the master chuckled. Master Bladesmith, may I take one of the swords now? Long Sha implored eagerly. Although not crafted by the master himself, he believed his collection would be of considerable quality. After his recent experiences with broken weapons, acquiring a reliable blade was of utmost importance. Calm yourself, Long Sha, Lu Hua admonished. Youth lacks patience, follow me. With that, the master set down his teacup, retrieved the earlier blade, and walked towards a corner of the cave. Ant and the others followed closely. The master lightly tapped the wall, causing a stone door to swing open. As they entered, the sight within the chamber left both Ant and Long Sha awestruck. The circular room was lined with tall cabinets reaching the ceiling, each filled with countless drawers of uniform size, their exteriors densely inscribed with characters. The master opened one drawer, placing the blade within, revealing that each drawer likely contained a sword. Ant estimated there were no fewer than 100 drawers in total.